Book 2, Chapters 3 and 4 of On War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On War by Carl von Clausewitz. Translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Book 2, Chapter 3. Art or Science of War. 1. Usage still unsettled. Power and knowledge, science when mere knowing, art when doing, is the object. The choice between these terms seems to be still unsettled, and no one seems to know rightly on what grounds it should be decided, and yet the thing is simple. We have already said elsewhere that knowing is something different from doing. The two are so different that they should not easily be mistaken the one for the other. The doing cannot properly stand in any book, and therefore also art should never be the title of a book. But because we have once accustomed ourselves to combine in conception, under the name of theory of art, or simply art, the branches of knowledge, which may be separately pure sciences, necessary for the practice of an art, therefore it is consistent to continue this ground of distinction, and to call everything art when the object is to carry out the doing, being able, as for example, art of building; science, when merely knowledge is the object, as science of mathematics, of astronomy. That in every art certain complete sciences may be included is intelligible of itself, and should not perplex us. But still it is worth observing that there is also no science without a mixture of art. In mathematics, for instance, the use of figures and of algebra is an art, but this is only one amongst many instances. The reason is, that however plain and palpable the difference is between knowledge and power in the composite results of human knowledge, yet it is difficult to trace out their line of separation in man himself. 2. Difficulty of separating perception from judgment. Art of War. All thinking is indeed art. Where the logician draws the line, where the premises stop which are the result of cognition, where judgment begins, there art begins. But more than this even, the perception of the mind is judgment again, and consequently art, and at last even the perception by the senses as well. In a word, if it is impossible to imagine a human being possessing merely the faculty of cognition, devoid of judgment or the reverse, so also art and science can never be completely separated from each other. The more these subtle elements of light embody themselves in the outward forms of the world, so much the more separate appear their domains. And now once more, where the object is the creation and production, there is the province of art. Where the object is investigation and knowledge, science holds sway. After all this, it results of itself that it is more fitting to say art of war than science of war. So much for this, because we cannot do without these conceptions. But now we come forward with the assertion that war is neither an art nor a science in the real signification, and that it is just the setting out from the starting point of ideas which has led to a wrong direction being taken, which has caused war to be put on par with other arts and sciences, and has led to a number of erroneous analogies. This has indeed been felt before now, and on that it was maintained that war is a handicraft, but here there was more loss than gained by that, for a handicraft is only an inferior art, and as such is also subject to definite and rigid laws. In reality, the art of war did go on for some time in the spirit of a handicraft. We allude to the times of the condottieri. But then it received that direction not from intrinsic but from external causes, and military history shows how little it was at that time in accordance with the nature of the thing. 3. War is part of the intercourse of the human race. We say, therefore, war belongs not to the province of arts and sciences, but to the province of social life. It is a conflict of great interests which is settled by bloodshed, and only in that is it different from others. It would be better, instead of comparing it with any art, to liken it to business competition, which is also a conflict of human interests and activities, and it is still more like state policy, which again, on its part, may be looked upon as a kind of business competition on a great scale. Besides, state policy is the womb in which war is developed, in which its outlines lie hidden in a rudimentary state, like the qualities of living creatures in their germs. 4. Difference. The essential difference consists in this, that War is no activity of the will, which exerts itself upon inanimate matter, like the mechanical arts, or upon a living but still passive and yielding subject, like the human mind and the human feelings in the ideal arts, but against a living and reacting force. How little the categories of arts and sciences are applicable to such an activity strikes us at once, and we can understand at the same time how the constant seeking and striving after laws, like those which may be developed out of the dead material world, could not but lead to constant errors. And yet it is just the mechanical arts that some people would imitate in the art of War. The imitation of the ideal arts was quite out of the question, because these themselves dispense too much with laws and rules, and those hitherto tried, always acknowledged as insufficient and one-sided, are perpetually undermined and washed away by the current of opinions, feelings, and customs. Whether such a conflict of the living as takes place and is settled in War is subject to general laws, and whether these are capable of indicating a useful line of action, will be partly investigated in this book, but so much is evident in itself, that this, like every other subject which does not surpass our powers of understanding, may be lighted up and be made more or less plain in its inner relations by an inquiring mind, and that alone is sufficient to realise the idea of a theory. Chapter 4. Methodicism. In order to explain ourselves clearly as to the conception of method, and method of action, which plays such an important part in War, we must be allowed to cast a hasty glance at the logical hierarchy through which, as through regularly constituted official functionaries, the world of action is governed. Law, in the widest sense strictly applying to perception as well as action, has plainly something subjective and arbitrary in its literal meaning, and expresses just that on which we and those things external to us are dependent. As a subject of cognition, law is the relation of things and their effects to one another. As a subject of the will, it is a motive of action, and it is then equivalent to command or prohibition. Principle is likewise a law for action, except that it has no formal definite meaning, but it is only the spirit and sense of law in order to leave the judgment more freedom of application when the diversity of the real world cannot be laid hold of under the definite form of law. As the judgment must of itself suggest the cases in which the principle is not applicable, the latter therefore becomes in that way a real aid or guiding star for the person acting. Principle is objective when it is the result of an objective truth, and consequently of equal value for all men. It is subjective, and then generally called maxim, if there are subjective relations in it, and if it therefore has a certain value only for the person himself who makes it. Rule is frequently taken in the sense of law, and then means the same as principle, for we say no rule without exceptions, but we do not say no law without exceptions, a sign that with rule we retain to ourselves more freedom of application. In another meaning, rule is the means used of discerning a recondite truth in a particular sign lying close at hand, in order to attach to this particular sign the law of action directed upon the whole truth. Of this kind are all the rules of games of play, all abridged processes in mathematics and such. Directions and instructions are determinations of action which have an influence upon a number of minor circumstances too numerous and unimportant for general laws. Lastly, method, mode of acting, is an always recurring proceeding selected out of several possible ones, and methodicism, methodismus, is that which is determined by methods instead of by general principles or particular prescriptions. By this, the cases which are placed under such methods must necessarily be supposed alike in their essential parts. As they cannot all be this, then the point is that at least as many as possible should be. In other words, that method should be calculated on the most probable cases. Methodicism is therefore not founded on determined particular premises, but on the average probability of cases one with another, and its ultimate tendency is to set up an average truth, the constant and uniform application of which soon acquires something of the nature of a mechanical appliance, which in the end does that which is right almost unwittingly. The conception of law in relation to perception is not necessary for the conduct of War, because the complex phenomena of War are not so regular and the regular are not so complex that we should gain anything more by this conception than by the simple truth; and where a simple conception and language is sufficient, to resort to the complex becomes affected and pedantic. The conception of law in relation to action cannot be used in the theory of the conduct of War, because, owing to the variableness and diversity of the phenomena, there is in it no determination of such a general nature as to deserve the name of law. But principles, rules, prescriptions, and methods are conceptions indispensable to a theory of the conduct of War, in so far as that theory leads to positive doctrines, because in doctrines the truth can only crystallise itself in such forms. As tactics is the branch of the conduct of War in which theory can attain the nearest to positive doctrine, therefore these conceptions will appear in it most frequently. Not to use cavalry against unbroken infantry, except in some case of special emergency, only to use firearms within effective range in the combat, to spare the forces as much as possible for the final struggle, these are tactical principles. None of them can be applied absolutely in every case, but they must be present to the mind of the Chief, in order that the benefit of the truth contained in them may not be lost in cases where that truth can be of advantage. If from the unusual cooking by an enemy's camp his movement is inferred, if the intentional exposure of troops in a combat indicates a false attack, then this way of discerning the truth is called a rule, because from a single visible circumstance that conclusion is drawn which corresponds with the same. If it is a rule to attack the enemy with renewed vigour as soon as he begins to limber up his artillery in the combat, then on this particular fact depends a course of action which is aimed at the general situation of the enemy, as inferred from the above fact, namely, that he is about to give up the fight, that he is commencing to draw off his troops, and is neither capable of making a serious stand while thus drawing off, nor of making his retreat gradually in good order. Regulations and methods bring preparatory theories into the conduct of War, in so far as disciplined troops are inoculated with them as active principles. The whole body of instructions for formations, drill, and field service are regulations and methods. In the drill instructions the first predominate, in the field service instructions the latter. To these things the real conduct of War attaches itself. It takes them over, therefore, as given modes of proceeding, and as such they must appear in the theory of the conduct of War. But for those activities retaining freedom in the employment of these forces, there cannot be regulations, that is, definite instructions, because they would do away with freedom of action. Methods, on the other hand, as a general way of executing duties as they arise, calculated, as we have said, on an average of probability, or as a dominating influence of principles and rules carried through to application, may certainly appear in the theory of the conduct of War, provided only they are not represented as something different from what they are, not as the absolute and necessary modes of action, systems, but as the best of general forms, which may be used as shorter ways in place of a particular disposition for the occasion at discretion. But the frequent application of methods will be seen to be most essential and unavoidable in the conduct of War, if we reflect how much action proceeds on mere conjecture, or in complete uncertainty, because one side is prevented from learning all the circumstances which influence the dispositions of the other, or because, even if these circumstances which influence the decisions of the one were really known, there is not, owing to their extent and the dispositions they would entail, sufficient time for the other to carry out all the necessary counteracting measures, that therefore measures in War must always be calculated on a certain number of possibilities. If we reflect how numberless are the trifling things belonging to any single event, and which therefore should be taken into account along with it, and that therefore there is no other means to suppose the one counteracted by the other, and to base our arrangements only upon what is of a general nature and probable, if we reflect lastly, owing to the increasing numbers of officers as we descend the scale of rank, less must be left to the true discernment and ripe judgment of individuals, the lower the sphere of action, and that when we reach those ranks where we can look for no other notions but those which the regulations of the service and experience afford, we must help them with the methodic forms bordering on those regulations. This will serve both as a support to their judgment and a barrier against those extravagant and erroneous views which are so especially to be dreaded in a sphere where experience is so costly. Besides this absolute need of method in action, we must also acknowledge that it has a positive advantage, which is that through the constant repetition of a formal exercise, a readiness, precision, and firmness is attained in the movement of troops, which diminishes the natural friction and makes the machine move easier. Method will, therefore, be the more generally used, become the more indispensable, the farther down the scale of rank the position of the active agent, and on the other hand its use will diminish upwards until in the highest position it quite disappears. For this reason it is more in its place in tactics than in strategy. War in its highest aspects consists not of an infinite number of little events, the diversities in which compensate each other, and which therefore by a better or worse method are better or worse governed, but of separate great decisive events which must be dealt with separately. It is not like a field of stalks which, without any regard to the particular form of each stalk, will be mowed better or worse according as the mowing instrument is good or bad, but rather as a group of large trees, to which the axe must be laid with judgment, according to the particular form and inclination of each separate trunk. How high up in military activity the admissibility of method in action reaches naturally determines itself not according to actual rank, but according to things, and it affects the highest positions in a less degree only because these positions have the most comprehensive subjects of activity. A constant order of battle, a constant formation of advance guards and outposts, are methods by which a General ties not only his subordinates' hands, but also his own in certain cases. Certainly they may have been devised by himself, and may be applied by him according to circumstances, but they may also be a subject of theory in so far as they are based on the general properties of troops and weapons. On the other hand, any method by which definite plans for wars or campaigns are to be given out, all ready made as if from a machine, are absolutely worthless. As long as there exists no theory which can be sustained, that is, no enlightened treatise on the conduct of war, method in action cannot but encroach beyond its proper limits in high places, for men employed in these spheres of activity have not always had the opportunity of educating themselves, through study and through contact with the higher interests. In the impracticable and inconsistent disquisitions of theorists and critics they cannot find their way, their sound common sense rejects them, and as they bring with them no knowledge but that derived from experience, therefore, in those cases which admit of and require a free individual treatment, they regularly make use of the means which experience gives them, that is, in an imitation of the particular methods practised by great Generals, by which a method of action always arises of itself. If we see Frederick the Great's Generals always making their appearance in the so-called oblique order of battle, the Generals of the French Revolution always using turning movements with a long extended line of battle, and Bonaparte's lieutenants rushing to the attack with the bloody energy of concentrated masses, then we recognise in the recurrence of the mode of proceeding evidently an adopted method, and see therefore that method of action can reach up to regions bordering on the highest. Should an improved theory facilitate the study of the conduct of war, form the mind and the judgment of men who are rising to the highest commands, then also method in action will no longer reach so far, and so much of it as is to be considered indispensable will then at least be formed from theory itself, and not take place out of mere imitation. However preeminently a great commander does things, there is always something subjective in the way he does them, and if he has a certain manner, a large share of his individuality is contained in it, which does not always accord with the individuality of the person who copies his manner. At the same time, it would neither be possible nor right to banish subjective methodicism or manner completely from the conduct of war. It is rather to be regarded as a manifestation of that influence which the general character of a war has upon its separate events, and to which satisfaction can only be done, in that way, if theory is not able to foresee this general character and include it in its considerations. What is more natural than that the War of the French Revolution had its own way of doing things, and what theory could ever have included that peculiar method? The evil is only that such a manner, originating in a special case, easily outlives itself, because it continues whilst circumstances imperceptibly change. This is what theory should prevent by lucid and rational criticism. When in the year 1806 the Prussian Generals, Prince Louis at Saalfeld, Torrentzen on the Dornberg near Jena, Groeert before and Ruchel behind Kapellendorf, all threw themselves into the open jaws of destruction in the oblique order of Frederick the Great, and managed to ruin Hohenlohe's army in a way that no army was ever ruined, even on the field of battle. All this was done through a manner which had outlived its day, together with the most downright stupidity to which methodicism ever led. End of Book 2, Chapters 3 and 4. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 2, Chapter 5 of On War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On War by Karl von Clausewitz, translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Chapter 5. Criticism. The influence of theoretical principles upon real life is produced more through criticism than through doctrine, for as criticism is an application of abstract truth to real events, therefore it not only brings truth of this description nearer to life, but also accustoms the understanding more to such truths by the constant repetition of their application. We therefore think it necessary to fix the point of view for criticism next to that for theory. From the simple narration of any historical occurrence which places events in chronological order, or at most only touches on their more immediate causes, we separate the critical. In this critical, three different operations of the mind may be observed. First, the historical investigation and determining of doubtful facts. This is properly historical research, and has nothing in common with theory. Secondly, the tracing of effects to causes. This is the real critical inquiry. It is indispensable to theory, for everything in which theory is to be established, supported, or even merely explained by experience can only be settled in this way. Thirdly, the testing of the means employed. This is criticism, properly speaking, in which praise and censure is contained. This is where theory helps history, or rather, the teaching to be derived from it. In these two last strictly critical parts of historical study, all depends on tracing things to their primary elements, that is to say, up to undoubted truths, and not, as is so often done, resting half-way, that is, on some arbitrary assumption or supposition. As respects the tracing of effect to cause, that is often attended with the insuperable difficulty that the real causes are not known. In none of the relations of life does this so frequently happen as in War, where events are seldom fully known, and still less motives, as the latter have been, perhaps purposely, concealed by the chief actor, or have been of such a transient and accidental character that they have been lost for history. For this reason, critical narration must generally proceed hand in hand with historical investigation, and still such a want of connection between cause and effect will often present itself that it does not seem justifiable to consider effects as the necessary results of known causes. Here therefore must occur, that is, historical results which cannot be made use of for teaching. All that theory can demand is that the investigation should be rigidly conducted up to that point, and there leave off without drawing conclusions. A real evil springs up only if the known is made perforce to suffice as an explanation of effects, and thus a false importance is ascribed to it. Besides this difficulty, critical inquiry also meets with another great and intrinsic one, which is, that the progress of events in War seldom proceeds from one simple cause, but from several in common, and that it therefore is not sufficient to follow up a series of events to their origin in a candid and impartial spirit, but that it is then also necessary to apportion to each contributing cause its due weight. This leads therefore to a closer investigation of their nature, and thus a critical investigation may lead into what is the proper field of theory. The critical consideration, that is, the testing of the means, leads to the question, which are the effects peculiar to the means applied, and whether these effects were comprehended in the plans of the person directing. The effects peculiar to the means lead to the investigation of their nature, and thus again into the field of theory. We have already seen that in criticism all depends upon attaining to positive truth, therefore that we must not stop at arbitrary propositions which are not allowed by others, and to which other, perhaps equally arbitrary assertions may again be opposed, so that there is no end to pros and cons. The whole is without result, and therefore without instruction. We have seen that both the search for causes and the examination of means lead into the field of theory, that is, into the field of universal truth, which does not proceed solely from the case immediately under examination. If there is a theory which can be used, then the critical consideration will appeal to the proofs there afforded, and the examination may there stop. But where no such theoretical truth is to be found, the inquiry must be pushed up to the original elements. If this necessity occurs often, it must lead the historian, according to a common expression, into a labyrinth of details. He then has his hands full, and it is impossible for him to stop to give the requisite attention everywhere. The consequence is, that in order to set bounds to his investigation, he adopts some arbitrary assumptions which, if they do not appear so to him, do so to others, as they are not evident in themselves or capable of proof. A sound theory is therefore an essential foundation for criticism, and it is impossible for it, without the assistance of a sensible theory, to attain to that point at which it commences chiefly to be instructive, that is, where it becomes demonstration both convincing and sans réplique. But it would be a visionary hope to believe in the possibility of a theory applicable to every abstract truth, leaving nothing for criticism to do but place the case under its appropriate law. It would be ridiculous pedantry to lay down as a rule for criticism that it must always halt and turn round on reaching the boundaries of sacred theory. The same spirit of analytical inquiry which is the origin of theory must also guide the critic in his work, and it can and must therefore happen that he strays beyond the boundaries of the province of theory and elucidates those points with which he is more particularly concerned. It is more likely, on the contrary, that criticism would completely fail in its object if it degenerated into a mechanical application of theory. All positive results of theoretical inquiry, all principles, rules, and methods, are the more wanting in generality and positive truth, the more they become positive doctrine. They exist to offer themselves for use as required, and it must always be left for judgment to decide whether they are suitable or not. Such results of theory must never be used in criticism as rules or norms for a standard, but in the same way as the person acting should use them, that is, merely as aids to judgment. If it is an acknowledged principle in tactics that in the usual order of battle cavalry should be placed behind infantry, not in line with it, still it would be folly on this account to condemn every deviation from this principle. Criticism must investigate the grounds of the deviation, and it is only in case these are insufficient that it has a right to appeal to the principles laid down in theory. If it is further established in theory that a divided attack diminishes the probability of success, still it would be just as unreasonable, whenever there is a divided attack and an unsuccessful issue, to regard the latter as the result of the former without further investigation into the connection between the two, as where a divided attack is successful, to infer from it the fallacy of the theoretical principle. The spirit of investigation which belongs to criticism cannot allow either. Criticism, therefore, supports itself chiefly on the results of the analytical investigation of theory. What has been made out and determined by theory does not require to be demonstrated over again by criticism, and it is so determined by theory that criticism may find it readily demonstrated. This office of criticism, of examining the effect produced by certain causes, and whether a means applied has answered its object, will be easy enough if cause and effect, means and end are all near together. If an army is surprised, and therefore cannot make a regular and intelligent use of its powers and resources, then the effect of the surprise is not doubtful. If theory has determined that in a battle the convergent form of attack is calculated to produce greater but less certain results, then the question is whether he who employs that convergent form had in view chiefly that greatness of result as his object. If so, the proper means were chosen. But if by this form he intended to make the result more certain, and that expectation was founded not on some exceptional circumstances in this case, but on the general nature of the convergent form, as has happened 100 times, then he mistook the nature of the means, and committed an error. Here the work of military investigation and criticism is easy, and it will always be so when confined to the immediate effects and objects. This can be done quite at option, if we abstract the connection of the parts with the whole, and only look at the things in that relation. But in War, as generally in the world, there is a connection between everything which belongs to a whole, and therefore, however small a cause may be in itself, its effects reach to the end of the act of warfare, and modify or influence the final result in some degree, let that degree be ever so small. In the same manner, every means must be felt up to the ultimate object. We can therefore trace the effects of a cause as long as events are worth noticing, and in the same way we must not stop at the testing of a means for the immediate object, but test also this object as a means to a higher one, and thus ascend the series of facts in succession until we come to one so absolutely necessary in its nature as to require no examination or proof. In many cases, particularly in what concerns great and decisive measures, the investigation must be carried to the final aim, to that which leads immediately to peace. It is evident that in thus ascending, at every new station which we reach, a new point of view for the judgment is attained, so that the same means which appeared advisable at one station, when looked at from the next above it, may have to be rejected. The search for the causes of events, and the comparison of means with ends, must always go hand in hand in the critical review of an act, for the investigation of causes leads us first to the discovery of those things which are worth examining. This following of the clue up and down is attended with considerable difficulty, for the farther from an event the cause lies, which we are looking for, the greater must be the number of other causes, which must at the same time be kept in view and allowed for in reference to the share which they have in the course of events, and then eliminated, because the higher the importance of a fact, the greater will be the number of separate forces and circumstances by which it is conditioned. If we have unravelled the causes of a battle being lost, we have certainly also ascertained a part of the causes of the consequences which this defeat has upon the whole war, but only a part, because the effects of other causes, more or less according to circumstances, will flow into the final result. The same multiplicity of circumstances is presented also in the examination of the means the higher our point of view. For the higher the object is situated, the greater must be the number of means employed to reach it. The ultimate object of War is the object aimed at by all the armies simultaneously, and it is therefore necessary that the consideration should embrace all that each has done or could have done. It is obvious that this may sometimes lead to a wide field of inquiry, in which it is easy to wander and lose the way, and in which this difficulty prevails, that a number of assumptions or suppositions must be made about a variety of things which do not actually appear, but which in all probability did take place, and therefore cannot possibly be left out of consideration. When Bonaparte, in 1797, at the head of the army of Italy, advanced from the Tagliamento against the Archduke Charles, he did so with a view to force that general to a decisive action before the reinforcements expected from the Rhine had reached him. If we look only at the immediate object, the means were well chosen and justified by the result, for the Archduke was so inferior in numbers that he only made a show of resistance on the Tagliamento, and when he saw his adversary so strong and resolute, yielded ground and left open the passages of the Norican Alps. Now, to what use could Bonaparte turn this fortunate event? To penetrate into the heart of the Austrian Empire itself, to facilitate the advance of the Rhine armies under Moreau and Hoch, and open communication with them. This was the view taken by Bonaparte, and from this point of view he was right. But now, if criticism places itself at a higher point of view, namely that of the French Directory, which body could see and know that the armies of the Rhine could not commence the campaign for 6 weeks, then the advance of Bonaparte over the Norican Alps can only be regarded as an extremely hazardous measure, for if the Austrians had drawn largely on their Rhine armies to reinforce their army in Styria, so as to enable the Archduke to fall upon the army of Italy, not only would that army have been routed, but the whole campaign lost. This consideration, which attracted the serious attention of Bonaparte at Villach, no doubt induced him to sign the armistice of Leoben with so much readiness. If criticism takes a still higher position, and if it knows that the Austrians had no reserves between the army of the Archduke Charles and Vienna, then we see that Vienna became threatened by the advance of the army of Italy. Supposing that Bonaparte knew that the capital was thus uncovered, and knew that he still retained the same superiority in numbers over the Archduke as he had in Styria, then his advance against the heart of the Austrian states was no longer without purpose, and its value depended on the value which the Austrians might place on preserving their capital. If that was so great that, rather than lose it, they would accept the conditions of peace which Bonaparte was ready to offer them, it became an object of the first importance to threaten Vienna. If Bonaparte had any reason to know this, then criticism may stop there, but if this point was only problematical, then criticism must take a still higher position, and ask what would have followed if the Austrians had resolved to abandon Vienna and retire further into the vast dominions still left to them. But it is easy to see that this question cannot be answered without bringing into the consideration the probable movements of the Rhine armies on both sides. Through the decided superiority of numbers on the side of the French, 130,000 to 80,000, there could be little doubt of the result, but then next arises the question, what use would the Directory make of a victory? Whether they would follow up their success to the opposite frontiers of the Austrian monarchy, therefore to the complete breaking up or overthrow of that power, or whether they would be satisfied with the conquest of a considerable portion to serve as a security for peace. The probable result in each case must be estimated, in order to come to a conclusion as to the probable determination of the Directory. Supposing the result of these considerations to be that the French forces were much too weak for the complete subjugation of the Austrian monarchy, so that the attempt might completely reverse the respective positions of the contending armies, and that even the conquest and occupation of a considerable district of country would place the French army in strategic relations to which they were not equal, then that result must naturally influence the estimate of the position of the Army of Italy, and compel it to lower its expectations. And this it was which no doubt influenced Bonaparte, although fully aware of the helpless condition of the Archduke, still to sign the Peace of Campo Formio, which imposed no greater sacrifices on the Austrians than the loss of provinces which, even if the campaign took the most favourable turn for them, they could not have reconquered. But the French could not have reckoned on even the moderate treaty of Campo Formio, and therefore it could not have been their object in making their bold advance, if two considerations had not presented themselves to their view, the first of which consisted in the question, what degree of value the Austrians would attach to each of the above-mentioned results, whether, notwithstanding the probability of a satisfactory result in either of these cases, would it be worth while to make the sacrifices inseparable from a continuance of the war, when they could be spared those sacrifices by a peace on terms not too humiliating. The second consideration is the question whether the Austrian government, instead of seriously weighing the possible results of a resistance pushed to extremities, would not prove completely disheartened by the impression of their present reverses. The consideration which forms the subject of the first is no idle piece of subtle argument, but a consideration of such decidedly practical importance that it comes up whenever the plan of pushing war to its utmost extremity is mooted, and by its weight in most cases restrains the execution of such plans. The second consideration is of equal importance, for we do not make war with an abstraction, but with a reality, which we must always keep in view, and we may be sure that it was not overlooked by the bold Bonaparte, that is, that he was keenly alive to the terror which the appearance of his sword inspired. It was reliance on that which led him to Moscow. There it led him into a scrape. The terror of him had been weakened by the gigantic struggles in which he had been engaged. In the year 797 it was still fresh, and the secret of a resistance pushed to extremities had not been discovered. Nevertheless, even in 1797, his boldness might have led to a negative result if, as already said, he had not with a sort of presentiment avoided it by signing the moderate peace of Campo Formio. We must now bring these considerations to a close. They will suffice to show the wide sphere, the diversity and embarrassing nature of the subjects embraced in a critical examination carried to the fullest extent, that is, to those measures of a great and decisive class which must necessarily be included. It follows from them that, besides a theoretical acquaintance with the subject, natural talent must also have a great influence on the value of critical examinations, for it rests chiefly with the latter to throw the requisite light on the interrelations of things, and to distinguish from amongst the endless connections of events those which are really essential. But talent is also called into requisition in another way. Critical examination is not merely the appreciation of those means which have been actually employed, but also of all possible means, which therefore must be suggested in the first place, that is, must be discovered, and the use of any particular means is not fairly open to censure until a better is pointed out. Now, however small the number of possible combinations may be in most cases, still it must be admitted that to point out those which have not been used is not a mere analysis of actual things, but a spontaneous creation which cannot be prescribed, and depends on the fertility of genius. We are far from seeing a field for great genius in a case which admits only of the application of a few simple combinations, and we think it exceedingly ridiculous to hold up, as is often done, the turning of a position as an invention showing the highest genius. Still, nevertheless, this creative self-activity on the part of the critic is necessary, and it is one of those points which essentially determine the value of critical examination. When Bonaparte, on the 30th of July, 1796, determined to raise the siege of Mantua, in order to march with his whole force against the enemy, advancing in separate columns to the relief of the place, and to beat them in detail, this appeared the surest way to the attainment of brilliant victories. These victories actually followed, and were afterwards again repeated on a still more brilliant scale, on the attempt to relieve the fortress being again renewed. We hear only one opinion on these achievements, that of unmixed admiration. At the same time, Bonaparte could not have adopted this course on the 30th of July without quite giving up on the idea of the siege of Mantua, because it was impossible to save the siege train, and it could not be replaced by another in this campaign. In fact, the siege was converted into a blockade, and the town, which if the siege had continued must have very shortly fallen, held out for 6 months in spite of Bonaparte's victories in the open field. Criticism has generally regarded this as an evil that was unavoidable, because critics have not been able to suggest any better course. Resistance to a relieving army within lines of circumvallation had fallen into such disrepute and contempt that it appears to have entirely escaped consideration as a means, and yet in the reign of Louis XIV that measure was so often used with success that we can only attribute to the force of fashion the fact that 100 years later it never occurred to any one even to propose such a measure. If the practicability of such a plan had ever been entertained for a moment, a closer consideration of circumstances would have shown that 40,000 of the best infantry in the world under Bonaparte, behind strong lines of circumvallation around Mantua, had so little to fear from the 50,000 men coming to relief under Wurmser, that it was very unlikely that any attempt even would have been made upon their lines. We shall not seek here to establish this point, but we believe enough has been said to show that this means was one which had a right to a share of consideration. Whether Bonaparte himself ever thought of such a plan, we leave undecided. Neither in his memoirs nor in any other sources is there any trace to be found of his having done so. In no critical works has it been touched upon, the measure being one which the mind had lost sight of. The merit of resuscitating the idea of this means is not great, for it suggests itself at once to any one who breaks loose from the trammels of fashion. Still, it is necessary that it should suggest itself for us to bring it into consideration, and compare it with the means which Bonaparte employed. Whatever may be the result of the comparison, it is one which should not be omitted by criticism. When Bonaparte, in February 1814, after gaining the battles at Étauges, Champaubert, and Montmirail, left Blücher's army, and turning upon Schwarzenberg, beat his troops at Montereau and Mormant, every one was filled with admiration, because Bonaparte, by thus throwing his concentrated force first upon one opponent, then upon another, made a brilliant use of the mistakes which his adversaries had committed in dividing their forces. If these brilliant strokes in different directions failed to save him, it was generally considered to be no fault of his at least. No one has yet asked the question, what would have been the result if, instead of turning from Blücher upon Schwarzenberg, he had tried another blow at Blücher and pursued him to the Rhine? We are convinced that it would have completely changed the course of the campaign, and that the army of the Allies, instead of marching to Paris, would have retired behind the Rhine. We do not ask others to share our conviction, but no one who understands the thing will doubt, at the mere mention of this alternative course, that it is one which should not be overlooked in criticism. In this case the means of comparison lie much more on the surface than in the foregoing, but they have been equally overlooked, because one-sided views have prevailed, and there has been no freedom of judgment. From the necessity of pointing out a better means, which might have been used in place of those which are condemned, has arisen the form of criticism almost exclusively in use, which contents itself with pointing out the better means without demonstrating in what the superiority consists. The consequence is that some are not convinced, that others start up and do the same thing, and that thus discussion arises which is without any fixed basis for the argument. Military literature abounds with matter of this sort. The demonstration we require is always necessary when the superiority of means propounded is not so evident as to leave no room for doubt, and consists in examination of each of the means on its own merits, and then of its comparison with the object desired. When once the thing is traced back to a simple truth, controversy must cease, or at all events a new result is obtained, whilst by the other plan the pros and cons go on for ever consuming each other. Should we, for example, not rest content with assertion, in the case before mentioned, and wish to prove that the persistent pursuit of Blücher would have been more advantageous than turning upon Schwarzenberg, we should support the arguments on the following simple truths. 1. In general, it is more advantageous to continue our blows in one and the same direction, because there is a loss of time in striking in different directions, and at a point where the moral power is already shaken by considerable losses, there is the more reason to expect fresh successes, therefore in that way no part of the preponderance already gained is left idle. 2. Because Blücher, although weaker than Schwarzenberg, was on account of his enterprising spirit the more important adversary. In him, therefore, lay the centre of attraction, which drew the others along in the same direction. 3. Because the losses which Blücher had sustained almost amounted to a defeat, which gave Bonaparte such a preponderance over him as to make his retreat to the Rhine almost certain, and at the same time no reserves of any consequence awaited him there. 4. Because there was no other result which would be so terrific in its aspects, which would appear to the imagination in such gigantic proportions, an immense advantage in dealing with a staff so weak and irresolute as that of Schwarzenberg notoriously was at this time. What had happened to the Crown Prince of Württemberg at Montereau, and to Count Wittgenstein at Mormat, Prince Schwarzenberg must have known well enough, but all the untoward events on Blücher's distant and separate line from the Marne to the Rhine would only reach him by the avalanche of rumour. The desperate movements which Bonaparte made upon Vitry at the end of March, to see what the Allies would do if he threatened to turn them strategically, were evidently done on the principle of working on their fears. But it was done under far different circumstances, in consequence of his defeat at Laon and Arcus, and because Blücher, with 100,000 men, was then in communication with Schwarzenberg. There are people, no doubt, who will not be convinced by these arguments, but at all events they cannot retort by saying that, whilst Bonaparte threatened Schwarzenberg's base by advancing to the Rhine, Schwarzenberg at the same time threatened Bonaparte's communications with Paris, because we have shown by the reasons above given that Schwarzenberg would never have thought of marching on Paris. With respect to the example quoted by us from the campaign of 1796, we should say, Bonaparte looked upon the plan he adopted as the surest means of beating the Austrians, but admitting that it was so, still the object to be attained was only an empty victory, which could have hardly any sensible influence on the fall of Mantua. The way which we should have chosen would, in our opinion, have been much more certain to prevent the relief of Mantua, but even if we place ourselves in the position of the French general, and assume that it was not so, and look upon the certainty of success to having been less, the question then amounts to a choice between a more certain but less useful, and therefore less important, victory on the one hand, and a somewhat less probable but far more decisive and important victory on the other hand. Presented in this form, boldness must have declared for the second solution, which is the reverse of what took place, when the thing was only superficially viewed. Bonaparte was certainly anything but deficient in boldness, and we may be sure that he did not see the whole case and its consequences as fully and clearly as we can at the present time. Naturally, the critic, in treating of the means, must often appeal to military history, as experience is of more value in the art of war than all philosophical truth. But this exemplification from history is subject to certain conditions, of which we shall treat in a special chapter, and unfortunately these conditions are so seldom regarded that reference to history generally only serves to increase the confusion of ideas. We have still a most important subject to consider, which is, how far criticism in passing judgments on particular events is permitted, or in duty bound, to make use of its wider view of things, and therefore also of that which is shown by results, or when and where it should leave out sight of these things in order to place itself, as far as possible, in the exact position of the chief actor. If criticism dispenses praise or censure, it should seek to place itself as nearly as possible at the same point of view as the person acting, that is to say, to collect all he knew, and all the motives on which he acted, and, on the other hand, to leave out of the consideration all that the person acting could not or did not know, and above all the result. But this is only an object to aim at, which can never be reached, because the state of circumstances from which an event proceeded can never be placed before the eye of the critic exactly as it lay before the eye of the person acting. A number of inferior circumstances, which must have influenced the result, are completely lost to sight, and many a subjective motive has never come to light. The latter can only be learnt from the memoirs of the chief actor, or from his intimate friends, and in such things of this kind are often treated of in a very desultory manner, or purposely misrepresented. Criticism must, therefore, always forego much which was present in the minds of those whose acts are criticised. On the other hand, it is much more difficult to leave out of sight that which criticism knows in excess. This is only easy as regards accidental circumstances, that is, circumstances which have been mixed up, but are in no way necessarily related. But it is very difficult, and in fact can never be completely done with regard to things really essential. Let us take first the result. If it has not proceeded from accidental circumstances, it is almost impossible that the knowledge of it should not have an effect on the judgment passed on events which have preceded it. For we see these things in the light of the result, and it is to a certain extent by it that we first become acquainted with them and appreciate them. Military history with all its events is a source of instruction for criticism itself, and it is only natural that criticism should throw that light on things which it has itself obtained from the consideration of the whole. If therefore it might wish in some cases to leave the result out of the consideration, it would be impossible to do so completely. But it is not only in relation to the result, that is, what takes place at the last, that this embarrassment arises. The same occurs in relation to preceding events, therefore with the data which furnished the motives to action. Criticism has before it, in most cases, more information on this point than the principal in the transaction. Now it may seem easy to dismiss from the consideration everything of this nature, but it is not so easy as we may think. The knowledge of preceding and concurrent events is founded not only on certain information, but on a number of conjectures and suppositions. Indeed, there is hardly any of the information respecting things not purely accidental which has not been preceded by suppositions or conjectures destined to take the place of certain information in case such should never be supplied. Now it is conceivable that criticism in after times, which has before it as facts all the preceding and concurrent circumstances, should not allow itself to be thereby influenced, when it asks itself the question, what portion of the circumstances, which at the moment of action were unknown, would it have held to be probable? We maintain that in this case, as in the case of the results, and for the same reason, it is impossible to disregard all these things completely. If therefore the critic wishes to bestow praise or blame upon a single act, he can only succeed to a certain degree by placing himself in the position of the person whose act he has under review. In many cases he can do so sufficiently near for any practical purpose, but in many instances it is the very reverse, and this fact should never be overlooked. But it is neither necessary nor desirable that criticism should completely identify itself with the person acting. In War, as in all matters of skill, there is a certain natural aptitude required which is called talent. This may be great or small. In the first case it may easily be superior to that of the critic, for what critic can pretend to the skill of a Frederick or a Bonaparte? Therefore, if criticism is not to abstain altogether from offering an opinion, where eminent talent is concerned, it must be allowed to make use of the advantage which its enlarged horizon affords. Criticism must not therefore treat the solution of a problem by a great general like a sum in arithmetic. It is only through the results and through the exact coincidences of events that it can recognise with admiration how much is due to the exercise of genius, and that it first learns the essential combination which the glance of that genius devised. But for every, even the smallest, act of genius, it is necessary that criticism should take a higher point of view, so that, having at command many objective grounds of decision, it may be as little subjective as possible, and that the critic may not take the limited scope of his own mind as a standard. The elevated position of criticism, its praise and blame announced with a full knowledge of all the circumstances, has in itself nothing which hurts our feelings. It only does so if the critic pushes himself forward and speaks in a tone as if all the wisdom which he has obtained by an exhaustive examination of the event under consideration were really his own talent. Palpable as is this deception, it is one which people may easily fall into through vanity, and one which is naturally distasteful to others. It very often happens that although the critic has no such arrogant pretensions, they are imputed to him by the reader, because he has not expressly disclaimed them, and then follows immediately a charge of a want of the power of critical judgment. If therefore a critic points out an error made by a Frederick or a Bonaparte, that does not mean that he who makes the criticism would not have committed the same error. He may even be ready to grant that, had he been in the place of one of these great generals, he might have made much greater mistakes. He merely sees this error from the chain of events, and he thinks that it should not have escaped the sagacity of the General. This is, therefore, an opinion formed through the connection of events, and therefore through the result. But there is another quite different effect of the result upon the judgment, that is, if it is used quite alone as an example for or against the soundness of a measure. This may be called judgment according to the result. Such a judgment appears at the first sight inadmissible, yet it is not. When Bonaparte marched to Moscow in 1812, all depended upon whether the taking of the capital, and the events which preceded the capture, would force the Emperor Alexander to make peace, as he had been compelled to do after the Battle of Friedland in 1807, and the Emperor Francis in 1805 and 1809 after Austerlitz and Wagram. For if Bonaparte did not obtain a peace at Moscow, there was no alternative but to return. That is, there was nothing for him but a strategic defeat. We shall leave out the question what he did to get to Moscow, and whether in his advance he did not miss many opportunities of bringing the Emperor Alexander to peace. We shall also exclude all consideration of the disastrous circumstances which attended his retreat, and which perhaps had their origin in the general conduct of the campaign. Still, the question remains the same, for however much more brilliant the course of the campaign up to Moscow might have been, still there was always an uncertainty whether the Emperor Alexander would be intimidated into making peace, and then, even if a retreat did not contain in itself the seeds of such disasters as in fact did occur, still it could never be anything else than a great strategic defeat. If the Emperor Alexander agreed to a peace which was disadvantageous to him, the campaign of 1812 would have ranked with those of Austerlitz, Friedland, and Wagram, but these campaigns also, if they had not led to peace, would in all probability have ended in similar catastrophes. Whatever, therefore, of genius, skill, and energy the conqueror of the world applied to the task, this last question addressed to fate remains always the same. Shall we then discard the campaigns of 1805, 1807, 1809, and say that on account of the campaign of 1812, that they were acts of imprudence, and the results were against the nature of things, and that in 1812 strategic justice at last found vent for itself in opposition to blind chance? That would be an unwarrantable conclusion, a most arbitrary judgment, a case only half proved, because no human eye can trace the thread of necessary connection of events up to the determination of the conquered princes. Still less can we say that the campaign of 1812 merited the same success as the others, and that the reason why it turned out otherwise lies in something unnatural, for we cannot regard the firmness of Alexander as something unpredictable. What can be more natural than to say that in the years 1805, 1807, 1809, Bonaparte judged his opponents correctly, and that in 1812 he erred in that point. On the former occasions, therefore, he was right, in the latter, wrong, and in both cases we judge by the result. All action in War, as we have already said, is directed on the probable, not on certain results. Whatever is wanting in certainty must always be left to fate, or chance, call it what you will. We may demand that what is so left should be as little as possible, but only in relation to the particular case, that is, as little as is possible in this one case, but not that the case in which the least is left to chance is always to be preferred. That would be an enormous error, as follows from all our theoretical views. There are cases in which the greatest daring is the greatest wisdom. Now, in everything which is left to chance by the chief actor, his personal merit, and therefore his responsibility as well, seems to be completely set aside. Nevertheless, we cannot suppress an inward feeling of satisfaction whenever expectation realises itself, and if it disappoints us, our mind is dissatisfied, and more than this of right and wrong should not be meant by the judgment which we form from the mere result, or rather that we find there. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that the satisfaction which our mind experiences at success, the pain caused by failure, proceed from a sort of mysterious feeling. We suppose between that success ascribed to good fortune and the genius of the chief a fine connecting thread, invisible to the mind's eye, and the supposition gives pleasure. What tends to confirm this idea is that our sympathy increases, becomes more decided, if the successes and defeats of the principal actor are often repeated. Thus it becomes intelligible how good luck in War assumes a much nobler nature than good luck at play. In general, when a fortunate warrior does not otherwise lessen our interest in his behalf, we have a pleasure in accompanying him in his career. Criticism, therefore, after having weighed all that comes within the sphere of human reason and conviction, will let the result speak for that part where the deep mysterious relations are not disclosed in any visible form, and will protect this silent sentence of a higher authority from the noise of crude opinions on the one hand, while on the other it prevents the gross abuse which might be made of this last tribunal. The verdict of the result must therefore always bring forth that which human sagacity cannot discover, and it will be chiefly as regards the intellectual powers and operations that it will be called into requisition, partly because they can be estimated with the least certainty, partly because their close connection with the will is favourable to the exercising over it an important influence. When fear or bravery precipitates the decision, there is nothing objective intervening between them for our consideration, and consequently nothing by which sagacity and calculation might have met the probable result. We must now be allowed to make a few observations on the instrument of criticism, that is, the language which it uses, because that is, to a certain extent, connected with the action in War, for the critical examination is nothing more than the deliberation which should precede action in War. We therefore think it very essential that the language used in criticism should have the same character as that which deliberation in War must have, for otherwise it would cease to be practical, and criticism could gain no admittance in actual life. We have said in our observations on the theory of the conduct of War, that it should educate the mind of the Commander for War, or that its teaching should guide his education. Also that it is not intended to furnish him with positive doctrines and systems which he can use like mental appliances. But if the construction of scientific formulae is never required, or even allowable, in War to aid the decision on the case presented, if truth does not appear there in a systematic shape, if it is not found in an indirect way, but directly by the natural perception of the mind, then it must be the same also in a critical review. It is true, as we have seen, that wherever complete demonstration of the nature of things would be too tedious, criticism must support itself on those truths which theory has established on the point. But just as in War the actor obeys these theoretical truths rather because his mind is imbued with them than because he regards them as objective inflexible laws, so criticism must also make use of them not as an external law or an algebraic formula, of which fresh proof is not required each time they are applied, but it must always throw light on the proof itself, leaving only to theory the more minute and circumstantial proof. Thus it avoids a mysterious, unintelligible phraseology, and makes its progress in plain language, that is, with a clear and always visible chain of ideas. Certainly this cannot always be completely attained, but it must always be the aim in critical expositions. Such expositions must use complicated forms of science as sparingly as possible, and never resort to the construction of scientific aids, as of a truth apparatus of its own, but always be guided by the natural and unbiased impressions of the mind. But this pious endeavour, if we may use that expression, has unfortunately seldom hitherto presided over critical examinations. The most of them have rather been emanations of a species of vanity, a wish to make a display of ideas. The first evil which we constantly stumble upon is a lame, totally inadmissible application of certain one-sided systems as a formal code of laws, but it is never difficult to show the one-sidedness of such systems, and this only requires to be done once to throw discredit for ever on critical judgments which are based on them. We have here to deal with a definite subject, and as the number of possible systems after all can be but small, therefore also they are themselves the lesser evil. Much greater is the evil which lies in the pompous retinue of technical terms, scientific expressions and metaphors, which these systems carry in their train, and which, like a rabble, like the baggage of an army broken away from its chief, hang about in all directions. Any critic who has not adopted a system, either because he has not found one to please him, or because he has not yet been able to make himself master of one, will at least occasionally make use of a piece of one, as one would use a ruler, to show the blunders committed by a general. The most of them are incapable of reasoning without using as a help, here and there some shreds of scientific military theory. The smallest of these fragments, consisting in mere scientific words and metaphors, are often nothing more than ornamental flourishes of critical narration. Now it is in the nature of things that all technical and scientific expressions which belong to a system lose their propriety, if they ever had any, as soon as they are distorted, and used as general axioms, or as small crystalline talismans, which have more power of demonstration than simple speech. Thus it has come to pass that our theoretical and critical books, instead of being straightforward, intelligible dissertations, in which the author always knows at least what he says, and the reader what he reads, are brimful of these technical terms, which form dark points of interference where the author and the reader part company. But frequently they are something worse, being nothing but hollow shells without any kernel. The author himself has no clear perception of what he means, contents himself with vague ideas, which if expressed in plain language would be unsatisfactory even to himself. A third fault in criticism is the misuse of historical examples, and a display of great reading or learning. What the history of the art of war is, we have already said, and we shall further explain our views on examples and on military history in general in special chapters. One fact merely touched upon in a very cursory manner may be used to support the most opposite views, and 3 or 4 such facts of the most heterogeneous description, brought together out of the most distant lands and remote times and heaped up, generally distract and bewilder the judgment and understanding without demonstrating anything, for when exposed to the light they turn out to be only trumpery rubbish, made use of to show off the author's learning. But what can be gained for practical life by such obscure, partially false, confused, arbitrary conceptions? So little is gained that theory on account of them has always been a true antithesis of practice, and frequently a subject of ridicule to those whose soldierly qualities in the field are above question. But it is impossible that this could have been the case if theory in simple language, and by natural treatment of those things which constitute the art of making war, had merely sought to establish just so much as admits of being established; if, avoiding all false pretensions and irrelevant display of scientific forms and historical parallels, it had kept close to the subject, and had gone hand in hand with those who must conduct affairs in the field of their own natural genius. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 2, Chapter 6 of On War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On War by Carl von Clausewitz. Translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Chapter 6. On Examples. Examples from history make everything clear and furnish the best description of proof in the empirical sciences. This applies with more force to the art of war than any other. General Scharnhorst, whose handbook is the best ever written on actual war, pronounces historical examples to be of the first importance, and makes an admirable use of them himself. Had he survived the war in which he fell, the 4th part of his revised treatise on artillery would have given a still greater proof of the observing and enlightened spirit in which he sifted matters of experience. But such use of historical examples is rarely made by theoretical writers. The way in which they more commonly make use of them is rather calculated to leave the mind unsatisfied, as well as to offend the understanding. We therefore think it important to bring specially into view the use and abuse of historical examples. Unquestionably, the branches of knowledge which lie at the foundation of the art of war come under the denomination of empirical sciences, for although they are derived in a great measure from the nature of things, still we can only learn this very nature itself for the most part from experience, and besides that, the practical application is modified by so many circumstances that the effects can never be completely learnt from the mere nature of the means. The effects of gunpowder, that great agent in our military activity, were only learnt by experience, and up to this hour experiments are continually in progress in order to investigate them more fully. That an iron ball, to which powder has given a velocity of 1,000 feet in a second, smashes every living thing which it touches in its course, is intelligible in itself. Experience is not required to tell us that. But in producing this effect, how many hundred circumstances are concerned, some of which can only be learnt by experience? And the physical is not the only effect which we have to study, it is the moral which we are in search of, and that can only be ascertained by experience, and there is no other way of learning and appreciating it but by experience. In the Middle Ages, when firearms were first invented, their effect, owing to their rude make, was materially but trifling compared to what it is now, but their effect morally was much greater. One must have witnessed the firmness of one of those masses taught and led by Bonaparte, under the heaviest and most unintermittent cannonade, in order to understand what troops, hardened by long practice in the field of danger, can do, when by a career of victory they have reached the noble principle of demanding from themselves their utmost efforts. In pure conception none would believe it. On the other hand, it is well known that there are troops in the service of the European powers at the present moment who would easily be dispersed by a few cannon shots. But no empirical science, consequently also no theory of the art of war, can always corroborate its truths by historical proof. It would also be, in some measure, difficult to support experience by single facts. If any means is once found efficacious in war, it is repeated. One nation copies another, the thing becomes the fashion, and in this matter it comes into use, supported by experience, and takes its place in theory, which contents itself with appealing to experience in general in order to show its origin, but not as verification of its truth. But it is quite otherwise if experience is to be used in order to overthrow some means in use, to confirm what is doubtful, or introduce something new. Then particular examples from history must be quoted as proofs. Now, if we consider closely the use of historical proofs, 4 points of view readily present themselves for our purpose. First, they may be used merely as an explanation of an idea. In every abstract consideration it is very easy to be misunderstood, or not to be intelligible at all. When an author is afraid of this, an exemplification from history serves to throw the light which is wanted on his idea, and to ensure his being intelligible to his reader. Secondly, it may serve as an application of an idea, because by means of an example there is an opportunity of showing the action of those minor circumstances which cannot all be comprehended and explained in any general expression of an idea, for in that consists indeed the difference between theory and experience. Both these cases belong to examples, properly speaking. The two following belong to historical proofs. Thirdly, a historical fact may be referred to particularly in order only to support what one has advanced. This is in all cases sufficient if we have only to prove the possibility of a fact or effect. Lastly, in the fourth place, from the circumstantial detail of a historical event, and by collecting together several of them, we may deduce some theory, which therefore has its true proof in this testimony itself. For the first of these purposes, all that is generally required is a cursory notice of the case, as it has only been used partially. Historical correctness is a secondary consideration. A case invented might also serve the purpose as well, only historical ones are always to be preferred, because they bring the idea, which they illustrate, nearer to practical life. The second use supposes a more circumstantial relation of events, but historical authenticity is again of secondary importance, and in respect to this point, the same is to be said as in the first case. For the third purpose, the mere quotation of an undoubted fact is generally sufficient. If it is asserted that fortified positions may fulfil their object under certain conditions, it is only necessary to mention the position of Bunzelwitz in support of the assertion. But if through the narrative of a case in history an abstract truth is to be demonstrated, then everything in the case bearing on the demonstration must be analysed in the most searching and complete manner. It must to a certain extent develop itself carefully before the eyes of the reader. The less effectually this is done, the weaker will be the proof, and the more necessary it will be to supply the demonstrative proof which is wanting in the single case by a number of cases, because we have a right to suppose that the more minute details, which we are unable to give, neutralise each other in their effects in a certain number of cases. If we want to show by example derived from experience that cavalry are better placed behind than in a line with infantry, that it is very hazardous without a decided preponderance of numbers to attempt an enveloping movement with widely separated columns, either on a field of battle or in the theatre of war, that is, either tactically or strategically, then in the first of these cases it would not be sufficient to specify some lost battles in which the cavalry was on the flanks, and some gained in which the cavalry was in the rear of the infantry; and in the latter of these cases it is not sufficient to refer to the battles of Rivoli and Wagram, to the attack of the Austrians on the theatre of war in Italy in 1796, or of the French upon the German theatre of war in the same year. The way in which these orders of battle or plans of attack essentially contributed to disastrous issues in those particular cases must be shown by closely tracing out circumstances and occurrences. Then it will appear how far such forms or measures are to be condemned, a point which it is very necessary to show, for a total condemnation would be inconsistent with truth. It has already been said that when circumstantial detail of facts is impossible, the demonstrative power which is deficient may, to a certain extent, be supplied by the number of cases quoted. But this is a very dangerous method of getting out of the difficulty, and one which has been much abused. Instead of one well-explained example, 3 or 4 are just touched upon, and thus a show is made of strong evidence. But there are matters where a whole dozen of cases brought forward would prove nothing if, for instance, they are facts of frequent occurrence, and therefore a dozen other cases with an opposite result might just as easily be brought forward. If any one will instance a dozen lost battles in which the side beaten attacked in separate converging columns, we can instance a dozen that have been gained in which the same order was adopted. It is evident that in this way no result is to be obtained. Upon carefully considering these different points, it will be seen how easily examples may be misapplied. An occurrence which, instead of being carefully analysed in all its parts, is superficially noticed, is like an object seen at a great distance, presenting the same appearance on each side, and in which the details of its parts cannot be distinguished. Such examples have in reality served to support the most contradictory opinions. To some, Daun's campaigns are models of prudence and skill, to others they are nothing but examples of timidity and want of resolution. Bonaparte's passage across the Noric Alps in 1797 may be made to appear the noblest resolution, but also as an act of sheer temerity. His strategic defeat in 1812 may be represented as the consequence either of an excess or of a deficiency of energy. All these opinions have been broached, and it is easy to see that they might well arise, because each person takes a different view of the connection of events. At the same time, these antagonistic opinions cannot be reconciled with each other, and therefore one of the two must be wrong. Much as we are obliged to the worthy Feuquieres for numerous examples introduced in his memoirs, partly because a number of historical incidents have thus been preserved which might otherwise have been lost, and partly because he was one of the first to bring theoretical, that is, abstract ideas into connection with the practical in War, insofar that the cases brought forward may be regarded as intended to exemplify and confirm what is theoretically asserted, yet, in the opinion of an impartial reader, he will hardly be allowed to have attained the object he proposed to himself, that of proving theoretical principles by historical examples, for although he sometimes relates occurrences with great minuteness, still he falls short, very often, of showing that the deductions drawn necessarily proceed from the inner relations of these events. Another evil which comes from the superficial notice of historical events is that some readers are either wholly ignorant of the events, or cannot call them to remembrance sufficiently to be able to grasp the author's meaning, so there is no alternative between either accepting blindly what is said, or remaining unconvinced. It is extremely difficult to put together or unfold historical events before the eyes of a reader in such a way as is necessary, in order to be able to use them as proofs, for the writer very often wants the means, and can neither afford the time nor the requisite space. But we maintain that, when the object is to establish a new or doubtful opinion, one single example thoroughly analysed is far more instructive than 10 which are superficially treated. The great mischief of these superficial representations is not that the writer puts his story forward as a proof, when it has only a false title, but that he has not made himself properly acquainted with the subject, and that from this sort of slovenly, shallow treatment of history, 100 false views and attempts at the construction of theories arise, which would never have made their appearance if the writer had looked upon it as his duty to deduce from the strict connection of events everything new which he brought to market, and sought to prove from history. When we are convinced of these difficulties in the use of historical examples, and at the same time of the necessity of making use of such examples, then we shall also come to the conclusion that the latest military history is naturally the best field from which to draw them, inasmuch as it alone is sufficiently authentic and detailed. In ancient times, circumstances connected with war, as well as the method of carrying it on, were different. Therefore, its events are of less use to us, either theoretically or practically, in addition to which military history, like every other, naturally loses in the course of time a number of small traits and lineaments originally to be seen, loses in colour and life like a worn-out or darkened picture, so that perhaps at last only the large masses and leading features remain, which thus acquire undue proportions. If we look at the present state of warfare, we should say that wars since that of the Austrian succession are almost the only ones which, at least as far as armament, have still a considerable similarity to the present, and which, notwithstanding the many important changes which have taken place, both great and small, are still capable of affording much instruction. It is quite otherwise with the War of the Spanish Succession, as the use of firearms had not then so far advanced towards perfection, and cavalry still continued the most important arm. The farther we go back, the less useful becomes military history, as it gets so much the more meagre and barren of detail. The most useless of all is that of the Old World. But this uselessness is not altogether absolute. It relates only to those subjects which depend on a knowledge of minute details, or on those things in which the method of conducting war has changed. Although we know very little about the tactics in the battles between the Swiss and the Austrians, the Burgundians and French, still we find in them unmistakable evidence that they were the first in which the superiority of a good infantry over the best cavalry was displayed. A general glance at the time of the Condottieri teaches us how the whole method of conducting war is dependent on the instrument used, for at no period have the forces used in war had so much the characteristics of a special instrument, and been a class so totally distinct from the rest of the national community. The memorable way in which the Romans in the Second Punic War attacked the Carthaginian possessions in Spain and Africa, while Hannibal still maintained himself in Italy, is a most instructive subject to study, as the general relations of the states and armies concerned in this indirect act of defence are sufficiently well known. But the more things descend into particulars, and deviate in character from the most general relations, the less we can look for examples and lessons of experience from very remote periods. For we have neither the means of judging properly of corresponding events, nor can we apply them to our completely different method of war. Unfortunately, however, it has always been the fashion with historical writers to talk about ancient times. We shall not say how far vanity and charlatanism may have had a share in this, but in general we fail to discover any honest intention and earnest endeavour to instruct and convince, and we can therefore only look upon such quotations and references as embellishments to fill up gaps and hide defects. It would be an immense service to teach the art of war entirely by historical examples, as Feuquieres proposed to do, but it would be full work for the whole life of a man, if we reflect that he who undertakes it must first qualify himself for the task by a long personal experience in actual war. Whoever, stirred by ambition, undertakes such a task, let him prepare himself for his pious undertaking as for a long pilgrimage. Let him give up his time, spare no sacrifice, fear no temporal rank or power, and rise above all feelings of personal vanity, of false shame, in order, according to the French code, to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 3, Chapters 1 through 5 of On War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On War by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Book 3 of Strategy in General. Chapter 1, Strategy. In the second chapter of the second book, strategy has been defined as the employment of the battle as the means towards the attainment of the object of the war. Properly speaking, it has to do with nothing but the battle. but its theory must include in this consideration the instrument of this real activity, the armed force, in itself and in its principal relations, for the battle is fought by it, and shows its effects upon it in turn. It must be well acquainted with the battle itself, as far as relates to its possible results, and those mental and moral powers which are the most important in the use of the same. Strategy is the employment of the battle to gain the end of the war. It must therefore give an aim to the whole military action, which must be in accordance with the object of the war. In other words, strategy forms the plan of the war, and to this end it links together the series of acts which are to lead to the final decision. That is to say, it makes the plans for the separate campaigns and regulates the combats to be fought in each. As these are all things which to a great extent can only be determined on conjectures, some of which turn out to be incorrect, while a number of other arrangements pertaining to details cannot be made at all beforehand, it follows as a matter of course that strategy must go with the army to the field in order to arrange particulars on the spot, and to make modifications in the general plan, which incessantly become necessary in war. Strategy can, therefore, never take its hand from the work for a moment. That this, however, has not always been the view taken is evident from the former custom of keeping strategy in the cabinet, and not with the army, a thing only allowable if the cabinet is so near to the army that it can be taken for the chief headquarters of the army. Theory will therefore attend on strategy in the determination of its plans, or, as we may more properly say, it will throw a light on things in themselves, and on their relations to each other, and bring out prominently the little that there is of principle or rule. If we recall to mind from the first chapter how many things of the highest importance War touches upon, we may conceive that a consideration of all requires a rare grasp of mind. A prince or general who knows exactly how to organise his war according to his object and means, who does neither too little nor too much, gives by that the greatest proof of his genius. But the effects of this talent are exhibited not so much by the invention of new modes of action, which might strike the eye immediately, as in the successful final result of the whole. It is the exact fulfilment of silent suppositions, it is the noiseless harmony of the whole action which we should admire, and which only makes itself known in the total result. Inquirer who, tracing back from the final result, does not perceive the signs of that harmony, is one who is apt to seek for genius where it is not, and where it cannot be found. The means and forms which strategy uses are in fact so extremely simple, so well known by their constant repetition, that it only appears ridiculous to sound common sense when it hears critics so frequently speaking of them with high-flown emphasis. Turning a flank, which has been done 1,000 times, is regarded here as a proof of the most brilliant genius, there as a proof of the most profound penetration, indeed even of the most comprehensive knowledge. Can there be in the book world more absurd productions? It is still more ridiculous if, in addition to this, we reflect that the same critic, in accordance with prevalent opinion, excludes all moral forces from theory, and will not allow it to be concerned with anything but the material forces, so that all must be confined to a few mathematical relations of equilibrium and preponderance, of time and space, and a few lines and angles. If it were nothing more than this, then out of such a miserable business there would not be a scientific problem for even a schoolboy. But let us admit, there is no question here about scientific formulas and problems. The relations of material things are all very simple. The right comprehension of the moral forces which come into play is more difficult. Still, even in respect to them, it is only in the highest branches of strategy that moral complications and a great diversity of qualities and relations are to be looked for, only at that point where strategy borders on political science, or rather where the two become one, and there, as we have before observed, they have more influence on the how much and how little is to be done than on the form of execution. Where the latter is the principal question, as in the single acts, both great and small in war, the moral quantities are already reduced to a very small number. Thus then in strategy everything is very simple, but not on that account very easy. Once it is determined from the relations of the state what should and may be done by war, then the way to it is easy to find. But to follow that way straight forward, to carry out the plan without being obliged to deviate from it 1,000 times by 1,000 varying influences, requires, besides great strength of character, great clearness and steadiness of mind. And out of 1,000 men who are remarkable, some for mind, others for penetration, others again for boldness or strength of will, perhaps not one will combine in himself all those qualities which are required to raise a man above mediocrity in the career of a General. It may sound strange, but for all who know war in this respect, it is a fact beyond doubt that much more strength of will is required to make an important decision in strategy than in tactics. In the latter we are hurried on with the moment. A commander feels himself borne along in a strong current, against which he durst not contend without the most destructive consequences. He suppresses the rising fears, and boldly ventures further. In strategy, where all goes on at a slower rate, there is more room allowed for our own apprehensions and those of others, for objections and remonstrances, consequently also for unreasonable regrets. And as we do not see things in strategy, as we do at least half of them in tactics with the living eye, but everything must be conjectured and assumed, the convictions produced are less powerful. The consequence is that most Generals, when they should act, remain stuck fast in bewildering doubts. Now let us cast a glance at history, upon Frederick the Great's campaign of 1760, celebrated for its fine marches and manoeuvres, a perfect masterpiece of strategic skill, as critics tell us. Is there really anything to drive us out of our wits with admiration in the King's first trying to turn Daun's right flank, then his left, then again his right, and such? Are we to see profound wisdom in this? No, that we cannot, if we are to decide naturally and without affectation. What we rather admire above all is the sagacity of the King in this respect, that while pursuing a great object with very limited means, he undertook nothing beyond his powers, and just enough to gain his object. This sagacity of the General is visible not only in this campaign, but throughout all the 3 wars of the great King. To bring Silesia into the safe harbour of a well-guaranteed peace was his object. At the head of a small state, which was like other states in most things, and only ahead of them in some branches of administration, he could not be an Alexander, and, as Charles XII, he would only, like him, have broken his head. We find, therefore, in the whole of his conduct of war, a controlled power, always well balanced, and never wanting in energy, which in the most critical moments rises to astonishing deeds, and the next moment oscillates quietly on again in subordination to the play of the most subtle political influences. Neither vanity, thirst for glory, nor vengeance could make him deviate from his course, and this course alone it is which brought him to a fortunate termination of the contest. These few words do but scant justice to this phase of the genius of the great General. The eyes must be fixed carefully on the extraordinary issue of the struggle, and the causes which brought about that issue must be traced out, in order thoroughly to understand that nothing but the King's penetrating eye brought him safely out of all dangers. This is one feature in this great Commander which we admire in the campaign of 1760, and in all others, but in this especially, because in none did he keep the balance even against such a superior hostile force with such a small sacrifice. Another feature relates to the difficulty of execution. Marches to turn a flank, right or left, are easily combined. The idea of keeping a small force always well concentrated, to be able to meet the enemy on equal terms at any point, to multiply a force by rapid movement, is as easily conceived as expressed. The mere contrivance in these points, therefore, cannot excite our admiration, and with respect to such things, there is nothing further than to admit that they are simple. But let a General try to do these things like Frederick the Great. Long afterwards, authors who were eyewitnesses have spoken of the danger, indeed of the imprudence of the King's camps, and doubtless at the time he pitched them, the danger appeared 3 times as great as afterwards. It was the same with his marches. Under the eyes, nay, often under the cannon of the enemy's army, these camps were taken up, these marches made, not from want of prudence, but because in Daun's system, in his mode of drawing up his army, In the responsibility which pressed upon him, and in his character, Frederick found that security which justified his camps and marches. But it required the King's boldness, determination, and strength of will to see things in this light, and not to be led astray and intimidated by the danger, of which 30 years after people still wrote and spoke. Few generals in this situation would have believed these simple strategic means to be practicable. Another difficulty in execution lay in this, that the King's army in this campaign was constantly in motion. Twice it marched by wretched crossroads, from the Elbe to Silesia, in rear of Daun, and pursued by Lasky, beginning of July, beginning of August. It required to be always ready for battle, and its marches had to be organised with a degree of skill which necessarily called forth a proportionate amount of exertion. Although attended and delayed by thousands of waggons, still its subsistence was extremely difficult. In Silesia, for 8 days before the battle of Liegnitz, it had constantly to march, defiling alternately right and left in front of the enemy. This costs great fatigue, and entails great privations. Is it to be supposed that all of this could have been done without producing great friction in the machine? Can the mind of a great commander elaborate such movements with the same ease as the hand of a land surveyor uses the astrolabe? Does not the sight of the sufferings of their hungry, thirsty comrades pierce the hearts of the commander and his generals 1,000 times? Must not the murmurs and doubts which these cause reach his ear? Has an ordinary man the courage to demand such sacrifices, and would not such efforts most certainly demoralise the army, break up the bands of discipline, and, in short, undermine its military virtue, if firm reliance on the greatness and infallibility of the commander did not compensate for all? Here, therefore, it is that we should pay respect. It is these miracles of execution which we should admire. But it is impossible to realise all this in its full force without a foretaste of it by experience. He who only knows war from books, or the drill ground, cannot realise the whole effect of this counterpoise in action. We beg him therefore to accept from us, on faith and trust, all that he is unable to supply from any personal experiences of his own. This illustration is intended to give more clearness to the course of our ideas, and in closing this chapter we will only briefly observe that in our exposition of strategy we shall describe those separate subjects which appear to us the most important, whether of a moral or material nature, then proceed from the simple to the complex, and conclude with the inner connection of the whole act of war, in other words, with the plan for a war or campaign. Observation. In an earlier manuscript of the first book are the following pages, endorsed by the author himself to be used for the first chapter of the second book. The projected revision of that chapter not having been made, the passages referred to are introduced here in full. By the mere assemblage of armed forces at a particular point, a battle there becomes possible, but does not always take place. Is that possibility now to be regarded as a reality, and therefore an effective thing? Certainly it is so by its results, and these effects, whatever they may be, can never fail. 1. Possible combats are on account of their results to be looked upon as real ones. If a detachment is sent away to cut off the retreat of a flying enemy, and the enemy surrenders in consequence without further resistance, still it is through the combat which is offered to him by this detachment sent after him that he is brought to his decision. If part of our army occupies an enemy's province, which was undefended, and thus deprives the enemy of very considerable means of keeping up the strength of his army, it is entirely through the battle which our detached body gives the enemy to expect, in case he seeks to recover the lost province, that we remain in possession of the same. In both cases, therefore, the mere possibility of a battle has produced results, and it is therefore to be classed amongst actual events. Suppose that in these cases the enemy has opposed our troops with others superior in force, and thus forced ours to give up their object without a combat, then certainly our plan has failed, but the battle which we offered at either of those points has not on that account been without effect, for it attracted the enemy's forces to that point, and in case our whole undertaking has done us harm, it cannot be said that these positions, these possible battles, have been attended with no results. Their effects, then, are similar to those of a lost battle. In this manner we may see that the destruction of the enemy's military forces, the overthrow of the enemy's power, is only to be done through the effect of battle, whether it be that it actually takes place, or that it is merely offered and not accepted. 2. Twofold object of the combat. But these effects are of two kinds, direct and indirect. They are of the latter if other things intrude themselves and become the object of the combat, things which cannot be regarded as the destruction of the enemy's force, but only leading up to it, certainly by a circuitous road, but with so much the greater effect. The possession of provinces, towns, fortresses, roads, bridges, magazines, and such, may be the immediate object of a battle, but never the ultimate one. Things of this description can never be looked upon as otherwise than a means of gaining greater superiority, so as at last to offer battle to the enemy in such a way that it will be impossible for him to accept it. Therefore all these things must only be regarded as intermediate links, steps as it were leading up to the effectual principle, but never as the principle itself. 3. Example. In 1814, by the capture of Bonaparte's capital, the object of the war was attained. The political divisions which had their roots in Paris came into active operation, and an enormous split left the power of the Emperor to collapse of itself. Nevertheless, the point of view from which we must look at all this, that through these causes the forces and defensive means of Bonaparte were suddenly and very much diminished, the superiority of the Allies therefore just in the same measure increased, and any further resistance then became impossible. It was this impossibility which produced the peace with France. If we suppose the forces of the Allies at that moment diminished to a like extent through external causes, if the superiority vanishes, then at the same time vanishes also all the effect and importance of the taking of Paris. We have gone through this chain of argument in order to show that this is the natural and only true view of the thing from which it derives its importance. It leads always back to the question, what at any given moment of the war or campaign will be the probable result of the great or small combats which the two sides might offer to each other. In the consideration of a plan for a campaign, this question only is decisive as to the measures which are to be taken all through from the very commencement. 4. When this view is not taken, then a false value is given to other things. If we do not accustom ourselves to look upon war, and the single campaigns in a war, as a chain which is all composed of battles strung together, one of which always brings on another, if we adopt the idea that the taking of a certain geographical point, the occupation of an undefended province, is in itself anything, then we are very likely to regard it as an acquisition which we may retain, and if we look at it so, and not as a term in the whole series of events, we do not ask ourselves whether this possession may not lead to greater disadvantages hereafter. How often we find this mistake recurring in military history. We might say that, just as in commerce the merchant cannot set apart and place in security gains from one single transaction by itself, so in war a single advantage cannot be separated from the result of the whole. Just as the former must always operate with the whole bulk of his means, just so in war, only the sum total will decide on the advantage or disadvantage of each item. If the mind's eye is always directed upon the series of combats, so far as they can be seen beforehand, then it is always looking in the right direction, and thereby the motion of the force acquires that rapidity. That is to say, willing and doing acquire that energy which is suitable to the matter, and which is not to be thwarted or turned aside by extraneous influences. Chapter 2. Elements of Strategy. The causes which condition the use of the combat in strategy may be easily divided into elements of different kinds, such as the moral, physical, mathematical, geographical, and statistical elements. The first class includes all that can be called forth by moral qualities and effects. To the second belong the whole mass of the military force, its organisation, the proportion of the three arms, and such and such. To the third the angle of the lines of operation, the concentric and eccentric movements, in as far as their geometrical nature has any value in the calculation. To the fourth the influences of country, such as commanding points, hills, rivers, woods, roads, and such and such. Lastly, to the fifth, all the means of supply. The separation of these things once for all in the mind does good in giving clearness, and helping to estimate at once, at a higher or lower value, the different classes as we pass onwards. For in considering them separately, many lose of themselves their borrowed importance. One feels, for instance, quite plainly that the value of a base of operations, even if we look at nothing in it but its relative position to the line of operations, depends much less in that simple form on the geometrical element of the angle which they form with one another, than on the nature of the roads and the country through which they pass. But to treat strategy according to these elements would be the most unfortunate idea that could be conceived, for these elements are generally manifold and intimately connected with each other in every single operation of War. We should lose ourselves in the most soulless analysis, and, as if in a horrid dream, we should be for ever trying in vain to build up an arch to connect this base of abstractions with facts belonging to the real world. Heaven preserve every theorist from such an undertaking. We shall keep to the world of things in their totality, and not pursue our analysis further than is necessary from time to time to give distinctness to the idea which we wish to impart, and which has come to us not by a speculative investigation, but through the impression made by the realities of War in their entirety. Chapter 3. Moral Forces. We must return again to this subject, which is touched upon in the 3rd chapter of the 2nd book, because moral forces are amongst the most important subjects in War. They form the spirit which permeates the whole being of War. These forces fasten themselves soonest and with the greatest affinity onto the will which puts in motion and guides the whole mass of powers, uniting with it as it were in one stream, because this is a moral force itself. Unfortunately, they will escape from all book analysis, for they will neither be brought into numbers nor into classes, and require to be both seen and felt. The spirit and other moral qualities which animate an army, a general, or governments, public opinion in provinces in which a war is raging, the moral effect of a victory or a defeat, are things which in themselves vary very much in their nature, and which also, according as they stand with regard to our object and our relations, may have an influence in different ways. Although little or nothing can be said about these things in books, still they belong to the theory of the art of War as much as everything else which constitutes War. For I must here once more repeat that it is a miserable philosophy if, according to the old plan, we establish rules and principles wholly regardless of all moral forces, and then, as soon as these forces make their appearance, we begin to count exceptions, which we begin to establish as it were theoretically, that is, make into rules, or if we resort to an appeal to genius, which is above all rules, thus giving out by implication not only that rules were only made for fools, but also that they themselves are no better than folly. Even if the theory of the art of War does no more in reality than recall these things to remembrance, showing the necessity of allowing to the moral forces their full value, and of always taking them into consideration, by doing so it extends its borders over the region of immaterial forces, and by establishing that point of view condemns beforehand every one who would endeavour to justify himself before its judgment seat by the mere physical relations of forces. Further, out of regard to all other so-called rules, theory cannot banish the moral forces beyond its frontier, because the effects of the physical forces and the moral are completely fused, and are not to be decomposed like a metal alloy by a chemical process. In every rule relating to the physical forces, theory must present to the mind at the same time the share which the moral powers will have in it, if it would not be led to categorical propositions, at one time too timid and contracted, at another too dogmatical and wide. Even the most matter-of-fact theories have, without knowing it, strayed over into this moral kingdom, for, as an example, the effects of a victory cannot in any way be explained without taking into consideration the moral impressions. And therefore the most of the subjects which we shall go through in this book are composed half of physical, half of moral causes and effects, and we may say the physical are almost no more than the wooden handle, whilst the moral are the noble metal the real bright polished weapon. The value of the moral powers and their frequently incredible influence are best exemplified by history, and this is the most generous and purest nourishment which the mind of the General can extract from it. At the same time it is to be observed that it is less by demonstrations, critical examinations, and learned treatises, than sentiments, general impressions, and single flashing sparks of truth, which yield the seeds of knowledge that are to fertilise the mind. We might go through the most important moral phenomena in War, and with all the care of a diligent professor try what we could impart about each, either good or bad. But as in such a method one slides too much into the commonplace and trite, whilst real mind quickly makes its escape in analysis, the end is that one gets imperceptibly to the relation of things which everybody knows. We prefer, therefore, to remain here more than usually incomplete and rhapsodical, content to have drawn attention to the importance of the subject in a general way, and to have pointed out the spirit in which the views given in this book have been conceived. Chapter 4. The Chief Moral Powers. These are the talents of the Commander, the military virtue of the Army, its national feeling. Which of these is the most important, no one can tell in a general way, for it is very difficult to say anything in general of their strength, and still more difficult to compare the strength of one with that of another. The best plan is not to undervalue any of them, a fault which human judgment is prone to, sometimes on one side, sometimes on another, in its whimsical oscillations. It is better to satisfy ourselves of the undeniable efficacy of these three things by sufficient evidence from history. It is true, however, that in modern times the armies of European states have arrived very much at a par as regards to discipline and fitness for service, and that the conduct of War has, as philosophers would say, naturally developed itself, thereby becoming a method common as it were to all armies, so that even from commanders there is nothing further to be expected in the way of application of special means of art, in the limited sense, such as Frederick II's oblique order. Hence it cannot be denied that, as matters now stand, greater scope is afforded for the influence of national spirit and habituation of an army to war. A long peace may again alter all this. The national spirit of an army, enthusiasm, fanatical zeal, faith, opinion, displays itself most in mountain warfare, where every one down to the common soldier is left to himself. On this account a mountainous country is the best campaigning ground for popular levies. Expertness of an army through training, and that well-tempered courage which holds the ranks together as if they had been cast in a mould, show their superiority in an open country. The talent of a general has most room to display itself in a closely intersected, undulating country. In mountains he has too little command over the separate parts, and the direction of all is beyond his powers. In open plains it is simple and does not exceed those powers. According to these undeniable elective affinities, plans should be regulated. Chapter 5. Military Virtue of an Army. This is distinguished from mere bravery, and still more from enthusiasm for the business of war. The first is certainly a necessary constituent part of it, but in the same way as bravery, which is a natural gift in some men, may arise in a soldier as part of an army from habit and custom, so with him it must also have a different direction from that which it has with others. It must lose that impulse to unbridled activity and exercise of force which is its characteristic in the individual, and submit itself to the demands of a higher kind, to obedience, order, rule, and method. Enthusiasm for the profession gives life and greater fire to the military virtue of an army, but does not necessarily constitute a part of it. War is a special business, and however general its relations may be, and even if all the male population of a country capable of bearing arms exercise this calling, still it always continues to be different and separate from the other pursuits which occupy the life of a man. To be imbued with a sense of the spirit and nature of this business, to make use of, to rouse, to assimilate into the system the powers which should be active in it, to penetrate completely into the nature of the business with the understanding, through exercise to gain confidence and expertness in it, to be completely given up to it, to pass out of the man into the part which is assigned to us to play in war, that is the military virtue of an army in the individual. However much pains may be taken to combine the soldier and the citizen in one and the same individual, Whatever may be done to nationalise wars, and however much we may imagine times have changed since the days of the old condottieri, never will it be possible to do away with the individuality of the business, and if that cannot be done, then those who belong to it, as long as they belong to it, will always look upon themselves as a kind of guild, in the regulations, laws, and customs in which the spirit of war by preference finds its expression. And so it is in fact. Even with the most decided inclination to look at war from the highest point of view, it would be very wrong to look down upon this corporate spirit, esprit de corps, which may and should exist more or less in every army. This corporate spirit forms the bond of union between the natural forces which are active in that which we have called military virtue. The crystals of military virtue have a greater affinity for the spirit of a corporate body than for anything else. An army which preserves its usual formations under the heaviest fire, which is never shaken by imaginary fears, and in the face of real danger disputes the ground inch by inch, which, proud in the feeling of its victories, never loses its sense of obedience, its respect for and confidence in its leaders, even under the depressing effects of defeat, an army with all its physical powers inured to privations and fatigue by exercise, like the muscles of an athlete, an army which looks upon all its toils as the means to victory, not as a curse which hovers over its standards, and which is always reminded of its duties and virtues by the short catechism of one idea, namely, the honour of its arms, such an army is imbued with the true military spirit. Soldiers may fight bravely, like Vendeans, and do great things like the Swiss, the Americans, or Spaniards, without displaying this military virtue. A commander may also be successful at the head of standing armies, like Eugene and Marlborough, without enjoying the benefit of its assistance. We must not therefore say that a successful war without it cannot be imagined, and we draw special attention to that point, in order the more to individualise the conception which is here brought forward, that the idea may not dissolve into a generalisation, and that it may not be thought that military virtue is, in the end, everything. It is not so. Military virtue in an army is a definite moral power, which may be supposed wanting, and the influence of which may therefore be estimated, like any instrument the power of which may be calculated. Having thus characterised it, we proceed to consider what can be predicated of its influence, and what are the means of gaining its assistance. Military virtue is for the parts what the genius of the commander is for the whole. The general can only guide the whole, not each separate part, and where he cannot guide the part, there military virtue must be its leader. A general is chosen by the reputation of his superior talents, the chief leaders of large masses after careful probation, but this probation diminishes as we descend the scale of rank, and in just the same measure we may reckon less and less upon individual talents. But what is wanting in this respect, military virtue should supply. The natural qualities of a warlike people play just this part: bravery, aptitude, powers of endurance, and enthusiasm. These properties may therefore supply the place of military virtue, and vice versa, from which the following may be deduced. 1. Military virtue is a quality of standing armies only, but they require it the most. In national risings its place is supplied by natural qualities, which develop themselves more rapidly. 2. Standing armies opposed to standing armies can more easily dispense with it than a standing army opposed to a national insurrection, for in that case the troops are more scattered and the divisions left more to themselves. But where an army can be concentrated, the genius of the general takes a greater place, and supplies what is wanting in the spirit of the army. Therefore generally military virtue becomes more necessary the more the theatre of operations and other circumstances make the war complicated, and cause the forces to be scattered. From these truths the only lesson to be derived is this, that if an army is deficient in this quality, every endeavour should be made to simplify the operations of the war as much as possible, or to introduce double efficiency in the organisation of the army in some other respect, and not to expect from the mere name of a standing army that which only the veritable thing itself can give. The military virtue of an army is therefore one of the most important moral powers in war, and where it is wanting we either see its place supplied by one of the others, such as the great superiority of generalship or popular enthusiasm, or we find the results not commensurate with the exertions made. How much that is great, this spirit, This sterling worth of an army, this refining of ore into polished metal, has already done, we see in the history of the Macedonians under Alexander, the Roman legions under Caesar, the Spanish infantry under Alexander Farnese, the Swedes under Gustavus Adolphus and Charles II, the Prussians under Frederick the Great, and the French under Bonaparte. We must purposely shut our eyes against all historical proof if we do not admit that the astonishing successes of these Generals and their greatness in situations of extreme difficulty were only possible with armies possessing this virtue. This spirit can only be granted from two sources, and only by these two conjointly. The first is a succession of campaigns and great victories, the other is an activity of the army carried sometimes to the highest pitch. Only by these does the soldier learn to know his powers. The more a General is in the habit of demanding from his troops, the surer he will be that his demands will be answered. The soldier is as proud of overcoming toil as he is of surmounting danger. Therefore it is only in the soil of incessant activity and exertion that the germ will thrive, but also only in the sunshine of victory. Once it becomes a strong tree, it will stand against the fiercest storms of misfortune and defeat, and even against the indolent activity of peace, at least for a time. It can therefore only be created in War and under great Generals, but no doubt it may last at least for several generations, even under Generals of moderate capacity, and through considerable periods of peace. With this generous and noble spirit of union in a line of veteran troops, covered with scars and thoroughly inured to war, we must not compare the self-esteem and vanity of a standing army, held together merely by the glue of service regulations and a drill book. A certain plodding earnestness and strict discipline may keep up military virtue for a long time, but can never create it. These things therefore must have a certain value, but must not be overrated. Order, smartness, goodwill, also a certain degree of pride and high feeling, are qualities of an army formed in time of peace, which are to be prized, but cannot stand alone. The whole retains the whole, and as with glass too quickly cooled, a single crack breaks the whole mass. Above all, the highest spirit in the world changes only too easily at the first check into depression, and one might say into a kind of rhodomontade of alarm, the French sauve-qui-peut. Such an army can achieve something through its leader, never by itself. It must be led with double caution until by degrees, in victory and hardships, the strength grows into the full armour. Beware then of confusing the spirit of an army with its temper. End of Book 3, Chapters 1 through 5. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 3, Chapters 6 through 10 of On War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On War, by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Book 3, Chapter 6. Boldness. The place and part which boldness takes in the dynamic system of powers, where it stands opposed to foresight and prudence, has been stated in the chapter on the certainty of the result, in order thereby to show that theory has no right to restrict it by virtue of its legislative power. But this noble impulse, with which the human soul raises itself above the most formidable dangers, is to be regarded as an active principle peculiarly belonging to War. In fact, in what branch of human activity should boldness have a right of citizenship, if not in War? From the transport driver and the drummer up to the general, it is the noblest of virtues, the true steel which gives the weapon its edge and brilliancy. Let us admit, in fact, it has in War even its own prerogatives. Over and above the results of the calculation of space, time, and quantity, we must allow a certain percentage which boldness derives from the weakness of others, whenever it gains the mastery. It is therefore virtually a creative power. This is not difficult to demonstrate philosophically. As often as boldness encounters hesitation, the probability of the result is, of necessity, in its favour, because the very state of hesitation implies a loss of equilibrium already. It is only when it encounters cautious foresight, which we may say is just as bold, at all events just as strong and powerful as itself, that it is at a disadvantage. Such cases, however, rarely occur. Out of the whole multitude of prudent men in the world, the great majority are so from timidity. Amongst large masses, boldness is a force, the special cultivation of which can never be to the detriment of other forces, because the great mass is bound to a higher will by the framework and joints of the order of battle and of the service, and therefore is guided by an intelligent power which is extraneous. Boldness is therefore here only like a spring held down until action is required. The higher the rank, the more necessary it is that boldness should be accompanied by a reflective mind, that it may not be a mere blind outburst of passion to no purpose, for with increase of rank it becomes always less a matter of self-sacrifice, and more a matter of the preservation of others, and the good of the whole. Where regulations of the service, as a kind of second nature, prescribe for the masses, reflection must be the guide of the General, and in his case individual boldness in action may easily become a fault. Still, at the same time, it is a fine failing, and must not be looked at in the same light as any other. Happy the Army in which untimely boldness frequently manifests itself. It is an exuberant growth which shows a rich soil. Even foolhardiness, that is, boldness without an object, is not to be despised. In point of fact, it is the same energy of feeling, only exercised as a kind of passion without any co-operation of the intelligent faculties. It is only when it strikes at the root of obedience, when it treats with contempt the orders of superior authority, that it must be repressed as a dangerous evil, not on its own account, but on account of the act of disobedience, for there is nothing in War which is of greater importance than obedience. The reader will readily agree with us that, supposing an equal degree of discernment to be forthcoming in a certain number of cases, 1,000 times as many of them will end in disaster through over-anxiety as through boldness. One would suppose it natural that the interposition of a reasonable object should stimulate boldness, and therefore lessen its intrinsic merit, and yet the reverse is the case in reality. The intervention of lucid thought, or the general supremacy of the mind, deprives the emotional forces of the great part of their power. On that account, boldness becomes of rarer occurrence the higher we ascend the scale of rank, for whether the discernment and the understanding do or do not increase with these ranks, still the commanders, in their several stations as they rise, are pressed upon more and more severely by objective things, by relations and claims from without, so that they become the more perplexed the lower the degree of their individual intelligence. This, so far as regards War, is the chief foundation of the truth of the French proverb, "Tel brille au second que s'éclipse en premier." Almost all the Generals who are represented in history as merely having attained to mediocrity, and as wanting in decision when in supreme command, are men celebrated in their antecedent career for their boldness and decision. In those motives to bold action which arise from the pressure of necessity we must make a distinction. Necessity has its degrees of intensity. If it lies near at hand, if the person acting is in the pursuit of his object, driven into great dangers in order to escape others equally great, then we can only admire his resolution, which still has also its value. If a young man to show his skill in horsemanship leaps across a deep cleft, then he is bold. If he makes the same leap, pursued by a troop of head-chopping janissaries, he is only resolute. But the farther off the necessity from the point of action, the greater the number of relations intervening which the mind has to traverse in order to realise them, by so much the less does necessity take from boldness in action. If Frederick the Great, in the year 1756, saw that War was inevitable, and that he could only escape destruction by being beforehand with his enemies, it became necessary for him to commence the war himself, but at the same time it was certainly very bold, for few men in his position would have made up their minds to do so. Although strategy is only the province of generals-in-chief or commanders in the higher positions, still boldness in all the other branches of an army is as little a matter of indifference to it as their other military virtues. With an army belonging to a bold race, and in which the spirit of boldness has been always nourished, very different things may be undertaken than with one in which this virtue is unknown. For that reason we have considered it in connection with an army, but our subject is specially the boldness of the General, and yet we have not much to say about it after having described this military virtue in a general way to the best of our ability. The higher we rise in a position of command, The more of the mind, understanding, and penetration predominate in activity, the more therefore is boldness, which is a property of the feelings, kept in subjection, and for that reason we find it so rarely in the highest positions, but then so much the more should it be admired. Boldness, directed by an overruling intelligence, is the stamp of the hero. This boldness does not consist in venturing directly against the nature of things, in a downright contempt of the laws of probability, but, if a choice is once made, in the rigorous adherence to that higher calculation which genius, the tact of judgment, has gone over with the speed of lightning. The more boldness lends wings to the mind and the discernment, so much the further will they reach in their flight, so much the more comprehensive will be the view, the more exact the result, but certainly always only in the sense that with greater objects greater dangers are connected. The ordinary man, not to speak of the weak and irresolute, arrives at an exact result so far as is possible without ocular demonstration, at most after diligent reflection in his chamber, at a distance from danger and responsibility. Let danger and responsibility draw close round him in every direction, then he loses the power of comprehensive vision, and if he retains this in any measure by the influence of others, he will still lose his power of decision, because in that point no one can help him. We think then it impossible to imagine a distinguished General without boldness, that is to say, no man can become one who is not born with this power of the soul, and we therefore look upon it as the first requisite for such a career. How much of this inborn power, developed and moderated through education and the circumstances of life, is left when the man has attained a high position, is the second question. The greater this power still is, the stronger will genius be on the wing, the higher will be its flight. The risks become always greater, but the purpose grows with them. Whether its lines proceed out of and get their direction from a distant necessity, or whether they converge to the keystone of a building which ambition has planned, whether Frederick or Alexander acts, is much the same as regards the critical view. If the one excites the imagination because it is bolder, the other pleases the understanding most, because it has in it more absolute necessity. We have still to advert to one very important circumstance. The spirit of boldness can exist in an Army either because it is in the people, or because it has been generated in a successful war, conducted by able Generals. In the latter case it must of course be dispensed with at the commencement. Now in our days there is hardly any other means of educating the spirit of a people in this respect, except by war, and that too under bold Generals. By it alone can the effeminacy of feeling be counteracted, that propensity to seek for the enjoyment of comfort which cause degeneracy in a people, rising in prosperity, and immersed in an extremely busy commerce. A nation can hope to have a strong position in the political world only if its character and practice in actual war mutually support each other in constant reciprocal action. Chapter 7. Perseverance. The reader expects to hear of angles and lines, and finds, instead of these citizens of the scientific world, only people out of common life, such as he meets with every day in the street, and yet the author cannot make up his mind to become a hair's breadth more mathematical than the subject seems to him to require, and he is not alarmed at the surprise which the reader may show. In War, more than anywhere else in the world, things happen differently to what we had expected, and look differently when near to what they did at a distance. With what serenity the architect can watch his work gradually rising and growing into his plan. The doctor, although much more at the mercy of mysterious agencies and chances than the architect, still knows enough of the forms and effects of his means. In War, on the other hand, the commander of an immense whole finds himself in a constant whirlpool of false and true information, of mistakes committed through fear, through negligence, through precipitation, of contraventions of his authority, either from mistaken or correct motives, from ill will, true or false sense of duty, indolence or exhaustion, of accidents which no mortal could have foreseen. In short, he is the victim of 100,000 impressions, of which the most have an intimidating, the fewest an encouraging tendency. By long experience in War, the tact is acquired of readily appreciating the value of these incidents. High courage and stability of character stand proof against them, as the rock resists the beating of the waves. He who would yield to these impressions would never carry out an undertaking, and on that account perseverance in the proposed object, as long as there is no decided reason against it, is the most necessary counterpoise. Further, there is hardly any celebrated enterprise in War which was not achieved by endless exertion, pains, and privations, and, as here, the weakness of the physical and moral man is ever disposed to yield. Only an immense force of will, which manifests itself in perseverance, admired by present and future generations, can conduct to our goal. Chapter 8. Superiority of Numbers. This is in tactics, as well as in strategy, the most general principle of victory, and shall be examined by us first in its generality, for which we may be permitted the following exposition. Strategy fixes the point where, the time when, and the numerical force with which the battle is to be fought. By this triple determination it has therefore a very essential influence on the issue of the combat. If tactics has fought the battle, if the result is over, let it be victory or defeat, strategy makes such use of it as can be made in accordance with the great object of the War. This object is naturally often a very distant one, seldom does it lie quite close at hand. A series of other objects subordinate themselves to it as means. These objects, which are at the same time means to a higher purpose, may be practically of various kinds, even the ultimate aim of the whole War may be a different one in every case. We shall make ourselves acquainted with these things according as we come to know the separate objects which they come in contact with, and it is not our intention here to embrace the whole subject by a complete enumeration of them, even if that were possible. We therefore let the employment of the battle stand over for the present. Even those things through which strategy has an influence on the issue of the combat, inasmuch as it establishes the same, to a certain extent decrees them, are not so simple that they can be embraced in one single view, for as strategy appoints time, place, and force, it can do so in practice in many ways, each of which influences in a different manner the result of the combat as well as its consequences. Therefore we shall only get acquainted with this also by degrees, that is, through the subjects which more closely determine the application. If we strip the combat of all modifications which it may undergo according to its immediate purpose and the circumstance from which it proceeds, lastly, if we set aside the valour of the troops, because that is a given quantity, then there remains only the bare conception of the combat, that is, a combat without form, in which we distinguish nothing but the number of the combatants. This number will, therefore, determine victory. Now, from the number of things above deducted to get to this point, it is shown that the superiority in numbers in a battle is only one of the factors employed to produce victory, that therefore, so far from having with the superiority in number obtained all, or even only the principal thing, we have perhaps got very little by it, according as the other circumstances which co-operate happen to vary. But this superiority has degrees. It may be imagined as twofold, threefold, or fourfold, and everyone sees that by increasing it this way it must, at last, overpower everything else. In such an aspect we grant that the superiority in numbers is the most important factor in the result of a combat, only it must be sufficiently great to be a counterpoise to all the other co-operating circumstances. The direct result of this is, that the greatest possible number of troops should be brought into action at the decisive point. Whether the troops thus brought are sufficient or not, we have then done in this respect all that our means allowed. This is the first principle in strategy. Therefore, in general, as now stated, it is just as well suited for Greeks and Persians, or for Englishmen and Mahrattas, as for French and Germans. But we shall take a glance at our relations in Europe as respects war, in order to arrive at some more definite idea on this subject. Here we find armies very much more alike in equipment, organisation, and practical skill of every kind. There only remains a difference in the military virtues of the armies, and in the talent of the generals, which may fluctuate with time from side to side. If we go through the military history of modern Europe, we find no example of a marathon. Frederick the Great beat 80,000 Austrians at Leuthen with about 30,000 men, and at Rossbach with 25,000, some 50,000 allies. These are, however, the only instances of victories gained against an enemy with double or more than double in numbers. Charles XII, in the battle of Narva, we cannot well quote, for the Russians were at that time hardly to be regarded as Europeans. Also the principal circumstances, even of the battle, are too little known. Bonaparte had at Dresden 120,000 against 220,000, therefore not the double. At Kolin, Frederick the Great did not succeed with 30,000 against 50,000 Austrians, neither did Bonaparte in the desperate battle of Leipzig, where he was 160,000 strong against 280,000. From this we may infer that it is very difficult in the present state of Europe for the most talented General to gain victory over an enemy double his strength. Now, if we see double numbers prove such a weight in the scale against the greatest Generals, we may be sure that, in ordinary cases, in small as well as great combats, an important superiority of numbers, but which need not be over 2 to 1, will be sufficient to ensure the victory, however disadvantageous other circumstances may be. Certainly we may imagine a defile which even a tenfold would not suffice to force, but in such a case it can be no question of a battle at all. We think therefore that under our conditions, as well as in all similar ones, the superiority at the decisive point is a matter of capital importance, and that this subject in the generality of cases is decidedly the most important of all. The strength at this decisive point depends on the absolute strength of the army and on the skill of making use of it. The first rule is therefore to enter the field with an army as strong as possible. This sounds like a commonplace, but still it is really not so. In order to show that for a long time the strength of forces was by no means regarded as a chief point, we need only observe that in most, and even in the most detailed histories of the war in the 18th century, the strength of the armies is either not given at all, or only incidentally, and in no case is any special value laid upon it. Tempelhof, in his History of the 7 Years' War, is the earliest writer who gives it regularly, but at the same time he does it only very superficially. Even Massenbach, in his manifold critical observations of the Prussian campaigns of 1793 and 94, in the Vosges, talks a great deal about hills and valleys, roads and footpaths, but doesn't say a syllable about mutual strength. Another proof lies in the wonderful notion which haunted the heads of many critical historians, according to which there was a certain size of an army which was the best, a normal strength, beyond which the forces in excess were burdensome rather than serviceable. Lastly, there are a number of instances to be found in which all the available forces were not really brought into the battle or into the war, because the superiority of numbers was not considered to have that importance which, in the nature of things, belongs to it. If we are thoroughly penetrated with the conviction that with a considerable superiority of numbers everything possible is to be effected, then it cannot fail that this clear conviction reacts on the preparations for the war, so as to make us appear in the field with as many troops as possible, and either to give us ourselves the superiority, or at least guard against the enemy obtaining it. So much for what concerns the absolute force with which the army is to be conducted. The measure of this absolute force is determined by the government, and although with the determination the real action of the war commences, and it forms an essential part of the strategy of the war, still in most cases the general who is in command of these forces in the war must regard their absolute strength as a given quantity, whether it be that he has no voice in fixing it, or that circumstances prevented a sufficient expansion being given to it. There remains nothing, therefore, where an absolute superiority is not attainable, but to produce a relative one at the decisive point by making skilful use of what we have. The calculation of space and time appears to be the most essential thing to this end, and this has caused that subject to be regarded as one which embraces nearly the whole art of using military forces. Indeed, some have gone so far as to ascribe to great strategists and tacticians a mental organ peculiarly adapted to this point. But the calculation of time and space, although it lies universally at the foundation of strategy, and is to a certain extent its daily bread, is still neither the most difficult nor the most decisive one. If we take an unprejudiced glance at military history, we shall find that the instances in which the mistakes in such a calculation have proved the cause of serious losses are very rare, at least in strategy. But if the conception of a skilful combination of time and space is fully to account for every instance of a resolute and active Commander beating several separate opponents with one and the same Army (Frederick the Great, Bonaparte), then we perplex ourselves unnecessarily with conventional language. For the sake of clearness and the profitable use of conceptions, it is necessary that things should always be called by their right names. The right appreciation of their opponents, Daun, Schwarzenberg, the audacity to leave for a short space of time a small force only before them, energy in forced marches, boldness in sudden attacks, the intensified activity which great souls acquire in the moment of danger, these are the grounds of such victories. And what have these to do with the ability to make an exact calculation of two such simple things as time and space? But even this ricocheting play of forces, when the victories at Rossbach and Montmiral give the impulse to victories at Leuthen and Montreux, to which generals on the defensive have often trusted, is still, if we would be clear and exact, only a rare occurrence in history. Much more frequently the relative superiority, that is, the skilful assemblage of superior forces at the decisive point, has its foundation in the right appreciation of those points, in the judicious direction which by that means has been given to the forces from the very first, and in the resolution required to sacrifice the unimportant to the advantage of the important, that is, to keep the forces concentrated in an overpowering mass. In this Frederick the Great and Bonaparte are particularly characteristic. We think we have now allotted to the superiority in numbers the importance which belongs to it. It is to be regarded as the fundamental idea, always to be aimed at before all and as far as possible. But to regard it on this account as a necessary condition of victory would be a complete misconception of our exposition. In the conclusion to be drawn from it lies nothing more than the value which should attach to the numerical strength in the combat. If that strength is to be made as great as possible, then the maxim is satisfied. A review of the total relations must then decide whether or not the combat is to be avoided for want of sufficient force. Chapter 9. The Surprise. From the subject of the foregoing chapter, the general endeavour to attain a relative superiority, there follows another endeavour which must consequently be just as general in its nature. This is the surprise of the enemy. It lies more or less at the foundation of all undertakings, for without it the preponderance at the decisive point is not properly conceivable. Surprise is, therefore, not only the means to the attainment of numerical superiority, but it is also to be regarded as a substantive principle in itself, on account of its moral effect. When it is successful in a high degree, confusion and broken courage in the enemy's ranks are the consequences, and of the degree to which these multiply a success, there are examples enough great and small. We are not now speaking of the particular surprise which belongs to the attack, but of the endeavour by measures generally, and especially by the distribution of forces, to surprise the enemy, which can be imagined just as well in the defensive, and which in the tactical defence particularly is a chief point. We say surprise lies at the foundation of all undertakings without exception, only in very different degrees according to the nature of the undertaking and other circumstances. This difference indeed originates in the properties and peculiarities of the Army and its Commander, in those even of the Government. Secrecy and rapidity are the two factors in this product, and these suppose in the Government and the Commander-in-Chief great energy, and on the part of the Army a high sense of military duty. With effeminacy and loose principles it is vain to calculate upon a surprise. But so general, indeed so indispensable, as is this endeavour, and true as it is that it is never wholly unproductive of effect, still it is not the less true that it seldom succeeds to a remarkable degree, and this follows from the nature of the idea itself. We should form an erroneous conception if we believed that by this means chiefly there is much to be attained in War. In idea it promises a great deal, in the execution it generally sticks fast by the friction of the whole machine. In tactics the surprise is very much more at home, for the very natural reason that all times and spaces are on a smaller scale. It will, therefore, in strategy, be the more feasible in proportion as the measures lie nearer to the province of tactics, and more difficult the higher up they lie toward the province of policy. The preparations for a war usually occupy several months. The assembly of an army at its principal positions requires generally the formation of depots and magazines, and long marches. the object of which can be guessed soon enough. It therefore rarely happens that one state surprises another by a war, or by the direction which it gives the mass of its forces. In the 17th and 18th centuries, when war turned very much upon sieges, it was a frequent aim, and a peculiar and important chapter in the art of war, to invest a strong place unexpectedly, but even that only rarely succeeded. On the other hand, with things which can be done in a day or two, a surprise is much more conceivable, and therefore also it is often not difficult thus to gain a march upon the enemy, and thereby a position, a point of country, a road, and such. But it is evident that what surprise gains in this way in easy execution, it loses in the efficacy. As the greater the efficacy, the greater always the difficulty of execution. Whoever thinks that with such surprises on a small scale he may collect great results, as, for example, the gain of a battle, the capture of an important magazine, believes in something which is certainly very possible to imagine, but for which there is no warrant in history. For there are upon the whole very few instances where anything great has resulted from such surprises, from which we may justly conclude that inherent difficulties lie in the way of their successes. Certainly whoever would consult history on such points must not depend on sundry battle steeds of historical critics, on their wise dicta and self-complacent terminology, but look at the facts with his own eyes. There is, for instance, a certain day in the campaign in Silesia, 1761, which in this respect has attained a kind of notoriety. It is the 22nd of July, on which Frederick the Great gained on Launden the march to Neussen, near Nice, by which, as is said, the junction of the Austrian and Russian armies in Upper Silesia became impossible, and therefore a period of 4 weeks was gained by the King. Whoever reads over this occurrence carefully in the principal histories, and considers it impartially, will, in the march of the 22nd July, never find this importance, and generally in the whole of the fashionable logic on this subject he will see nothing but contradictions, but in the proceedings of Launden, in this renowned period of manoeuvres, much that is unaccountable. How could one, with a thirst for truth and clear conviction, accept such historical evidence? When we promise ourselves great effects in a campaign from the principle of surprising, we think upon great activity, rapid resolutions, and forced marches as the means of producing them, but that these things, even when forthcoming in a very high degree, will not always produce the desired effect, we see in examples given by generals whom may be allowed to have had the greatest talent in the use of these means, Frederick the Great and Bonaparte. The first, when he left Dresden so suddenly in July 1760, and falling upon Lasky, then turned against Dresden, gained nothing by the whole of that intermezzo, but rather placed his affairs in a condition notably worse, as the fortress Glatz fell in the meantime. In 1813 Bonaparte turned suddenly from Dresden twice against Blücher, to say nothing of his incursion into Bohemia from Upper Lusatia, and both times without in the least attaining his object. They were blows in the air which only cost him time and force, and might have placed him in a dangerous position in Dresden. Therefore even in this field a surprise does not necessarily meet with great success through the mere activity, energy, and resolution of a commander. It must be favoured by other circumstances, but we by no means deny that there can be success. We only connect with it a necessity of favourable circumstances, which certainly do not occur very frequently, and which the commander can seldom bring about himself. Just those two generals afford each a striking illustration of this. We take first Bonaparte in his famous enterprise against Blücher's army in February 1814, when it was separated from the Grand Army and descending the Marne. It would not be easy to find 2 days' march to surprise the enemy productive of greater results than this. Blücher's army, extended over a distance of 3 days' march, was beaten in detail, and suffered a loss nearly equal to that of a defeat in a great battle. This was completely the effect of a surprise, for if Blücher had thought of such a near possibility of an attack from Bonaparte, he would have organised his march quite differently. To this mistake of Blücher's the result is to be attributed. Bonaparte did not know all these circumstances, and so there was a piece of good fortune that mixed itself up in his favour. It is the same with the Battle of Liegnitz, 1760. Frederick the Great attained this fine victory through altering, during the night, a position which he had just before taken up. Loudon was through this completely surprised, and lost 70 pieces of artillery and 10,000 men. Although Frederick the Great had at this time adopted the principle of moving backwards and forwards in order to make a battle impossible, or at least to disconcert the enemy's plans, still the alteration of position on the night of the 14th and 15th was not made exactly with that intention, but as the King himself says, because the position of the 14th did not please him. Here therefore also chance was hard at work. Without this happy conjunction of the attack and the change of position in the night, and the difficult nature of the country, the result would not have been the same. Also in the higher and highest province of strategy, there are some instances of surprises fruitful in results. We shall only cite the brilliant marches of the great Elector against the Swedes from Franconia to Pomerania, and from the Mark, Brandenburg, to the Pregel in 1757, and the celebrated passage of the Alps by Bonaparte, 1800. In the latter case an army gave up its whole theatre of war by a capitulation, and in 1757 another army was very near giving up its theatre of war and itself as well. Lastly, as an instance of a war wholly unexpected, we may bring forth the invasion of Silesia by Frederick the Great. Great and powerful are here the results everywhere, but such events are not common in history if we do not confuse them with cases in which a State, for want of activity and energy, Saxony, 1756, and Russia, 1812, has not completed its preparations in time. Now there still remains an observation which concerns the essence of the thing. A surprise can only be effected by that party which gives the law to the other, and he who is in the right gives the law. If we surprise the adversary by a wrong measure, then instead of reaping good results, we may have to bear a sound blow in return, and in any case the adversary need not trouble himself much about our surprise. He has, in our mistake, the means of turning off the evil. As the offensive includes in itself much more positive action than the defensive, so the surprise is certainly more in its place with the assailant, but by no means invariably, as we shall hereafter see. Mutual surprises by the offensive and defensive may therefore meet, and then that one will have the advantage who has hit the nail on the head the best. So should it be, but practical life does not keep to this line so exactly, and that for a very simple reason. The moral effects which attend a surprise often convert the worst case into a good one for the side they favour, and do not allow the other to make any regular determination. We have here in view, more than anywhere else, not only the chief commander, but each single one, because a surprise has the effect in particular of greatly loosening unity, so that the individuality of each separate leader easily comes to light. Much depends here on the general relation in which the two parties stand to each other. If the one side, through a general moral superiority, can intimidate and outdo the other, then he can make use of the surprise with more success, and even reap good fruit where properly he should come to ruin. CHAPTER X. Stratagem. Stratagem implies a concealed intention, and therefore is opposed to straightforward dealing, in the same way as wit is the opposite of direct proof. It has therefore nothing in common with the means of persuasion, of self-interest, of force, but a great deal to do with deceit, because that likewise conceals its object. It is itself a deceit as well when it is done, but still it differs from what is commonly called deceit in this respect, that there is no direct breach of word. The deceiver by stratagem leaves it to the person themselves, whom he is deceiving, to commit the errors of understanding which at last, flowing into one result, suddenly change the nature of things in his eyes. We may therefore say, as wit is sleight of hand with ideas and conceptions, so stratagem is sleight of hand with actions. At first it appears as if strategy had not improperly derived its name from stratagem, and that, with all the real and apparent changes which the whole character of war has undergone since the time of the Greeks, this term still points to its real nature. If we leave to tactics the actual delivery of the blow, the battle itself, and look upon strategy as the art of using this means with skill, then besides the forces of the character, such as burning ambition which always presses like a spring, a strong will which hardly bends, and such, there seems no subjective quality so suited to guide and inspire strategic activity as stratagem. The general tendency to surprise, treated of in the foregoing chapter, points to this conclusion, for there is a degree of stratagem, be it ever so small, which lies at the foundation of every attempt to surprise. But however much we feel a desire to see the actors in War outdo each other in hidden activity, readiness, and stratagem, still we must admit that these qualities show themselves but little in history, and have rarely been able to work their way to the surface from amongst the mass of relations and circumstances. The explanation of this is obvious, and it is almost identical with the subject matter of the preceding chapter. Strategy knows no other activity than the regulating of combat with the measures which relate to it. It has no concern, like ordinary life, with the transactions which consist merely of words, that is, in expressions, declarations, and such. But these, which are very inexpensive, are chiefly the means with which the wily one takes in those he practises upon. That which there is like it in War, plans and orders given merely as make-believers, false reports sent on purpose to the enemy, is usually of so little effect in the strategic field that it is only resorted to in particular cases which offer of themselves, therefore cannot be regarded as spontaneous action which emanates from the leader. But such measures as carrying out the arrangements for a battle, so far as to impose upon the enemy, require a considerable expenditure of time and power. Of course, the greater the impression to be made, the greater the expenditure in these respects. And as this is usually not given for the purpose, very few demonstrations, so called, in strategy, effect the object for which they are designed. In fact, it is dangerous to detach large forces for any length of time merely for a trick, because there is always the risk of its being done in vain, and then these forces are wanted at the decisive point. The chief actor in War is always thoroughly sensible of this sober truth, and therefore he has no desire to play at tricks of agility. The bitter earnestness of necessity presses so fully into direct action that there is no room for that game. In a word, the pieces on the strategical chessboard want that mobility which is the element of stratagem and subtility. The conclusion that we draw is that a correct and penetrating eye is a more necessary and more useful quality for a General than craftiness, although that also does no harm if it does not exist at the expense of necessary qualities of heart, which is only too often the case. But the weaker the forces which are under the command of strategy, so much the more they become adapted for stratagem, so that to the quite feeble and little, for whom no prudence, no sagacity is any longer sufficient, at the point where all art seems to forsake him, stratagem offers itself as a last resource. The more helpless his situation, the more everything presses toward one single desperate blow, the more readily stratagem comes to the aid of his boldness. Let loose from all further calculations, freed from all concern for the future, boldness and stratagem intensify each other, and thus collect at one point an infinitesimal glimmering of hope into a single ray, which may likewise serve to kindle a flame. End of Book 3, Chapters 6 through 10. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On War by Carl von Clausewitz. Translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Book 3, Chapter 11. Assembly of Forces in Space. The best strategy is always to be very strong, first generally, then at the decisive point. Therefore, apart from the energy which creates the army, a work which is not always done by the General, there is no more imperative and no simpler law for strategy than to keep the forces concentrated. No portion is to be separated from the main body unless called away by some urgent necessity. On this maxim we stand firm, and look upon it as a guide to be depended upon. What are the reasonable grounds on which a detachment of forces may be made, we shall learn by degrees. Then we shall also see that this principle cannot have the same general effects in every war, but that these are different according to the means and end. It seems incredible, and yet it has happened 100 times, that troops have been divided and separated merely through a mysterious feeling of conventional manner, without any clear perception of the reason. If the concentration of the whole force is acknowledged as the norm, and every division and separation as an exception which must be justified, then not only will that folly be completely avoided, but also many an erroneous ground for separating troops will be barred admission. Chapter 12. Assembly of Forces in Time. We have here to deal with a conception which in real life diffuses many kinds of illusory light. A clear definition and development of the idea is therefore necessary, and we hope to be allowed a short analysis. War is the shock of two opposing forces in collision with each other, from which it follows, as a matter of course, that the stronger not only destroys the other, but carries it forward with its movement. This fundamentally admits of no successive action of powers, but makes the simultaneous application of all forces intended for the shock appear as a primordial law of War. So it is in reality, but only so far as the struggle resembles also in practice a mechanical shock. But when it consists in a lasting mutual action of destructive forces, then we can certainly imagine a successive action of forces. This is the case in tactics, principally because firearms form the basis of all tactics, but also from other reasons as well. If in a fire combat 1,000 men are opposed to 500, then the gross loss is calculated from the amount of the enemy's force and our own. 1,000 men fire twice as many shots as 500, but no more shots will take effect on the 1,000 than on the 500, because it is assumed that they stand closer order than the other. If we were to suppose the number of hits to be double, then the losses on each side would be equal. From the 500 there would be, for example, 200 disabled, and out of the body of 1,000 likewise the same. Now if the 500 had kept another body of equal number quite out of the fire, then both sides would have 800 effective men, but of these, on the one side there would be 500 men quite fresh, fully supplied with ammunition, and in their full vigour. On the other side, only 800 all alike shaken in their order, in want of sufficient ammunition, and weakened in physical force. The assumption that 1,000 men, merely on account of their greater number, would lose twice as many as 500 would have lost in their place, is certainly not correct. Therefore the greater loss which the side suffers that has placed the half of its force in reserve must be regarded as a disadvantage in that original formation. Further, it must be admitted that, in the generality of cases, the 1,000 men would have the advantage at the first commencement of being able to drive their opponent out of his position and force him to a retrograde movement. Now whether these two advantages are a counterpoise to the disadvantage of finding ourselves with 800 men to a certain extent disorganised by the combat, opposed to an enemy who is not materially weaker in numbers, and who has 500 quite fresh troops, is one that cannot be decided by pursuing an analysis further. We must here rely upon experience, and there will scarcely be an officer experienced in war who will not in the generality of cases assign the advantage to that side which has the fresh troops. In this way it becomes evident how the employment of too many forces in combat may be disadvantageous, for whatever advantages the superiority may give in the first moment, we may have to pay dearly for in the next. But this danger only endures as long as the disorder, the state of confusion and weakness, lasts. In a word, up to the crisis which every combat brings with it, even for the conqueror. Within the duration of this relaxed state of exhaustion, the appearance of a proportionate number of fresh troops is decisive. But when this disordering effect of victory stops, and therefore only the moral superiority remains, which every victory gives, then it is no longer possible for fresh troops to restore the combat. They would only be carried along in the general movement. A beaten army cannot be brought back to victory a day after by means of a strong reserve. Here we find ourselves at the source of a highly material difference between tactics and strategy. The tactical results, the results within the four corners of the battle and before its close, lie for the most part within the limits of that period of disorder and weakness, but the strategic result, that is to say, the result of the total combat, of the victories realised, let them be small or great, lies completely beyond, outside of that period. It is only when the results of partial combats have bound themselves together into an independent whole that the strategic result appears, but then the state of crisis is over, the forces have resumed their original form, and are now only weakened to the extent of those actually destroyed, placed hors de combat. The consequence of this difference is that tactics can make a continued use of forces, strategy only a simultaneous one. If I cannot, in tactics, decide all by the first success, if I have to fear the next moment, it follows of itself that I employ only so much of my force for that success of the first moment as appears sufficient for that object, and keep the rest beyond the reach of fire or conflict of any kind, in order to be able to oppose fresh troops to fresh, or with such to overcome those that are exhausted. But it is not so in strategy. Partly, as we have just shown, it has not so much reason to fear a reaction after a success realised, because with that success the crisis stops. Partly, all the forces strategically employed are not necessarily weakened. Only so much of them as have been tactically in conflict with the enemy's force, that is, engaged in partial combat, are weakened by it, consequently only so much as was unavoidably necessary, but by no means all which was strategically in conflict with the enemy, unless tactics has expended them unnecessarily. Corps which, on account of the general superiority in numbers, have either been little or not at all engaged, whose presence alone has assisted in the result, are, after the decision, the same as they were before, and for new enterprises as efficient as if they had been entirely inactive. How greatly such corps, which thus constitute our excess, may contribute to the total success, is evident in itself. Indeed, it is not difficult to see how they may even diminish considerably the loss of the forces engaged in tactical conflict on our side. If, therefore, in strategy the loss does not increase with the number of troops employed, but is often diminished by it, and if, as a natural consequence, the decision in our favour is, by that means, the more certain, then it follows that in strategy we can never employ too many forces, and consequently also they must be applied simultaneously to the immediate purpose. But we must vindicate this proposition upon another ground. We have hitherto only spoken of the combat itself. It is the real activity in War, but men, time and space, which appear as the elements of this activity, must at the same time be kept in view, and the results of their influence brought into consideration also. Fatigue, exertion, and privation constitute in War a special principle of destruction, not essentially belonging to contest, but more or less inseparably bound up with it, and certainly one which especially belongs to strategy. They no doubt exist in tactics as well, and perhaps there in the higher degree, but as the duration of the tactical acts is shorter, therefore the small effects of exertion and privation on them can come but little into consideration. But in strategy, on the other hand, where time and space are on a larger scale, their influence is not only always very considerable, but quite often decisive. It is not at all uncommon for a victorious army to lose many more by sickness than on the field of battle. If therefore we look at the sphere of destruction in strategy in the same manner as we have considered that of fire and close combat in tactics, then we may well imagine that everything which comes within its vortex will, at the end of the campaign or any other strategic period, be reduced to a state of weakness, which makes the arrival of a fresh force decisive. We might therefore conclude that there is a motive in the one case, as well as the other, to strive for the first success with as few forces as possible, in order to keep up this fresh force for the last. In order to estimate exactly this conclusion, which in many cases, in practice, will have a great appearance of truth, we must direct our attention to the separate ideas which it contains. In the first place, we must not confuse the notion of reinforcement with that of fresh unused troops. There are few campaigns, at the end of which an increase of force is not earnestly desired by the conqueror as well as the conquered, and indeed should appear decisive. But that is not the point here, for the increase of force could not be necessary if the force had been so much larger at the first. But it would be contrary to all experience to suppose that an army coming fresh into the field is to be esteemed higher in point of moral value than an army already in the field, just as a tactical reserve is more to be esteemed than a body of troops which has been already severely handled in the fight. Just as much as an unfortunate campaign lowers the courage and moral powers of an army, a successful one raises these elements in their value. In the generality of cases, therefore, these influences are compensated, and then there remains, over and above, as clear gain, the habituation of war. We should, besides, look more here to successful than to unsuccessful campaigns, because when the greater probability of the latter may be seen beforehand, without doubt forces are wanted, and therefore the reserving a portion for future use is out of the question. This point being settled, then the question is, do the losses which a force sustains through fatigues and privations increase in proportion to the size of the force, as in the case in combat? And to that we answer, no. The fatigues of war result in a great measure from the dangers with which every moment of the active war is more or less impregnated. To encounter these dangers at all points, to proceed onwards with security in the execution of one's plans, gives employment to a multitude of agencies which make up the tactical and strategic service of the Army. This service is more difficult the weaker an Army is, and easier as its numerical superiority over the enemy increases. Who can doubt this? The campaign against a much weaker enemy will therefore cost smaller efforts than against one who is just as strong or stronger. So much for the fatigues. It is somewhat different with the privations. They consist chiefly of two things, the want of food and the want of shelter for the troops, either in quarters or in suitable camps. Both these wants will no doubt be in greater proportion as the number of men on one spot is greater, but does not the superiority in force afford also the best means of spreading out and finding more room, and therefore more means of subsistence and shelter? If Bonaparte, in his invasion of Russia in 1812, concentrated his army in great masses upon one single road in a manner never heard of before, and thus caused privations equally unparalleled, we must ascribe it to his maxim that it is impossible to be too strong at the decisive point. Whether in this instance he did not strain the principle too far is a question which would be out of place here, but it is certain that, if he had made a point of avoiding the stress which was by that means brought about, he had only to advance on a greater breadth of front. Room was not wanted for the purpose in Russia, and in very few cases can it be wanted. Therefore, from this no ground can be deduced to prove that the simultaneous employment of very superior forces must produce greater weakening. But now, supposing that in spite of the general relief afforded by setting apart a portion of the Army, wind and weather and the toils of war had produced a diminution even on the part which as a spare force would have been reserved for later use, still we must take a comprehensive general view of the whole, and therefore ask, will this diminution of force suffice to counterbalance the gain in forces which we, through our superiority in numbers, may be able to make in more ways than one? But there still remains a most important point to be noticed. In a partial combat, the force required to obtain a great result can be approximately estimated without much difficulty, and consequently we can form an idea of what is superfluous. In strategy this may be said to be impossible, because the strategic result has no such well-defined object, and no such circumscribed limits as the tactical. Thus what can be looked upon in tactics as an excess of power may be regarded in strategy as a means to give expansion to success, if opportunity offers for it. With the magnitude of the success, the gain in force increases at the same time, and in this way the superiority of numbers may soon reach a point which the most careful economy of forces could never have attained. By means of his enormous numerical superiority, Bonaparte was enabled to reach Moscow in 1812, and to take that central capital. Had he, by means of this superiority, succeeded in completely defeating the Russian army, he would, in all probability, have concluded a peace in Moscow which in any other way was much less attainable. This example is used to explain the idea, not to prove it, which would require a circumstantial demonstration, for which this is not the place. All these reflections bear merely upon the idea of a successive employment of forces, and not upon the conception of a reserve properly so called, which they, no doubt, come in contact with throughout, but which, as we shall see in the following chapter, is connected with some other considerations. What we desire to establish here is, that if in tactics the military force, through the mere duration of actual employment, suffers a diminution of power, if time, therefore, appears as a factor in the result, this is not the case in strategy in a material degree. The destructive effects which are also produced upon the forces in strategy by time are partly diminished through their mass, partly made good in other ways, and therefore in strategy it cannot be an object to make time an ally on its own account by bringing troops successively into action. We say on its own account, for the influence which time, on account of other circumstances which it brings about, but which are different from itself, can have, indeed must necessarily have, for one of the two parties, is quite another thing. It is anything but indifferent or unimportant, and will be the subject of consideration hereafter. The rule which we have been seeking to set forth is, therefore, that all forces which are available and destined for a strategic object should be simultaneously applied to it, and this application will be so much more the complete, the more everything is compressed into one act and into one movement. But still there is in strategy a renewal of effort and a persistent action which, as a chief means towards the ultimate success, is more particularly not to be overlooked. It is the continual development of new forces. This is also the subject of another chapter, and we only refer to it here in order to prevent the reader from having something in view of which we have not been speaking. We now turn to a subject very closely connected with our present considerations, which must be settled before full light can be thrown on the whole. We mean the strategic reserve. Chapter 13. Strategic Reserve. A reserve has two objects which are very distinct from each other, namely, first, the prolongation and renewal of the combat, and secondly, for use in case of unforeseen events. The first object implies the utility of a successive application of forces, and on that account cannot occur in strategy. Cases in which a corps is sent to succour a point which is supposed to be about to fall are plainly to be placed in the category of the second object, as the resistance which has to be offered here could not have been sufficiently foreseen. But a corps which is destined expressly to prolong the combat, and with that object in view is placed in the rear, would be only a corps placed out of reach of fire, but under the command and at the general disposition of the general commanding in the action, and accordingly would be a tactical and not a strategic reserve. But the necessity for a force ready for unforeseen events may also take place in strategy, and consequently there may also be a strategic reserve, but only where unforeseen events are imaginable. In tactics, where the enemy's measures are generally first ascertained by direct sight, and where they may be concealed by every wood, every fold of undulating ground, we must naturally always be alive more or less to the possibility of unforeseen events, in order to strengthen, subsequently, those points which appear too weak, and in fact to modify generally the disposition of our troops, so as to make it correspond better to that of the enemy. Such cases must also happen in strategy, because the strategic act is directly linked to the tactical. In strategy also, many a measure is first adopted in consequence of what is actually seen, or in consequence of uncertain reports arriving from day to day, or even from hour to hour, and lastly from the actual results of the combats. It is, therefore, an essential condition of strategic command that, according to the degree of uncertainty, forces must be kept in reserve against future contingencies. In the defensive generally, but particularly in the defence of certain obstacles of ground, like rivers, hills, and such contingencies, as is well known, happen constantly. But this uncertainty diminishes in proportion as the strategic activity has less of the tactical character, and ceases almost altogether in those regions where it borders on politics. The direction in which the enemy leads his columns to the combat can be perceived by actual sight only. Where he intends to pass a river is learnt from a few preparations which are made shortly before. The line by which he proposes to invade our country is usually announced by all the newspapers before a pistol shot has been fired. The greater the nature of the measure, the less it will take the enemy by surprise. Time and space are so considerable, the circumstances out of which the action proceeds so public and little susceptible to alteration, that the coming event is either made known in good time, or can be discovered with reasonable certainty. On the other hand, the use of a reserve in this province of strategy, even if one were available, will always be less efficacious, the more the measure has a tendency towards being one of a general nature. We have seen that the decision of a partial combat is nothing in itself, but that all partial combats only find their complete solution in the decision of the total combat. But even this decision of the total combat has only a relative meaning of many different gradations, according as the force over which the victory has been gained forms a more or less great and important part of the whole. The lost battle of a corps may be repaired by the victory of the army. Even the lost battle of an army may not only be counterbalanced by the gain of a more important one, but converted into a fortunate event. The 2 days of Culm, August 29 and 30, 1813. No one can doubt this, but it is just as clear that the weight of each victory, the successful issue of each total combat, is so much the more substantial, the more important the part conquered, and that therefore the possibility of repairing the loss by subsequent events diminishes in the same proportion. In another place we shall have to examine this in more detail. It suffices for the present to have drawn attention to the indubitable existence of this progression. If we now add lastly to these two considerations the third, which is that if the persistent use of forces in tactics always shifts the general result to the end of the whole act, law of the simultaneous use of forces in strategy, on the contrary, lets the principal result, which need not be the final one, take place almost always at the commencement of the great or whole act, then in these three results we have ground sufficient to find strategic reserves always more superfluous, always more useless, always more dangerous, the more general their destination. The point where the idea of a strategic reserve begins to become inconsistent is not difficult to determine. It lies in the supreme decision. Employment must be given to all the forces within the space of the supreme decision, and every reserve, active force available, which is only intended for use after that decision, is opposed to common sense. If, therefore, tactics has in its reserves the means of not only meeting unforeseen dispositions on the part of the enemy, but also of repairing that which can never be foreseen, the result of the combat, should that be unfortunate, strategy, on the other hand, must, at least as far as relates to the capital result, renounce the use of these means. As a rule, it can only repair the losses sustained at one point by advantages gained at another. In a few cases by moving troops from one point to another. The idea of preparing such reserves, by placing forces in reserve beforehand, can never be entertained in strategy. We have pointed out as an absurdity the idea of a strategic reserve which is not to co-operate in the capital result, and as it is so beyond doubt, we should not have been led into such an analysis as we have made in these two chapters, were it not that, in the disguise of other ideas, it looks like something better, and frequently makes its appearance. One person sees in it the acme of strategic sagacity and foresight, another rejects it, and with it the idea of any reserve, consequently even of a tactical one. This confusion of ideas is transferred to real life, and if we would see a memorable instance of it, we have only to call to mind that Prussia in 1806 left a reserve of 20,000 men cantoned in the Mark under Prince Eugene of Württemberg, which could not possibly reach the Saale in time to be of any use, and that another force of 25,000 men, belonging to this power remained in East and South Prussia, destined only to be put on a war footing afterwards as a reserve. After these examples, we cannot be accused of having been fighting with windmills. Chapter 14. Economy of Forces. The road of reason, as we have said, seldom allows itself to be reduced to a mathematical line by principles and opinions. There remains always a certain margin. But it is the same in all the practical arts of life. For the lines of beauty there are no abscissae and ordinates. Circles and ellipses are not described by means of their algebraical formulae. The actor in war, therefore, soon finds he must trust himself to the delicate tact of judgment which, founded on natural quickness of perception, and educated by reflection, almost unconsciously seizes upon the right. He soon finds that at one time he must simplify the law by reducing it to some prominent characteristic points which form his rules, that at another the adopted method must become the staff on which he leans. As one of these simplified characteristic points as a mental appliance, we look upon the principle of watching continually over the co-operation of all forces, or in other words, of keeping constantly in view that no part of them should ever be idle. Whoever has forces where the enemy does not give them sufficient employment, whoever has part of his forces on the march, that is, allows them to lie dead, while the enemies are fighting, he is a bad manager of his forces. In this sense there is a waste of forces, which is even worse than their employment to no purpose. If there must be action, then the first point is that all parts act, because the most purposeless activity still keeps employed and destroys a portion of the enemy's force, whilst troops completely inactive are for the moment quite neutralised. Unmistakably this idea is bound up with the principles contained in the last 3 chapters. It is the same truth, but seen from a somewhat more comprehensive point of view, and condensed into a single conception. Chapter 15. Geometrical Element. The length to which the geometrical element, or form in the disposition of military force in War, can become a predominant principle, we see in the art of fortification, where geometry looks after the great and the little. Also in tactics it plays a great part. It is the basis of elementary tactics, or the theory of moving troops. But in field fortification, as well as in the theory of positions and of their attack, its angles and lines rule like lawgivers who have to decide the contest. Many things here were at one time misapplied, and others were mere fribbles. Still, however, in the tactics of the present day, in which in every combat the aim is to surround the enemy, the geometrical element has attained anew a great importance in a very simple but constantly recurring application. Nevertheless, in tactics where all is more movable, where the moral forces, individual traits, and chance are more influential than in a war of sieges, the geometrical element can never attain to the same degree of supremacy as in the latter. But less still is its influence in strategy. Certainly here also, form in the disposition of troops, the shape of countries and states is of great importance, but the geometrical element is not decisive, as in fortification, and not nearly so important as in tactics. The manner in which this influence exhibits itself can only be shown by degrees at those places where it makes its appearance, and deserves notice. Here we wish more to direct attention to the difference which there is between tactics and strategy in relation to it. In tactics, time and space quickly dwindle to their absolute minimum. If a body of troops is attacked in flank and rear by the enemy, it soon gets to a point where retreat no longer remains. Such a position is very close to an absolute impossibility of continuing to fight. It must therefore extricate itself from it, or avoid getting into it. This gives to all combinations aiming at this from the first commencement a great efficiency, which chiefly consists in the disquietude which it causes the enemy as to consequences. This is why the geometrical disposition of the forces is such an important factor in the tactical product. In strategy this is only faintly reflected, on account of the greater space and time. We do not fire from one theatre of war upon another, and often weeks and months must pass before a strategic movement designed to surround the enemy can be executed. Further, the distances are so great that the probability of hitting the right point at last, even with the best arrangements, is but small. In strategy, therefore, the scope for such combinations, that is, for those resting on the geometrical element, is much smaller, and for the same reason the effect of an advantage once actually gained at any point is much greater. Such advantage has time to bring all its effects to maturity before it is disturbed, or quite neutralised therein, by any counteracting apprehensions. We therefore do not hesitate to regard as an established truth that in strategy more depends on the number and magnitude of victorious combats than on the form of the great lines by which they are connected. A view just the reverse has been a favourite theme of modern theory, because a great importance was supposed to be thus given to strategy, and, as the higher functions of the mind were seen in strategy, it was thought by that means to ennoble War, and, as it was said, through a new substitution of ideas, to make it more scientific. We hold it to be one of the principal uses of a complete theory openly to expose such vagaries, and as the geometrical element is the fundamental idea from which theory usually proceeds, therefore we have expressly brought out this point in strong relief. End of Book 3, Chapters 11 through 15. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 3, Chapters 16 through 18 of On War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On War by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Book 3, Chapter 16. On the suspension of the act in warfare. If one considers war as an act of mutual destruction, we must, of necessity, imagine both parties as making some progress. But at the same time, as regards the existing moment, we must almost as necessarily suppose the one party in a state of expectation, and only the other actually advancing, for circumstances can never be actually the same on both sides, or continue so. In time a change must ensue, from which it follows that the present moment is more favourable to one side than the other. Now, if we suppose that both commanders have a full knowledge of this circumstance, then the one has a motive for action, which, at the same time, is a motive for the other to wait. Therefore, according to this, it cannot be for the interest of both at the same time to advance, nor can waiting be for the interest of both at the same time. This opposition of interest as regards the object is not deduced here from the principle of general polarity, and therefore is not in opposition to the argument in the 5th chapter of the 2nd book. It depends on the fact that here in reality the same thing is at once an incentive or motive to both commanders, namely the probability of improving or impairing their position by future action. But even if we suppose the possibility of a perfect equality of circumstances in this respect, or if we take into account that through imperfect knowledge of their mutual position such an equality may appear to the two commanders to subsist, still the difference of political objects does away with the possibility of suspension. One of the parties must of necessity be assumed politically to be the aggressor, because no war could take place from defensive intentions on both sides. But the aggressor has the positive object, the defender merely a negative one. To the first, then, belongs the positive action, for it is only by that means that he can attain the positive object. Therefore, in cases where both parties are in precisely similar circumstances, the aggressor is called upon to act by virtue of his positive object. Therefore, from this point of view, a suspension in the act of warfare, strictly speaking, is in contradiction with the nature of the thing, because two armies, being two incompatible elements, should destroy one another unremittingly, just as fire and water can never put themselves in equilibrium, but act and react one upon another until one quite disappears. What would be said of two wrestlers who remained clasped round each other for hours without making a movement. Action in war, therefore, like that of a clock which is wound up, should go on running down in regular motion. But wild as is the nature of war, it still wears the chains of human weakness, and the contradiction we see here, viz., that man seeks and creates dangers which he fears at the same time, will astonish no one. If we cast a glance at military history in general, we find so much the opposite of an incessant advance toward the aim, that standing still and doing nothing is quite plainly the normal condition of an army in the midst of war, acting the exception. This must almost raise a doubt as to the correctness of our conception, but if military history leads to this conclusion when viewed in the mass, the latest series of campaigns redeems our position. The War of the French Revolution shows too plainly its reality, and only proves too clearly its necessity. In these operations, and especially in the campaigns of Bonaparte, the conduct of the war attained to that unlimited degree of energy which we have presented as the natural law of the element. This degree is therefore possible, and if it is possible, then it is necessary. How could any one, in fact, justify in the eyes of reason the expenditure of forces in war if acting was not the object? The baker only heats his oven if he has bread to put in it. The horse is only yoked to the carriage if we mean to drive. Why then make the enormous effort of a war if we look for nothing else by it but like efforts on the part of the enemy? So much in justification of the general principle. Now as to its modifications, as far as they lie in the nature of the thing and are independent of special cases. There are three causes to be noticed here, which appear as innate counterpoises, and prevent the over-rapid or uncontrollable movement of the wheelwork. The first, which produces a constant tendency to delay, and is thereby a retarding principle, is the natural timidity and want of resolution in the human mind, a kind of inertia in the moral world, but which is produced not by attractive but by repellent forces, that is to say, by dread of danger and responsibility. In the burning element of war, ordinary natures appear to become heavier. The impulsion given must therefore be stronger and more frequently repeated if the motion is to be a continuous one. The mere idea of the object for which arms have been taken up is seldom sufficient to overcome this resistant force, and if a warlike enterprising spirit is not at the head, who feels himself in war in his natural element, as much as a fish in the ocean, or if there is not the pressure from above of some great responsibility, then standing still will be the order of the day, and progress will be the exception. The second cause is the imperfection of human perception and judgment, which is greater in war than anywhere, because a person hardly knows exactly his own position from one moment to another, and can only conjecture on slight grounds that of the enemy, which is purposely concealed. This often gives rise to the case of both parties looking upon one and the same object as advantageous for them, while in reality the interest of one must preponderate. Thus, then, each may think he acts wisely by waiting another moment, as we have already said in the 5th chapter of the 2nd book. The third cause which catches hold, like a ratchet wheel in machinery, from time to time producing a complete standstill, is the greater strength of the defensive form. A may feel too weak to attack B, from which it does not follow that B is strong enough for an attack on A. The addition of strength which the defensive gives is not merely lost by assuming the offensive, but also passes to the enemy, just as, figuratively expressed, the difference of A plus B and A minus B is equal to 2B. Therefore it may so happen that both parties at one and the same time not only feel themselves too weak to attack, but also are so in reality. Thus, even in the midst of the act of war itself, anxious sagacity and the apprehension of too great danger find vantage ground, by means of which they can exert their power and tame the elementary impetuosity of war. However, at the same time, these causes, without an exaggeration of their effect, would hardly explain the long states of inactivity which took place in military operations in former times, in wars undertaken about interests of no great importance, and in which inactivity consumed 9/10 of the time that troops remained under arms. This feature in these wars is to be traced principally to the influence which the demands of the one party, and the condition and feeling of the other, exercised over the conduct of the operations, as has already been observed in the chapter on the essence and object of War. These things may obtain such a preponderating influence as to make of War a half-and-half affair. A war is often nothing more than an armed neutrality, or a menacing attitude to support negotiations, or an attempt to gain some small advantage by small exertions, and then to wait the tide of circumstances, or a disagreeable treaty obligation, which is fulfilled in the most niggardly way possible. In all these cases in which the impulse given by interest is slight, and the principle of hostility feeble, in which there is no desire to do much, and also not much to dread from the enemy, in short, where no powerful motives press and drive, cabinets will not risk much in the game. Hence this tame mode of carrying on War, in which the hostile spirit of real War is laid in irons. The more War becomes in this manner devitalised, so much the more its theory becomes destitute of the necessary firm pivots and buttresses for its reasoning. The necessary is constantly diminishing, the accidental constantly increasing. Nevertheless, in this kind of warfare there is also a certain shrewdness. Indeed, its action is perhaps more diversified and more extensive than in the other. Hazard played with rouleaux of gold seems changed into a game of commerce with groschen, and on this field, where the commander of war spins out the time with a number of small flourishes, with skirmishes at outposts, half in earnest, half in jest, with long dispositions which end in nothing, with positions and marches which afterwards are designated as skilful only because their infinitesimally small causes are lost, and common sense can make nothing of them, here on this very field many theorists find the real art of war at home. In these feints, parades, half and quarter thrusts of former wars, they find the aim of all theory, the supremacy of mind over matter, and modern wars appear to them mere savage fisticuffs, from which nothing is to be learnt, and which must be regarded as mere retrograde steps towards barbarism. This opinion is as frivolous as the objects to which it relates. Where great forces and great passions are wanting, it is certainly easier for a practised dexterity to show its game. But is then the command of great forces not, in itself, a higher exercise of the intelligent faculties? Is then that kind of conventional sword exercise not comprised in, and belonging to, the other mode of conducting war? Does it not bear the same relation to it as the motions upon a ship to the motions of the ship itself? Truly it can take place only under the tacit condition that the adversary does no better. And can we tell how long he may choose to respect those conditions? Has not then the French Revolution fallen upon us in the midst of the fancied security of our old system of war, and driven us from Chalons to Moscow? And did not Frederick the Great in like manner surprise the Austrians reposing in their ancient habits of war, and make their monarchy tremble? Woe to the cabinet which, with a shilly-shally policy and a routine-ridden military system, meets with an adversary who, like the rude element, knows no other law than of his intrinsic force. Every deficiency in energy and exertion is then a weight in the scales in favour of the enemy. It is not so easy then to change from the fencing posture into that of an athlete, and a slight blow is often sufficient to knock down the whole. The result of all the causes now adduced is, that the hostile action of a campaign does not progress by a continuous, but by an intermittent movement, and that, therefore, between the separate bloody acts there is a period of watching, during which both parties fall into the defensive, and also that usually a higher object causes the principle of aggression to predominate on one side, and thus leaves it, in general, in an advancing position, by which then its proceedings become modified in some degree. Chapter 17. On the Character of Modern War. The attention which must be paid to the character of War, as it is now made, has a great influence upon all plans, especially on strategic ones. Since all methods formerly usual were upset by Bonaparte's luck and boldness, and first-rate powers almost wiped out at a blow, since the Spaniards, by their stubborn resistance, have shown what the general arming of a nation and insurgent measures on a great scale can effect, in spite of weakness and porousness of individual parts, since Russia, by the campaign of 1812, has taught us, first, that an empire of great dimensions is not to be conquered, which might have been easily known before; secondly, that the probability of final success does not in all cases diminish in the same measure as battles, capitals, and provinces are lost, which was formerly an incontrovertible principle with all diplomatists, and therefore made them always ready to enter at once into some bad temporary peace, but that a nation is often strongest in the heart of its country, if the enemy's offensive power has exhausted itself, and with what enormous force the defensive then springs over to the offensive. Further, since Prussia, 1813, has shown that sudden efforts may add to an army sixfold by means of the militia, and that this militia is just as fit for service abroad as in its own country, since all these events have shown what an enormous factor the heart and sentiments of a nation may be in the product of its political and military strength, in fine, since governments have found out all these additional aids, it is not to be expected that they will let them lie idle in future wars, whether it be that danger threatens their own existence, or that relentless ambition drives them on. That a war which is waged with the whole weight of the national power on each side must be organised differently in principle to those where everything is calculated according to the relations of the standing armies to each other, it is easy to perceive. Standing armies once resembled fleets, the land force, the sea force, in their relations to the remainder of the state, and from that the art of war on shore had in it something of naval tactics, which it has now quite lost. Chapter 18. Tension and Rest, the Dynamic Law of War. We have seen in the 16th chapter of this book how, in most campaigns, much more time used to be spent in standing still and in action than in activity. Now, although, as observed in the preceding chapter, we see quite a different character in the present form of war, still it is certain that real action will always be interrupted more or less by long pauses, and this leads to the necessity of our examining more closely the nature of these two phases of war. If there is a suspension of action in war, that is, if neither party wills something positive, there is rest, and consequently equilibrium, but certainly an equilibrium in the largest signification, in which not only the moral and physical war forces, but all relations and interests come into calculation. As soon as ever one of the two parties proposes to himself a new positive object, and commences active steps towards it, even if it is only by preparations, and as soon as the adversary opposes this, there is a tension of powers. This lasts until the decision takes place, that is, until one party either gives up his object, or the other has conceded it to him. This decision, the foundation of which lies always in the combat, combinations which are made on each side, is followed by a movement in one or other direction. When this movement has exhausted itself, either in the difficulties which had to be mastered, in overcoming its own internal friction, or through new resistant forces prepared by the acts of the enemy, then either a state of rest takes place, or a new tension with a decision, and then a new movement, in most cases in the opposite direction. This speculative distinction between equilibrium, tension, and motion is more essential for practical action than may at first sight appear. In a state of rest and of equilibrium, a varied kind of activity may prevail on one side that results from opportunity, and does not aim at a great alteration. Such an activity may contain important combats, even pitched battles, but yet it is still of a quite different nature, and on that account generally different in its effects. If a state of tension exists, the effects of the decision are always greater, partly because a greater force of will and a greater pressure of circumstances manifest themselves therein, partly because everything has to be prepared and arranged for a great movement. The decision in such cases resembles the effect of a mine well closed and tamped, whilst an event in itself perhaps just as great, in a state of rest, is more or less like a mass of powder puffed away in the open air. At the same time, as a matter of course, the state of tension must be imagined in different degrees of intensity, and it may therefore approach gradually by many steps towards the state of rest, so that at last there is a very slight difference between them. Now the real use which we derive from these reflections is the conclusion that every measure which is taken during a state of tension is more important and more prolific in results than the same measure could be in a state of equilibrium, and that this importance increases immensely in the highest degrees of tension. The cannonade of Valmy, September 20, 1792, decided more than the Battle of Hochkirch, October 14, 1758. In a tract of country which the enemy abandons to us because he cannot defend it, we can settle ourselves differently from what we should do if the retreat of the enemy was only made with a view to a decision more under favourable circumstances. Again, a strategic attack in course of execution, a faulty position, a single false march, may be decisive in its consequence, whilst in a state of equilibrium such errors must be of a very glaring kind even to excite the activity of the enemy in a general way. Most bygone wars, as we have already said, consisted, so far as regards the greater part of the time, in this state of equilibrium, or at least in such short tensions with long intervals between them, and weak in their effects, that the events to which they gave rise were seldom great successes, often they were theatrical exhibitions, got up in honour of a royal birthday, Hochkirch, or merely satisfying of the honour of the arms, Kunersdorf, or the personal vanity of the commander, Freiburg. That a commander should thoroughly understand these states, that he should have the tact to act in the spirit of them, we hold to be a great requisite, and we have had experience in the campaign of 1806 how far it is sometimes wanting. In that tremendous tension where everything pressed on toward a supreme decision, and that alone with all its consequences should have occupied the whole soul of the commander, measures were proposed and even partially carried out, such as the reconnaissance toward Franconia, which, at the most, might have given a kind of gentle play of oscillation within a state of equilibrium. Over these blundering schemes and views, absorbing the activity of the Army, the really necessary means, which could alone save, were lost sight of. But this speculative distinction which we have made is also necessary for our further progress in the construction of our theory, because all that we have to say on the relation of attack and defence, and on the completion of this double-sided act, concerns the state of crisis in which the forces are placed during the tension and motion, and because all the activity which can take place during the condition of equilibrium can only be regarded and treated as a corollary, for that crisis is the real war, and this state of equilibrium only its reflection. End of Book 3, Chapters 16 through 18. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Section 19 of On War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On War by Carl von Clausewitz. Translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Book 4, Chapter 1. Introductory. Having in the foregoing book examined the subjects which may be regarded as the efficient elements of war, we shall now turn our attention to the combat as the real activity in warfare, which, by its physical and moral effects, embraces sometimes more simply, sometimes in a more complex manner, the object of the whole campaign. In this activity, and in its effects, these elements must therefore appear. The formation of the combat is tactical in its nature. We only glance at it here in a general way in order to get acquainted with its aspect as a whole. In practice, the minor or more immediate objects give every combat a characteristic form. These objects we shall not discuss until hereafter, but these peculiarities are in comparison to the general characteristics of a combat mostly only insignificant, so that most combats are very like one another, and therefore, in order to avoid repeating that which is general at every stage, we are compelled to look into it here before taking up the subject of its more special applications. In the first place, therefore, we shall give in the next chapter, in a few words, the characteristics of the modern battle in its tactical course, because that lies at the foundation of our conception of what the battle really is. Chapter 2. Character of the Modern Battle. According to the notion we have formed of tactics and strategies, it follows, as a matter of course, that if the nature of the former is changed, that change must have an influence on the latter. If tactical facts in one case are entirely different from those in another, then the strategic must be also, if they are to continue consistent and reasonable. It is therefore important to characterise a general action in its modern form before we advance with the study of its employment in strategy. What do we do now usually in a great battle? We place ourselves quietly in great masses, arranged contiguous to and behind one another. We deploy relatively only a small portion of the whole, and let it ring itself out in a fire combat which lasts for several hours, only interrupted now and again, and removed hither and thither, by separate small shocks from charges with the bayonet and cavalry attacks. When this line has gradually exhausted part of its warlike ardour in this manner, and there remains nothing more than the cinders, it is withdrawn and replaced by another. In this manner the battle on a modified principle burns slowly away like wet powder, and if the veil of night commands it to stop, because neither party can any longer see, and neither chooses to run the risk of blind chance, then an account is taken by each side respectively of the masses remaining, which can be called still effective, that is, which are not yet quite collapsed like extinct volcanoes. Account is taken of the ground gained or lost, and of how stands the security of the rear. These results, with the special impressions as to bravery and cowardice, ability and stupidity, which are thought to have been observed in ourselves and in the enemy, are collected into one single total impression, out of which there springs the resolution to quit the field, or to renew the combat on the morrow. This description, which is not intended as a finished picture of a modern battle, but only to give its general tone, suits for the offensive and defensive, and the special traits which are given by the object proposed, the country, and such, may be introduced to it without materially altering the conception. But modern battles are not so by accident. They are so because the parties find themselves nearly on a level as regards military organisation and the knowledge of the art of war, and because the warlike element inflamed by the general national interests has broken through the artificial limits and now flows in its natural channel. Under these two conditions battles will always preserve this character. This general idea of the modern battle will be useful to us in sequel in more places than one, if we want to estimate the value of the particular coefficients of strength, country, and such. It is only for general, great, and decisive combats, and such as come near to them, that this description stands good. Inferior ones have changed their character also in the same direction, but less than great ones. The proof of this belongs to tactics. We shall, however, have an opportunity hereafter of making this subject plainer by giving a few particulars. Chapter 3. The Combat in General. The combat is the real warlike activity. Everything else is only its auxiliary. Let us, therefore, take an attentive look at its nature. Combat means fighting, and in this the destruction or conquest of the enemy is the object, and the enemy, in the particular combat, is the armed force which stands opposed to us. This is the simple idea. We shall return to it, but before we can do that, we must insert a series of others. If we suppose the State and its military force as a unit, then the most natural idea is to imagine the war also as one great combat, and in the simple relations of savage nations it is also not much otherwise. But our wars are made up of a number of great and small simultaneous or consecutive combats, and this severance of activity into so many separate actions is owing to the great multiplicity of the relations out of which war arises with us. In point of fact, the ultimate object of our wars, the political one, is not always quite a simple one, and even were it so, still the action is bound up with such a number of conditions and considerations to be taken into account, that the object can no longer be attained by one single great act, but only through a number of greater or smaller acts which are bound up into a whole. Each of these separate acts is therefore a part of a whole, and has consequently a special object by which it is bound to this whole. We have already said that every strategic act can be referred to the idea of a combat, because it is an employment of the military force, and at the root of that there always lies the idea of fighting. We may therefore reduce every military activity in the province of strategy to the unit of the single combats, and occupy ourselves with the object of these only. We shall get acquainted with these special objects by degrees, as we come to speak of the causes which produce them. Here let us content ourselves with saying that every combat, great or small, has its own peculiar object in subordination to the main object. If this is the case, then, the destruction and conquest of the enemy is only to be regarded as the means of gaining this object, as it unquestionably is. But this result is true only in its form, and important only on account of the connection which the ideas have between themselves, and we have only sought it out to get rid of it at once. What is overcoming the enemy? Invariably the destruction of his military force, whether it be by death or wounds or any means, whether it be completely or only to such a degree that he can no longer continue the contest. Therefore, as long as we set aside all special objects of combats, we may look upon the complete or partial destruction of the enemy as the only object for all combats. Now we maintain that in the majority of cases, and especially in great battles, the special object by which the battle is individualised and bound up with the great whole is only a weak modification of that general object, or an ancillary object bound up with it, important enough to individualise the battle, but always insignificant in comparison with the general object, so that if that ancillary object alone should be obtained, only an unimportant part of the purpose of the combat is fulfilled. If this assertion is correct, then we see that the idea, according to which the destruction of the enemy's force is only the means, and something else always the object, can only be true in form, but that it would lead to false conclusions if we did not recollect that this destruction of the enemy's force is comprised in that object, and that this object is only a weak modification of it. Forgetfulness of this led to completely false views before the wars of the last period, and created tendencies, as well as fragments of systems, in which theory thought it raised itself so much the more above handcraft, the less it supposed itself to stand in need of the use of the real instrument, that is, the destruction of the enemy's force. Certainly such a system could not have arisen unless supported by other false suppositions, and unless in place of the destruction of the enemy, other things had been substituted to which an efficacy was ascribed which did not rightly belong to them. We shall attack these falsehoods whenever occasion requires, but we could not treat of the combat without claiming for it the real importance and value which belong to it, and giving warning against the errors to which merely formal truth might lead. But now how shall we manage to show that in most cases, and in those of most importance, the destruction of the enemy's army is the chief thing? How shall we manage to combat the extremely subtle idea which supposes it possible, through the use of a special artificial form, to effect by a small direct destruction of the enemy's forces a much greater destruction indirectly, or by means of small but extremely well directed blows to produce such paralysis in the enemy's forces, such command over the enemy's will, that this mode of proceeding is to be viewed as a great shortening of the road? Undoubtedly a victory at one point may be of more value than at another. Undoubtedly there is a scientific arrangement of battles amongst themselves, even in strategy, which is in fact nothing but the art of thus arranging them. To deny that is not our intention, but we assert that the direct destruction of the enemy's forces is everywhere predominant. We contend here for the overruling importance of this destructive principle, and nothing else. We must, however, call to mind that we are now engaged with strategy, not tactics. Therefore we do not speak of the means which the former have of destroying at a small expense a large body of the enemy's forces, but under direct destruction we understand the tactical results, and that therefore our assertion is that only great tactical results can lead to great strategical ones, or, as we have already once before more distinctly expressed it, the tactical successes are of paramount importance in the conduct of war. The proof of this assertion seems to us simple enough. It lies in the time which every complicated, artificial, combination requires. The question whether a simple attack, or one more carefully prepared, that is, more artificial, will produce greater effects, may undoubtedly be decided in favour of the latter, as long as the enemy is assumed to remain quite passive. But every carefully combined attack requires time for its preparation, and if a counterstroke by the enemy intervenes, our whole design may be upset. Now if the enemy should decide upon some simple attack, which can be executed in a shorter time, then he gains the initiative and destroys the effect of the great plan. Therefore, together with the expediency of a complicated attack, we must consider all the dangers which we run during its preparation, and should only adopt it if there is no reason to fear that the enemy will disconcert our scheme. Whenever this is the case, we must ourselves choose the simpler, that is, quicker way, and lower our views in this sense as far as the character, the relations of the enemy, and other circumstances may render necessary. If we quit the weak impressions of abstract ideas, and descend to the region of practical life, then it is evident that a bold, courageous, resolute enemy will not let us have time for wide-reaching, skilful combinations, and it is just against such a one we should require skill the most. By this it appears to us that the advantage of simple and direct results over those that are complicated is conclusively shown. Our opinion is not on that account that the simple blow is the best, but that we must not lift the arm too far for the time given to strike, and that this condition will always lead more to direct conflict the more warlike our opponent is. Therefore, far from making it our aim to gain upon the enemy by complicated plans, we must rather seek to be beforehand with him by greater simplicity in our designs. If we seek for the lowest foundation stones of these converse propositions, we find that in the one it is ability, in the other courage. Now there is something very attractive in the notion that a moderate degree of courage, joined to great ability, will produce greater effects than a moderate ability with great courage. But unless we suppose these elements in a disproportionate relation, not logical, we have no right to assign to ability this advantage over courage in a field which is called danger, and which must be regarded as the true domain of courage. After this abstract view, we shall add only that experience, very far from leading to a different conclusion, is rather the sole cause which has impelled us in this direction, and given rise to such reflections. Whoever reads history with a mind free from prejudice cannot fail to arrive at a conclusion that of all military virtues, energy in the conduct of operations has always contributed the most to the glory and success of arms. How we make good our principle of regarding the destruction of the enemy's force as the principal object, not only in the war as a whole, but also in each separate combat, and how that principle suits all the forms and conditions necessarily demanded by the relations out of which war springs, the sequel will show. For the present all we desire is to uphold its general importance, and with this result we return again to the combat. Chapter 4. The Combat in General, Continuation. In the last chapter we showed the destruction of the enemy as the true object of the combat, and we have sought to prove by a special consideration of the point that this is true in the majority of cases, and in respect to the most important battles, because the destruction of the enemy's army is always the preponderating object in war. The other objects which may be mixed up with this destruction of the enemy's force, and may have more or less influence, we shall describe generally in the next chapter, and become better acquainted with by degrees afterwards. Here we divest the combat of them entirely, and look upon the destruction of the enemy as the complete and sufficient object of any combat. What are we now to understand by the destruction of the enemy's army? A diminution of it relatively greater than that of our own side. If we have a great superiority in numbers over the enemy, then naturally the same absolute amount of loss on both sides is for us a smaller one than for him, and consequently may be regarded in itself as an advantage. As we are here considering the combat as divested from all other objects, we must also exclude from our consideration the case in which the combat is used only indirectly for a greater destruction of the enemy's force. Consequently also, only that direct gain which has been made in the mutual process of destruction is to be regarded as the object, for this is an absolute gain which runs through the whole campaign, and at the end of it will always appear as pure profit. But every other kind of victory over our opponent will either have its motive in other objects, which we have completely excluded here, or it will only yield a temporary relative advantage. An example will make this plain. If by a skilful disposition we have reduced our opponent to such a dilemma that he cannot continue the combat without danger, and after some resistance he retires, then we may say that we have conquered him at that point. But if in this victory we have expended just as many forces as the enemy, then in closing the account of the campaign there is no gain remaining from this victory, if such a result can be called a victory. Therefore the overcoming the enemy, that is, placing him in such a position that he must give up the fight, counts for nothing in itself, and for that reason cannot come under the definition of object. There remains therefore, as we have said, nothing over except the direct gain which we have made in the process of destruction. But to this belong not only the losses which have taken place in the course of the combat, but also those which, after the withdrawal of the conquered part, take place as direct consequences of the same. Now it is known by experience that the losses in physical forces in the course of a battle seldom present a great difference between victor and vanquished respectively, often none at all, sometimes even one bearing an inverse relation to the result, and that the most decisive losses on the side of the vanquished only commence with the retreat, that is, those which the conqueror does not share with him. The weak remains of battalions already in disorder are cut down by cavalry. Exhausted men strew the ground, disabled guns and broken caissons are abandoned. Others, in the bad state of the roads, cannot be removed quickly enough, and are captured by the enemy's troops. During the night numbers lose their way and fall defenceless into the enemy's hands, and thus the victory mostly gains bodily substance after it is already decided. Here would be a paradox, if it did not solve itself in the following manner. The loss in physical force is not the only one which the two sides suffer in the course of the combat. The moral forces are also shaken, broken, and go to ruin. It is not only the loss in men, horses, and guns, but in order, courage, confidence, cohesion, and plan, which come into consideration when it is a question whether the fight can still be continued or not. It is principally the moral forces which decide here, and in all cases in which the conqueror has lost as heavily as the conquered, it is these alone. The comparative relation of the physical losses is difficult to estimate in a battle, but not so the relation of the moral ones. Two things principally make it known. The first is the loss of the ground on which the fight has taken place, the other the superiority of the enemy's. The more our reserves have diminished as compared with those of the enemy, the more force we have used to maintain the equilibrium. In this at once an evident proof of the moral superiority of the enemy is given, which seldom fails to stir up in the soul of the commander a certain bitterness of feeling, and a sort of contempt for his own troops. But the principal thing is, that men who have been engaged for a long continuance of time are more or less like burnt out cinders. Their ammunition is consumed, they have melted away to a certain extent, physical and moral energies are exhausted, perhaps their courage is broken as well. Such a force, irrespective of the diminution in its number, if viewed as an organic whole, is very different from what it was before the combat, and thus it is that the loss of moral force may be measured by the reserves which have been used as if it were on a foot rule. Lost ground and want of fresh reserves are, therefore, usually the principal causes which determine a retreat, but at the same time we by no means exclude or desire to throw into the shade other reasons which may lie in the interdependence of the parts of the Army, in the general plan, and such. Every combat is therefore the bloody and destructive measuring of the strength of forces, physical and moral. Whoever at the close has the greatest amount of both left is the conqueror. In the combat the loss of moral force is the chief cause of the decision. After that is given, this loss continues to increase until it reaches its culminating point at the close of the whole act. This then is the opportunity the victor should seize to reap his harvest by the utmost possible restrictions of his enemy's forces, the real object of engaging in the combat. On the beaten side, the loss of all order and control often makes the prolongation of resistance by individual units, by the further punishment they are certain to suffer, more injurious than useful to the whole. The spirit of the mass is broken, the original excitement about losing or winning, through which danger was forgotten, is spent, and to the majority danger now appears no longer an appeal to their courage, but rather the endurance of a cruel punishment. Thus the instrument in the first moment of the enemy's victory is weakened and blunted, and therefore no longer fit to repay danger by danger. This period, however, passes. The moral forces of the conquered will recover by degrees, order will be restored, courage will revive, and in the majority of cases there remains only a small part of the superiority obtained, often none at all. In some cases even, although rarely, the spirit of revenge and intensified hostility may bring about an opposite result. On the other hand, whatever is gained in killed, wounded, prisoners, and guns captured, can never disappear from the account. The losses in a battle consist more in killed and wounded, those after the battle more in artillery taken and prisoners. The first the conqueror shares with the conquered, more or less, but the second not, and for that reason they usually only take place on one side of the conflict, at least they are considerably in excess on one side. Artillery and prisoners are therefore at all times regarded as the true trophies of victory, as well as its measure, because through these things its extent is declared beyond a doubt. Even the degree of moral superiority may be better judged by them than by any other relation, especially if the number of killed and wounded is compared therewith, and here arises a new power increasing the moral effects. We have said that the moral forces, beaten to the ground in the battle and in the immediately succeeding movements, recover themselves gradually, and often bear no traces of injury. This is the case with small divisions of the whole, less frequently with large divisions. It may, however, also be the case with the main army, but seldom or never in the state or government to which the army belongs. These estimate the situation more impartially, and from a more elevated point of view, and recognise in the number of trophies taken by the enemy, and their relation to the number of killed and wounded, only too easily and well the measure of their own weakness and inefficiency. In point of fact, the lost balance of moral power must not be treated lightly, because it has no absolute value, and because it does not of necessity appear in all cases in the amounts of the results at the final close. It may become of such excessive weight as to bring down everything with an irresistible force. On that account it may often become a great aim of the operation, of which we shall speak elsewhere. Here we have still to examine some of its fundamental relations. The moral effect of a victory increases not merely in proportion to the extent of the forces engaged, but in a progressive ratio, that is to say, not only in extent, but also in its intensity. In a beaten detachment order is easily restored. As a single frozen limb is easily revived by the rest of the body, so the courage of a defeated detachment is easily raised again by the courage of the rest of the army as soon as it rejoins it. If, therefore, the effects of a small victory are not completely done away with, still they are partly lost to the enemy. This is not the case if the army itself sustains a great defeat, then one with the other fall together. A great fire attains quite a different heat from several small ones. Another relation which determines the moral value of a victory is the numerical relation of the forces which have been in conflict with each other. To beat many with few is not only a double success, but shows also a greater, especially a more general, superiority, which the conquered must always be fearful of encountering again. At the same time, this influence is in reality hardly observable in such a case. In the moment of real action, the notions of the actual strength of the enemy are generally so uncertain, the estimate of our own commonly so incorrect, that the party superior in numbers either does not admit the disproportion, or is very far from admitting the full truth, owing to which he evades almost entirely the moral disadvantages which would spring from it. It is only hereafter in history that the truth, long suppressed through ignorance, vanity, or a wise discretion, makes its appearance, and then it certainly casts a lustre on the army and its leader, but it can then do nothing more by its moral influence for events long past. If prisoners and captured guns are those things by which the victory principally gains substance, its true crystallisations, then the plan of the battle should have those things specially in view. The destruction of the enemy by death and wounds appears here merely as a means to an end. How far this may influence the dispositions in battle is not an affair of strategy, but the decision to fight the battle is in intimate connection with it, as is shown by the direction given to our forces and their general grouping, whether we threaten the enemy's flank or rear, or he threatens ours. On this point the number of prisoners and captured guns depends very much, and it is a point which, in many cases, tactics alone cannot satisfy, particularly if the strategic relations are too much in opposition to it. The risk of having to fight on two sides, and the still more dangerous position of having no line of retreat left open, paralyse the movements and the power of resistance. Further, in case of defeat, they increase the loss, often raising it to its extreme point, that is, to destruction. Therefore, the rear being endangered makes defeat more probable, and at the same time more decisive. From this arises, in the whole conduct of the War, especially in great and small combats, a perfect instinct to secure our own line of retreat and to seize that of the enemy. This follows from the conception of victory, which, as we have seen, is something beyond mere slaughter. In this effort we see, therefore, the first immediate purpose in the combat, and one which is quite universal. No combat is imaginable in which this effort, either in its double or single form, does not go hand in hand with the plain and simple stroke of force. Even the smallest troop will not throw itself upon its enemy without thinking of its line of retreat, and, in most cases, it will have an eye upon that of the enemy also. We should have to digress to show how often this instinct is prevented from going the direct road, how often it must yield to the difficulties arising from more important considerations. We shall, therefore, rest contented with affirming it to be a general natural law of the combat. It is, therefore, active, presses everywhere with its natural weight, and so becomes the pivot on which almost all tactical and strategic manoeuvres turn. If we now take a look at the conception of victory as a whole, we find in it three elements. 1. The greater loss of the enemy in physical power. 2. In moral power. 3. His open avowal of this by the relinquishment of his intentions. The returns made up on each side of losses in killed and wounded are never exact, seldom truthful, and in most cases full of intentional misrepresentations. Even the statement of the number of trophies is seldom to be quite depended on. Consequently, when it is not considerable, it may also cast a doubt even on the reality of the victory. Of the loss in moral forces there is no reliable measure except in the trophies. Therefore, in many cases, the giving up the contest is the only real evidence of the victory. It is, therefore, to be regarded as a confession of inferiority, as the lowering of the flag, by which in this particular instance right and superiority are conceded to the enemy, and this degree of humiliation and disgrace, which, however, must be distinguished from all other moral consequences of the loss of equilibrium, is an essential part of the victory. It is this part alone which acts upon the public opinion outside the Army, upon the people and the Government in both belligerent states, and upon all others in any way concerned. But renouncement of the general object is not quite identical with quitting the field of battle, even when the battle has been very obstinate and long kept up. No one says of advanced posts, when they retire after an obstinate combat, that they have given up their object. Even in combats aimed at the destruction of the enemy's army, the retreat from the battlefield is not always to be regarded as a relinquishment of this aim, as for instance in retreats planned beforehand, in which the ground is disputed foot by foot. All this belongs to that part of our subject where we shall speak of the separate object of the combat. Here we only wish to draw attention to the fact that in most cases the giving up of the object is very difficult to distinguish from the retirement from the battlefield, and that the impression produced by the latter, both in and out of the Army, is not to be treated lightly. For generals and armies whose reputation is not made, this is in itself one of the difficulties in many operations, justified by circumstances when a succession of combats, each ending in retreat, may appear as a succession of defeats, without being so in reality, and when that appearance may exercise a very depressing influence. It is impossible for the retreating General, by making known his real intentions, to prevent the moral effect spreading to the public and his troops, for to do that with effect he must disclose his plans completely, which, of course, would run counter to his principal interests to too great a degree. In order to draw attention to the special importance of this conception of victory, we shall only refer to the Battle of Soor, the trophies from which were not important, a few thousand prisoners and 20 guns, and where Frederick proclaimed his victory by remaining for 5 days after on the field of battle, although his retreat into Silesia had been previously determined on, and was a measure natural to his whole situation. According to his own account, he thought he would hasten a peace by the moral effect of his victory. Now, although a couple of other successes were likewise required, namely the battle of Katholisch-Herensdorf in Lusitania, and the battle of Kesseldorf, before this peace took place, still we cannot say that the moral effect of the Battle of Soor was nil. If it is chiefly the moral force which is shaken by defeat, and if the number of trophies reaped up by the enemy mounts up to an unusual height, then the lost combat becomes a rout. But this is not the necessary consequence of every victory. A rout only sets in when the moral force of the defeated is very severely shaken. Then there often ensues a complete incapability of further resistance, and the whole action consists of giving way, that is, of flight. Jena and Belle Alliance were routs, but not so Borodino. Although without pedantry we can give here no single line of separation, because the difference between the things is one of degrees, yet still the retention of the conception is essential as a central point to give clearness to our theoretical ideas, and it is a want in our terminology that for a victory over the enemy tantamount to a rout, and a conquest of the enemy only tantamount to a simple victory, there is only one and the same word to use. Chapter 5. On the signification of the combat. Having in the preceding chapter examined the combat in its absolute form, as the miniature picture of the whole war, we now turn to the relations which it bears to the other parts of the great whole. First we inquire, what is more precisely the signification of a combat? As war is nothing else but a mutual process of destruction, then the most natural answer in conception, and perhaps also in reality, appears to be that all the powers of each party unite in one great volume, and all results in one great shock of these masses. There is certainly much truth in this idea, and it seems to be very advisable that we should adhere to it, and should on that account look upon small combats at first only as necessary loss, like the shavings from a carpenter's plane. Still, however, the thing cannot be settled so easily. That a multiplication of combats should arise from a fractioning of forces is a matter of course, and the more immediate objects of separate combats will therefore come before us in the subject of a fractioning of forces. But these objects, and together with them the whole mass of combats, may in a general way be brought under certain classes, and the knowledge of these classes will contribute to make our observations more intelligible. Destruction of the enemy's military forces is in reality the object of all combats, but other objects may be joined thereto, and these other objects may be at the same time predominant. We must therefore draw a distinction between those in which the destruction of the enemy's forces is the principal object, and those in which it is more the means. The destruction of the enemy's force, the possession of a place or the possession of some object, may be the general motive for a combat, and it may be either one of these alone or several together, in which case, however, usually one is the principal motive. Now, the two principal forms of war, the offensive and defensive, of which we shall shortly speak, do not modify the first of these motives, but they certainly do modify the other two, and therefore if we arrange them in a scheme, they would appear thus: offensive, 1. Destruction of the enemy's force. 2. Conquest of a place. 3. Conquest of some object. Defensive, 1. Destruction of enemy's force. 2. Defence of a place. 3. Defence of some object. These motives, however, do not seem to embrace completely the whole of the subject, if we recollect that there are reconnaissances and demonstrations in which plainly none of these 3 points is the object of the combat. In reality we must, therefore, on this account be allowed a 4th class. Strictly speaking, in reconnaissances in which we wish the enemy to show himself, in alarms by which we wish to wear him out, in demonstrations by which we wish to prevent his leaving some point, or to draw him off to another, the objects are all such as can only be attained indirectly, and under the pretext of one of the 3 objects specified in the table, usually of the second. For the enemy, whose aim it is to reconnoitre, must draw up his force as if he really intended to attack and defeat us, or drive us off, and such, but this pretended object is not the real one, and our present question is only as to the latter. Therefore we must, to the above 3 objects of the offensive, add a 4th, which is to lead the enemy to make a false conclusion, that offensive means are conceivable in connection with this object lies in the nature of the thing. On the other hand, we must observe that the defence of a place may be of 2 kinds, either absolute, if as a general question the point is not to be given up, or relative, if it is only required for a certain time. The latter happens perpetually in the combats of advanced posts and rear guards. That the nature of these different intentions of the combat must have an essential influence on the dispositions which are its preliminaries is a thing clear in itself. We act differently if our object is merely to drive an enemy's post out of its place, from what we should if our object was to beat him completely; differently if we mean to defend a place to the last extremity, from what we should do if our design is only to detain the enemy for a certain time. In the first case we trouble ourselves little about the line of retreat, in the latter it is the principal point, and such. But these reflections belong properly to tactics, and are only introduced here by way of example for the sake of greater clearness. What strategy has to say on the different objects of the combat will appear in the chapters which touch upon these objects. Here we have only a few general observations to make. First, that the importance of the object decreases nearly in the order as they stand above. Therefore, that the first of these objects must always predominate in the great battle. Lastly, that the 2 last in a defensive battle are in reality such as yield no fruit. They are, that is to say, purely negative, and can therefore only be serviceable indirectly by facilitating something else which is positive. It is therefore a bad sign of the strategic situation if battles of this kind become too frequent. Chapter 6. Duration of the combat. If we consider the combat no longer in itself, but in relation to the other forces of war, then its duration acquires a special importance. The duration is to be regarded, to a certain extent, as a second subordinate success. For the conqueror, the combat can never be finished too quickly; for the vanquished, it can never last too long. A speedy victory indicates a higher power of victory. A tardy decision is, on the side of the defeated, some compensation for the loss. This is in general true, but it acquires a practical importance in its application to those combats the object of which is a relative defence. Here the whole success often lies in the mere duration. This is the reason why we have included it amongst the strategic elements. The duration of combat is necessarily bound up with its essential relations. These relations are absolute magnitude of force, relation of force and of the different arms mutually, and nature of the country. 20,000 men do not wear themselves out upon one another as quickly as 2,000. We cannot resist an enemy double or 3 times our strength as long as one of the same strength. A cavalry combat is decided sooner than an infantry combat, and a combat between infantry only quicker than if there is artillery as well. In hills and forests we cannot advance as quickly as on a level country. All this is clear enough. From this it follows, therefore, that strength, relation of the three arms, and position must be considered if the combat is to fulfil an object by its duration. But to set up this rule was of less importance to us in our present considerations than to connect with it at once the chief results which experience gives us on the subject. Even the resistance of an ordinary division of 8,000 to 10,000 men of all arms, opposed to an enemy considerably superior in numbers, will last several hours, if the advantages of country are not too preponderating, and if the enemy is only a little, or not at all, superior in numbers, the combat will last half a day. A corps of 3 or 4 divisions will prolong it to double the time, an army of 80,000 or 100,000 to 3 or 4 times. Therefore the masses may be left to themselves for that length of time, and no separate combat takes place if within that time other forces can be brought up, whose co-operation mingles them at once into one stream with the results of the combat which has taken place. These calculations are the result of experience, but it is important for us at the same time to characterise more particularly the moment of the decision, and consequently the termination. End of Book 4, Chapter 6. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Section 20 of On War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On War by Karl von Clausewitz. Translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Book 4, Chapter 7. Decision of the Combat. No battle is decided in a single moment, although in every battle there arise moments of crisis, on which the result depends. The loss of a battle is, therefore, a gradual falling off the scale, but there is in every combat a point of time when it may be regarded as decided, in such a way that the renewal of the fight would be a new battle, not a continuation of the old one. To have a clear notion on this point of time is very important in order to be able to decide whether, with the prompt assistance of reinforcements, the combat can again be resumed with advantage. Often in combats which are beyond restoration, new forces are sacrificed in vain. Often through neglect, the decision has not been seized when it might easily have been secured. Here are 2 examples which could not be more to the point. When the Prince of Hohenlohe, in 1806, at Jena, with 35,000 men, opposed to from 60,000 to 70,000 under Bonaparte, had accepted battle and lost it, but lost it in such a way that the 35,000 may be regarded as dissolved, General Ruchel undertook to renew the fight with about 12,000. The consequence was that in a moment his force was scattered in like manner. On the other hand, on the same day at Auerstadt, the Prussians maintained a combat with 25,000 against Davoust, who had 28,000, until midday, without success it is true, but still without the force being reduced to a state of dissolution, without even greater loss than the enemy, who was very deficient in cavalry. But they neglected to use the reserve of 18,000 under General Kalkreuth to restore the battle which, under these circumstances, it would have been impossible to lose. Each combat is a whole in which the partial combats combine themselves into one total result. In this total result lies the decision of the combat. This success need not be exactly a victory such as we have denoted in the 6th chapter, for often the preparations for that have not been made. Often there is no opportunity if the enemy gives way too soon, and in most cases the decision, even when the resistance has been obstinate, takes place before such a degree of success is attained as would completely satisfy the idea of victory. We therefore ask, which is commonly the moment of the decision? That is to say, the moment when a fresh, effective, of course not disproportionate, force can no longer turn a disadvantageous battle. If we pass over false attacks, which in accordance with their nature are properly without decision, then 1. If the possession of a movable object was the object of the combat, the loss of the same is always the decision. 2. If the possession of ground was the object of the combat, then the decision generally lies in its loss. Still not always. Only if this ground is of peculiar strength, ground which is easy to pass over, however important it may be in other respects, cannot be retaken without much danger. 3. But in all cases where these two circumstances have not already decided the combat, therefore, particularly in case the destruction of the enemy's force is the principal object, the decision is reached at the moment when the conqueror ceases to feel himself in a state of disintegration, that is, of unserviceableness to a certain extent. When, therefore, there is no advantage in using the successive efforts spoken of in the 12th chapter of the 3rd book, on this ground we have given the strategic unity of the battle its place here. A battle, therefore, in which the assailant has not lost his condition of order and perfect efficiency at all, or at least only in a small part of his force, whilst the opposing forces are more or less disorganised throughout, is only not to be retrieved, and just as little if the enemy has recovered his inefficiency. The smaller, therefore, that part of a force is which has really been engaged, the greater that portion which as a reserve has contributed to the result only by its presence. So much the less will any new force of the enemy wrest again the victory from our hands, and that commander who carries out to the furthest with his army the principle of conducting the combat with the greatest economy of forces, and making the most of the moral effect of strong reserves, goes the surest way to victory. We must allow that the French, in modern times, especially when led by Bonaparte, have shown a thorough mastery in this. Further, the moment when the crisis stage of the combat ceases with the conqueror, and his original state of order is restored, takes place sooner the smaller the unit he controls. A picket of cavalry pursuing an enemy at full gallop will, in a few moments, resume its proper order, and the crisis ceases. A whole regiment of cavalry requires a longer time. It lasts still longer with infantry. If extended in single lines of skirmishers, and longer again with divisions of all three arms, when it happens by chance that one part has taken one direction, and another part another direction, and the combat has therefore caused a loss of the order of formulation, which usually becomes still worse from not knowing exactly where the other is. Thus, therefore, the point of time when the conqueror has collected the instruments he has been using, and which are mixed up and partly out of order, the moment when he has in some measure rearranged them and put them in their proper places, and thus brought the battle workshop into a little order. This moment, we say, is always later, the greater the total force. Again, this moment comes later if night overtakes the conqueror in the crisis, and lastly it comes later still if the country is broken and thickly wooded. But with regard to these 2 points, we must observe that night is also a great means of protection, and it is only seldom that circumstances favour the expectation of a successful result from a night attack, as on March 10th, 1814, at Laon, where York against Marmont gives us an example completely in place here. In the same way, a wooded and broken country will afford protection against the reaction of those who are engaged in the long crisis of victory. Both, therefore, the night as well as the wooded and broken country, are obstacles which make the renewal of the same battle more difficult instead of facilitating it. Hitherto we have considered assistance arriving for the losing side as a mere increase of force. Therefore, as a reinforcement coming up directly from the rear, which is the most usual case, but the case is quite different if these fresh forces come upon the enemy in flank or rear. On the effect of flank or rear tactics so far as they belong to strategy, we shall speak in another place. Such a one as we have here in view, intended for the restoration of the combat, belongs chiefly to tactics, and is only mentioned because we are here speaking of tactical results. Our ideas therefore must stretch upon the province of tactics. By directing a force against the enemy's flank and rear, its efficiency may be much intensified, but this is so far from being a necessary result always, that the efficiency may, on the other hand, be just as much weakened. The circumstances under which the combat has taken place decide upon this part of the plan, as well as upon every other, without our being able to enter upon here. But at the same time there are 2 things of importance for our subject. First, flank and rear attacks have, as a rule, a more favourable effect on the consequences of the decision than upon the decision itself. Now, as concerns the retrieving a battle, the first thing to be arrived at above all is a favourable decision, and not magnitude of success. In this view one would therefore think that a force which comes to re-establish our combat is of less assistance if it falls upon the enemy in flank and rear, therefore separated from us, than if it joins itself to us directly. Certainly cases are not wanting where it is so, but we must say that the majority are on the other side, and they are so on account of the second point which is here important to us. This second point is the moral effect of the surprise, which, as a rule, a reinforcement coming up to re-establish combat has generally in its favour. Now, the effect of a surprise is always heightened if it takes place in the flank or rear, and an enemy completely engaged in the crisis of victory in his extended and scattered order is less in a state to counteract it. Who does not feel that an attack in flank or rear, which at the commencement of the battle, when forces are concentrated and prepared for such an event, would be of little importance, gains quite another weight in the last moment of the combat? We must therefore at once admit that in most cases a reinforcement coming up on the flank or rear of the enemy will be more efficacious, will be like the same weight at the end of a longer lever, and therefore that under these circumstances we may undertake to restore the battle with the same force which, employed in a direct attack, would be quite insufficient. Here results almost defy calculation, because the moral forces gain completely the ascendancy. This is therefore the right field for boldness and daring. The eye must therefore be directed on all these objects. All these moments of co-operating forces must be taken into consideration when we have to decide in doubtful cases whether or not it is still possible to restore a combat which has taken an unfavourable turn. If the combat is to be regarded as not yet ended, then the new contest which is opened by the arrival of assistance fuses into the former. Therefore they flow together into one common result, and the first disadvantage vanishes completely out of the calculation. But this is not the case if the combat was already decided. Then there are two results separate from each other. Now, if the assistance which arrives is only of a relative strength, that is, if it is not in itself alone a match for the enemy, then a favourable result is hardly to be expected from this second combat. But if it is so strong that it can undertake the second combat without regard to the first, then it may be able, by a favourable issue, to compensate or even overbalance the first combat, but never to make it disappear altogether from the account. At the Battle of Kunersdorf, Frederick the Great at the first onset carried the left of the Russian position, and took 70 pieces of artillery. At the end of the battle both were lost again, and the whole result of the first combat was wiped out of the account. Had it been possible to stop at the first success, and to put off the second part of the battle to the coming day, then, even if the King had lost it, the advantages of the first would always have been a set-off to the second. But when a battle proceeding disadvantageously is arrested and turned before its conclusion, its minus result on our side not only disappears from the account, but also becomes the foundation of a greater victory. If, for instance, we picture to ourselves exactly the tactical course of the battle, we may easily see that until it is finally concluded, all successes in partial combats are only decisions in suspense, which by the capital decision may not only be destroyed, but changed into the opposite. The more our forces have suffered, the more the enemy will have expended on his side. The greater, therefore, will be the crisis for the enemy, and the more the superiority of our fresh troops will tell. If now the total result turns in our favour, if we wrest from the enemy the field of battle, and recover all the trophies again, then all the forces which he has sacrificed in obtaining them become sheer gain for us, and our former defeat becomes a stepping stone to a greater triumph. The most brilliant feats, which with victory the enemy would have so highly prized that the loss of forces which they cost would have been disregarded, leave nothing now behind but regret at the sacrifice entailed. Such is the alteration which the magic of victory and the curse of defeat produces in the specific weight of the same elements. Therefore, even if we are decidedly superior in strength, and are able to repay the enemy his victory by a greater still, it is always better to forestall the conclusion of a disadvantageous combat, if it is of proportionate importance, so as to turn its course rather than to deliver a second battle. Field Marshal Daun attempted in the year 1760 to come to the assistance of General Leyden at Liegnitz, whilst the battle lasted, but when he failed, he did not attack the King the next day, although he did not want for the means to do so. For these reasons, serious combats of advanced guards which precede a battle are to be looked upon only as necessary evils, and when not necessary they are to be avoided. We have still another conclusion to examine. If on a regular pitched battle the decision has gone against one, this does not constitute a motive for determining on a new one. The determination for this new one must proceed from other relations. This conclusion, however, is opposed by a moral force which we must take into account. It is the feeling of rage and revenge. From the oldest field marshal to the youngest drummer boy, this feeling is general, and therefore troops are never in better spirits for fighting than when they have to wipe out a stain. This is, however, only on the supposition that the beaten portion is not too great in proportion to the whole, because otherwise the above feeling is lost in that of powerlessness. There is therefore a very natural tendency to use this moral force to repair the disaster on the spot, and on that account chiefly to seek another battle if other circumstances permit. It then lies in the nature of the case that this second battle must be an offensive one. In the catalogue of battles of second-rate importance there are many examples to be found of such retaliatory battles, but great battles have generally too many other determining causes to be brought on by this weaker motive. Such a feeling must undoubtedly have led the noble Blücher with his third corps to the field of battle on February 14th, 1814, when the other two had been beaten 3 days before at Montmirail. Had he known that he would have come upon Bonaparte in person, then naturally preponderating reasons would have determined him to put off his revenge to another day, but he hoped to revenge himself on Marmont, and instead of gaining the reward of his desire for honourable satisfaction, he suffered the penalty for his erroneous calculation. On the duration of the combat and the movement of its decision depend the distances from each other at which those masses should be placed which are intended to fight in conjunction with each other. This disposition would be a tactical arrangement in so far as it relates to one and the same battle. It can, however, be regarded as such, provided the position of the troops is so compact that the two separate combats cannot be imagined, and consequently that the space which the whole occupies can be regarded strategically as a mere point. But in War cases frequently occur where even those forces intended to fight in unison must be so far separated from each other that while their union for one common combat certainly remains the principal object, still the occurrence of separate combats remains possible. Such a disposition is therefore strategic. Dispositions of this kind are marches in separate masses and columns, the formation of advanced guards and flanking columns, also the grouping of reserves intended to serve as supports for more than one strategic point, the concentration of several corps from widely extended cantonments, and such and such. We can see that the necessity for these arrangements may constantly arise, and may consider them something like the small change in the strategic economy, whilst the capital battles, and all that rank with them, are the gold and silver pieces. Chapter 8. Mutual Understanding as to a Battle. No battle can take place unless by mutual consent, and in this idea, which constitutes the whole basis of a duel, is the root of a certain phraseology used by historical writers, which leads to many indefinite and false conceptions. According to the view of the writers to whom we refer, it has frequently happened that one commander has offered battle to the other, and the latter has not accepted it. But the battle is a very modified duel, and its foundation is not merely in the mutual wish to fight, that is, in consent, but in the objects which are bound up with the battle. These belong always to a greater whole, and that so much more, as even the whole War, considered as a combat unit, has political objectives and conditions which belong to a higher standpoint. The mere desire to conquer each other therefore falls into quite a subordinate relation, or rather it ceases completely to be anything of itself, and only becomes the nerve which conveys the impulse of action from the higher will. Amongst the ancients, and then again during the early period of standing armies, the expression that we had offered battle to the enemy in vain had more sense in it than it has now. By the ancients everything was constituted with a view to measuring each other's strength in the open field, free from anything in the nature of a hindrance, and the whole art of war consisted in the organisation and formation of the army, that is, in the order of battle. Now, as their armies regularly entrenched themselves in their camps, therefore the position in a camp was regarded as something unassailable, and a battle did not become possible until the enemy left his camp, and placed himself in a practicable country, as it were, entered the lists. If, therefore, we hear about Hannibal having offered battle to Fabius in vain, that tells us nothing more as regards the latter than that a battle was not part of his plan, and in itself neither proves the physical nor moral superiority of Hannibal, but with respect to him the expression is still correct enough in the sense that Hannibal really wished a battle. In the early period of modern armies, the relations were similar in great combats and battles, that is to say, great masses were brought into action, and managed throughout it by means of an order of battle, which like a great helpless whole required a more or less level plain, and was neither suited to attack nor yet to defence in a broken, close, or even mountainous country. The defender, therefore, had here also to some extent the means of avoiding battle. These relations, although gradually becoming modified, continued until the First Silesian War, and it was not until the 7 Years' War that attacks on an enemy posted in a difficult country gradually became feasible and of ordinary occurrence. Ground did not certainly cease to be a principle of strength to those making use of its aid, but it was no longer a charmed circle which shut out the natural forces of war. During the past 30 years, war has perfected itself much more in this respect, and there is no longer anything which stands in the way of a general who is in earnest about a decision by means of battle. He can seek out his enemy and attack him. If he does not do so, he cannot take credit for having wished to fight, and the expression he offered a battle which his opponent did not accept, therefore now means nothing more than that he did not find circumstances advantageous enough for a battle, an admission which the above expression does not suit, but which it only strives to throw a veil over. It is true the defensive side can no longer refuse a battle, yet he may still avoid it by giving up his position, and the role with which that position was connected. This is, however, half a victory for the offensive side, and an acknowledgment of his superiority for the present. This idea, in connection with the cartel of defiance, can therefore no longer be made use of in order of such rhodomontade to qualify the inaction of him whose part it is to advance, that is, the offensive. The defender, who as long as he does not give way must have the credit of willing the battle, may certainly say he has offered it if he is not attacked, if that is not understood of itself. But on the other hand, he who now wishes to, and can retreat, cannot easily be forced to give battle. Now, as the advantages to the aggressor from this retreat are often not sufficient, and a substantial victory is a matter of urgent necessity for him, in that way the few means which there are to compel such an opponent also to give battle are often sought for, and applied with particular skill. The principal means for this are, first, surrounding the enemy so as to make his retreat impossible, or at least so difficult that it is better for him to accept battle, and secondly, surprising him. This last way, for which there was a motive formerly in the extreme difficulty of all movements, has become in modern times very inefficacious. From the pliability and manoeuvring capabilities of troops in the present day, one does not hesitate to commence a retreat, even in sight of the enemy, and only some special obstacles in the nature of the country can cause serious difficulties in the operation. As an example of this kind, the Battle of Neresheim may be given, fought by the Archduke Charles with Moreau in the Rhone Alp, August 11th, 1796, merely with a view to facilitate his retreat, although we freely confess we have never been able quite to understand the argument of the renowned General and author himself in this case. The Battle of Rossbach is another example, if we suppose the commander of the Allied army had not really the intention of attacking Frederick the Great. Of the Battle of Soor, the king himself says that it was only fought because a retreat in the presence of the enemy appeared to him a critical operation. At the same time, the king has also given other reasons for the battle. On the whole, regular night surprises excepted, such cases will always be of rare occurrence, and those in which an enemy is compelled to fight by being practically surrounded will happen mostly to a single corps only, like Mortimer's at Durenstein, 1809, and Van Dam at Kulm, 1813. Chapter 9. The Battle. Its Decision. What is a battle? A conflict of the main body, but not an unimportant one about a secondary object, not a mere attempt which is given up when we see betimes that our object is hardly within our reach. It is a conflict waged with all our forces for the attainment of a decisive victory. Minor objects may also be mixed up with the principal object, and it will take many different tones of colour from the circumstances out of which it originates, for a battle belongs also to a greater whole, of which it is only a part, but because the essence of war is conflict, and the battle is the conflict of the main armies, it is always to be regarded as the real centre of gravity of the war, and therefore its distinguishing character is, that, unlike all other encounters, it is arranged for, and undertaken with the sole purpose of obtaining a decisive victory. This has an influence on the manner of its decision, on the effect of the victory contained in it, and determines the value which theory is to assign to it as a means to an end. On that account we make it the subject of our special consideration, and at this stage, before we enter upon the special ends which may be bound up with it, but which do not essentially alter its character, if it really deserves to be termed a battle. If a battle takes place principally on its own account, the elements of its decision must be contained in itself. In other words, victory must be striven for as long as a possibility or hope remains. It must not, therefore, be given up on account of secondary circumstances, but only and alone in the event of the forces appearing completely insufficient. Now, how is that precise moment to be described? If a certain artificial formation and cohesion of an army is the principal condition under which the bravery of the troops can gain a victory, as was the case during a great part of the period of the modern art of war, then the breaking up of this formation is the decision. A beaten wing which is put out of joint decides the fate of all that was connected with it. If, as was the case at another time, the essence of the defence consists in an intimate alliance of the army with the ground on which it fights, and its obstacles, so the army and position are only one, then the conquest of an essential point in this position is the decision. It is said that the key of the position is lost, it cannot therefore be defended any further, the battle cannot be continued. In both cases, the beaten armies are very much like the broken strings of an instrument which cannot do their work. That geometrical, as well as this geographical principle, which had a tendency to place an army in a state of crystallizing tension, which did not allow of the available powers being made use of up to the last man, have at least so far lost their influence that they no longer predominate. Armies are still led into battle in a certain order, but that order is no longer of decisive importance. Obstacles of ground are also still turned to account to strengthen a position, but they are no longer the only support. We attempted in the second chapter of this book to take a general view of the nature of the modern battle. According to our conception of it, the order of battle is only a disposition of the forces suitable to the convenient use of them, and the course of the battle a mutual slow wearing away of these forces upon one another, to see which will have soonest exhausted his adversary. The resolution, therefore, to give up the fight arises, in a battle more than in any other combat, from the relation of the fresh reserves remaining available, for only these still retain all their moral vigour, and the cinders of the battered, knocked about battalions, already burnt out in the destroying element, must not be placed on a level with them. Also, lost ground, as we have elsewhere said, is a standard of lost moral force. It therefore comes also into account, but more as a sign of loss suffered than for the loss itself, and the number of fresh reserves is always the chief point to be looked at by both commanders. In general, an action inclines in one direction from the very commencement, but in a manner little observable. This direction is also frequently given in a very decided manner by the arrangements which have been made previously, and then it shows a want of discernment in that general who commences battle under these unfavourable circumstances without being aware of them. Even when this does not occur, it lies in the nature of things that the course of battle resembles rather a slow disturbance of equilibrium, which commences soon, but, as we have said, almost imperceptibly at first, and then with each moment of time becomes stronger and more visible than an oscillating to and fro, as those who are misled by mendacious descriptions usually suppose. But whether it happens that the balance is for a long time little disturbed, or that even after it has been lost on one side it rights itself again, and is then lost on the other side, it is certain at all events that in most instances the defeated General foresees his fate long before he retreats, and that cases in which some critical event acts with unexpected force upon the course of the whole have their existence mostly in the colouring with which every one depicts his lost battle. We can only here appeal to the decision of unprejudiced men of experience, who will, we are sure, assent to what we have said, and answer for us to such of our readers as do not know war from their own experience. To develop the necessity of this course from the nature of the thing would lead us too far into the province of tactics, to which this branch of the subject belongs. We are here only concerned with its results. If we say that the defeated General foresees the unfavourable result, usually some time before he makes up his mind to give up the battle, we admit that there are also instances to the contrary, because otherwise we should maintain a proposition contradictory to itself. If at the moment of each decisive tendency of battle it should be considered as lost, then also no further forces should be used to give it a turn, and consequently this decisive tendency could not precede the retreat by any length of time. Certainly there are instances of battles which, after having taken a decided turn to one side, have still ended in favour of the other, but they are rare, not usual. These exceptional cases, however, are reckoned upon by every General against whom fortune declares itself, and he must reckon upon them as long as there remains a possibility of a turn of fortune. He hopes by stronger efforts, by raising the remaining moral forces, by surpassing himself, or also by some fortunate chance, that the next moment will bring a change, and pursues this as far as his courage and his judgment can agree. We shall have something more to say on this subject, but before that we must show what are the signs of the scales turning. The result of the whole combat consists in the sum total of the results of all partial combats, but these results of separate combats are settled by different considerations. First, by the pure moral power in the mind of the leading officers. If a General of Division has seen his battalions forced to succumb, it will have an influence on his demeanour and his reports, and these again will have an influence on the measures of the Commander-in-Chief. Therefore even those unsuccessful partial combats, which to all appearance are retrieved, are not lost in their results, and the impressions from them sum themselves up in the mind of the Commander without much trouble, and even against his will. Secondly, by the quicker melting away of our troops, which can be easily estimated in the slow and relatively little tumultuary course of our battles. Third, by lost ground. All these things serve for the eye of the General as a compass to tell the course of the battle in which he is embarked. If whole batteries have been lost and none of the enemy's taken, if battalions have been overthrown by the enemy's cavalry, whilst those of the enemy everywhere present impenetrable masses, if the line of fire from his order of battle wavers involuntarily from one point to another, if fruitless efforts have been made to gain certain points, and the assaulting battalions each time been scattered by well-directed volleys of grape and case, if our artillery begins to reply feebly to that of the enemy, if the battalions under fire diminish unusually fast, because with the wounded crowds of unwounded men go to the rear, if single divisions have been cut off and made prisoners through the disruption of the plan of battle, if the line of retreat begins to be endangered, the commander may tell very well in which direction he is going with his battle. The longer this direction continues, the more decided it becomes, so much the more difficult will be the turning, so much the nearer the moment when he must give up the battle. We shall now make some observations on this moment. We have already said more than once that the final decision is ruled mostly by the relative number of fresh reserves remaining at the last. That commander who sees his adversary is decidedly superior to him in this respect makes up his mind to retreat. It is the characteristic of modern battles that all mischances and losses which take place in the course of the same can be retrieved by fresh forces, because the arrangement of the modern order of battle and the way in which troops are brought into action allow of their use almost generally, and in each position. So long, therefore, as that commander against whom the issue seems to declare itself still retains a superiority in reserve force, he will not give up the day. But from the moment that his reserves begin to become weaker than his enemies, the decision may be regarded as settled, and what he now does depends partly on special circumstances, partly on the degree of courage and perseverance which he personally possesses, and which may degenerate into foolish obstinacy. How a commander can attain to the power of estimating correctly the still remaining reserves on both sides is an affair of skilful practical genius, which does not in any way belong to this place. We keep ourselves to the result as it forms itself in his mind. But this conclusion is still not the moment of decision properly, for a motive which only arises gradually does not answer to that, but is only a general motive towards resolution, and the resolution itself requires still some special immediate causes. Of these there are two chief ones which constantly recur, that is, the danger of retreat and the arrival of night. If the retreat, with every new step which the battle takes in its course, becomes constantly in greater danger, and if the reserves are so much diminished that they are no longer adequate to get breathing room, then there is nothing left but to submit to fate, and by a well-conducted retreat to save what, by a longer delay ending in flight and disaster, would be lost. But night, as a rule, puts an end to all battles, because a night combat holds out no hope of advantage except under particular circumstances, and as night is better suited for a retreat than the day, so therefore the commander who must look at the retreat as a thing inevitable, or as most probable, will prefer to make use of the night for his purpose. That there are, besides the above two usual and chief causes, yet many others also, which are less or more individual and not to be overlooked, is a matter of course. For the more a battle tends toward a complete upset of the equilibrium, the more sensible is the influence of each partial result in hastening the turn. Thus the loss of a battery, a successful charge of a couple of regiments of cavalry, may call into life the resolution to retreat already ripening. As a conclusion to this subject, we must dwell for a moment on the point at which the courage of the commander engages in a sort of conflict with his reason. If, on the one hand, the overbearing pride of a victorious conqueror, if the inflexible will of a naturally obstinate spirit, if the strenuous resistance of noble feelings will not yield the battlefield where they must leave their honour, yet, on the other hand, reason counsels not to give up everything, not to risk the last upon the game, but to retain as much over as is necessary for an orderly retreat. However highly we must esteem courage and firmness in war, and however little prospect there is of victory to him who cannot resolve to seek it by the exertion of all his power, still there is a point beyond which perseverance can only be termed desperate folly, and therefore can meet with no approbation from any critic. In the most celebrated of all battles, that of Belle Alliance, Bonaparte used his last reserve in an effort to retrieve a battle which was past being retrieved. He spent his last farthing, and then, as a beggar, abandoned both the battlefield and his crown. Chapter 10. Effects of Victory. Continuation. According to the point from which our view is taken, we may feel as much astonished at the extraordinary results of some great battles as to the want of results in others. We shall dwell for a moment on the nature of the effect of a great victory. Three things may easily be distinguished here: the effect upon the instrument itself, that is, upon the Generals and their armies; the effect upon the States interested in the War; and the particular result of these effects as manifested in the subsequent course of the campaign. If we only think of the trifling difference which there usually is between victor and vanquished in killed, wounded, prisoners, and artillery lost on the field of battle itself, the consequences which are developed out of this insignificant point seem often quite incomprehensible, and yet usually everything only happens quite naturally. We have already said in the 7th chapter that the magnitude of a victory increases not merely in the same measure as the vanquished forces increase in number, but in a higher ratio. The moral effects resulting from the issue of a great battle are greater on the side of the conquered than on that of the conqueror. They lead to greater losses in physical force, which then in turn react on the moral element, and so they go on mutually supporting and intensifying each other. On this moral effect we must therefore lay special weight. It takes an opposite direction on the one side from that on the other. As it undermines the energies of the conquered, so it elevates the powers and energy of the conqueror. But its chief effect is upon the vanquished, because here it is the direct cause of fresh losses, and because it is homogeneous in nature with danger, with the fatigues, the hardships, and generally with all those embarrassing circumstances by which War is surrounded, therefore enters into league with them, and increases by their help, whilst with the conqueror all these things are like weights which give a higher swing to his courage. It is therefore found that the vanquished sinks much further below the original line of equilibrium than the conqueror raises himself above it. On this account, if we speak of the effects of victory, we allude more particularly to those which manifest themselves in the Army. If this effect is more powerful in an important combat than in a smaller one, so again it is much more powerful in a great battle than in a minor one. The great battle takes place for the sake of itself, for the sake of the victory which it is to give, and which is sought for with the utmost effort. Here, on this spot, in this very hour, to conquer the enemy, is the purpose in which the plan of the War, with all its threads, converges, in which all distant hopes, all dim glimmerings of future meet. Fate steps in before us to give an answer to the bold question. This is the state of mental tension not only of the Commander, but of his whole Army, down to the lowest waggon driver, no doubt in decreasing strength, but also in decreasing importance. According to the nature of the thing, a great battle has never, at any time, been an unprepared, unexpected, blind, routine service, but a grand act, which, partly of itself, and partly from the aim of the Commander, stands out from among the mass of ordinary efforts, sufficient to raise the tension of all minds to a higher degree. But the higher this tension with respect to the issue, the more powerful must be the effect of that issue. Again, the moral effect of victory in our battles is greater than it was in the earlier ones of modern military history. If the former are, as we have depicted them, a real struggle of forces to the utmost, then the sum total of all these forces, of the physical as well as the moral, must decide more than certain special dispositions or mere chance. A single fault committed may be repaired next time. From good fortune and chance we can hope for more favour on another occasion, but the sum total of moral and physical powers cannot be so quickly altered, and therefore what the award of a victory has decided appears of much greater importance for all futurity. Very probably of all concerned in battles, whether in or out of the Army, very few have given a thought to this difference. But the course of a battle itself impresses on the minds of all present in it such a conviction, and the relation of this course in public documents, however much it may be coloured by twisting particular circumstances, shows also more or less to the world at large that the causes were more of a general than a particular nature. He who has not been present at the loss of a great battle will have difficulty in forming for himself a living or quite true idea of it, and the abstract notions of this or that small untoward affair will never come up to the perfect conception of a lost battle. Let us stop a moment at the picture. The first thing which overpowers the imagination, and we may indeed say also the understanding, is the diminution of the masses. then the loss of ground, which takes place always, more or less, and therefore on the side of the assailant also, if he is not fortunate. Then the rupture of the original formation, the jumbling together of the troops, the risks of retreat, which, with few exceptions, may always be seen sometimes in a less, sometimes in a greater degree. Next the retreat, the most part of which commences at night, or, at least, goes on throughout the night. On this first march we must at once leave behind a number of men completely worn out and scattered about, often just the bravest, who have been foremost in the fight, who have held out the longest. The feeling of being conquered, which only sees the superior officers on the battlefield, now spreads through all ranks, even down to the common soldiers, aggravated by the horrible idea of being obliged to leave in the enemy's hands so many brave comrades, who but a moment since were of such value to us in the battle, and aggravated by a rising distrust of the chief, to whom, more or less, every subordinate attributes as a fault the fruitless efforts he has made. And this feeling of being conquered is no ideal picture over which one might become master. It is an evident truth that the enemy is superior to us, a truth of which the causes might have been so latent before that they were not to be discovered, but which, in the issue, comes out clear and palpable, or which was also perhaps before suspected, but which, in the want of any certainty, we had to oppose by the hope of chance, reliance on good fortune, providence, or a bold attitude. Now all this has proved insufficient, and the bitter truth meets us harsh and imperious. All these feelings are widely different from a panic, which in an army fortified by military virtue never, and in any other only exceptionally, follows the loss of a battle. They must arise even in the best of armies, and although long habituation to war and victory together, with great confidence in a commander, may modify them a little here and there, they are never entirely wanting in the first moment. They are not the pure consequences of lost trophies. They are usually lost at a later period, and the loss of them does not become generally known so quickly. They will therefore not fail to appear even when the scale turns in the slowest and most gradual manner, and they constitute that effect of a victory upon which we can always count in every case. We have already said that the number of trophies intensifies this effect. It is evident that an army in this condition, looked at as an instrument, is weakened. How can we expect that when reduced to such a degree that, as we said before, it finds new enemies in all the ordinary difficulties of making war, it will be able to recover by fresh efforts what has been lost? Before the battle there was a real or assumed equilibrium between the two sides. This is lost, and therefore some external assistance is requisite to restore it. Every new effort without such external support can only lead to fresh losses. Thus, therefore, the most moderate victory of the chief army must tend to cause a constant sinking of the scale on the opponent's side, until new external circumstances bring about a change. If these are not near, if the conqueror is an eager opponent who, thirsting for glory, pursues great aims, then a first-rate commander, and in the beaten army a true military spirit, hardened by many campaigns, are required, in order to stop the swollen stream of prosperity from bursting all bounds, and to moderate its course by small but reiterated acts of resistance, until the force of victory has spent itself at the goal of its career. And now as to the effect of defeat beyond the army upon the nation and government. It is the sudden collapse of hopes stretched to the utmost, the downfall of all self-reliance. In place of these extinct forces, fear, with its destructive properties of expansion, rushes into the vacuum left, and completes the prostration. It is a very real shock upon the nerves, which one of the two athletes receives from the electric spark of victory. And that effect, however different in degrees, is never completely wanting. Instead of every one hastening with a spirit of determination to aid in repairing the disaster, every one fears that his efforts will only be in vain, and stops, hesitating with himself, when he should rush forward, or, in despondency, he lets his arm drop, leaving everything to fate. The consequence which this effect of victory brings forth in the course of the war itself depend in part on the character and talent of the victorious general, but more on the circumstances from which the victory proceeds, and to which it leads. Without boldness and an enterprising spirit on the part of the leader, the most brilliant victory will lead to no great success, and its force exhausts itself all the sooner on circumstances if these offer a strong and stubborn opposition to it. How very different from Daun Frederick the Great would have used the victory at Kolin, and what different consequences France, in place of Prussia, might have given a battle of Leuthen. The conditions which allow us to expect great results from a great victory we shall learn when we come to the subjects with which they are connected. Then it will be possible to explain the disproportion which appears at first sight between the magnitude of the victory and its results, and which is only too readily attributed to a want of energy on the part of the conqueror. Here, where we have to do with the great battle in itself, we shall merely say that the effects now depicted never fail to attend a victory, that they mount up with the intensive strength of the victory, mount up more the whole strength of the army has been concentrated in it, the more the whole military power of the nation is contained in that army, and the state in that military power. But then the question may be asked, can theory accept this effect of victory as absolutely necessary? Must it not rather endeavour to find out counteracting means capable of neutralising these effects? It seems quite natural to answer this question in the affirmative, but heaven defend us from taking that wrong course of most theorists, out of which is begotten a mutually devouring pro et contra. Certainly that effect is perfectly necessary, for it has its foundation in the nature of things, and it exists, even if we find a means to struggle against it. Just as the motion of a cannon ball is always in the direction of the terrestrial, although when fired from east to west, part of the general velocity is destroyed by this opposite motion. All war supposes human weakness, and against that it is directed. Therefore, if hereafter in another place we examine what is to be done after the loss of a great battle, if we bring under review the resources which still remain, even in the most desperate cases, if we should express a belief in the possibility of retrieving all, even in such a case it must not be supposed we mean thereby that the effects of such a defeat can, by degrees, be completely wiped out, for the forces and means used to repair the disaster might have been applied to the realisation of some positive object, and this applies both to the moral and physical forces. Another question is, whether through the loss of a great battle, forces are not perhaps roused into existence, which otherwise would never have come to life. This case is certainly conceivable, and it is what has actually occurred with many nations. But to produce this intensified reaction is beyond the province of military art, which can only take account of it where it might be assumed as a possibility. If there are cases in which the fruits of a victory appear rather of a destructive nature, in consequence of the reaction of the forces which it had the effect of rousing into activity, cases which certainly are very exceptional, then it must the more surely be granted that there is a difference in the effects which one and the same victory may produce according to the character of the people or state which has been conquered. End of Book 4, Chapter 10. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 4, Chapter 11 of On War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. On War by Carl von Clausewitz. Translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Book 4, Chapter 11. The Use of the Battle. Continued. Whatever form the conduct of war may take in particular cases, and whatever we may have to admit in the sequel as necessary respecting it, we have only to refer to the conception of war to be convinced of what follows. 1. The destruction of the enemy's military force is the leading principle of war, and for the whole chapter of positive action, the direct way to the object. 2. This destruction of the enemy's force must be principally effected by means of battle. 3. Only great and general battles can produce great results. 4. The results will be greatest when combats unite themselves in one great battle. 5. It is only in a great battle that the General-in-Chief commands in person, and it is in the nature of things that he should place more confidence in himself than in his subordinates. From these truths a double law follows, the parts of which mutually support each other, namely that the destruction of the enemy's military force is to be sought for principally by great battles and their results, and that the chief object of great battles must be the destruction of the enemy's military force. No doubt the annihilation principle is to be found more or less in other means. Granted, there are instances in which, through favourable circumstances in a minor combat, the destruction of the enemy's force has been disproportionately great (Maxen), and on the other hand in a battle, the taking or holding of a single post may be predominant in importance as an object. But as a general rule it remains a paramount truth that battles are only fought with a view to the destruction of the enemy's army, and that this destruction can only be effected by their means. The battle may therefore be regarded as war concentrated, as the centre of effort of the whole war or campaign. As the sun's rays unite in the focus of the concave mirror in a perfect image, and in the fulness of their heat, to the forces and circumstances of war unite in a focus in the great battle for one concentrated utmost effort. The very assemblage of forces in one great whole, which takes place more or less in all wars, indicates an intention to strike a decisive blow with this whole, either voluntarily as assailant, or constrained by the opposite party as defender. When this great blow does not follow, then some modifying and retarding motives have attached themselves to the original motive of hostility, and have weakened, altered, or completely checked the movement. But also, even in this condition of mutual inaction, which has been the keynote in so many wars, the idea of a possible battle serves always for both parties as a point of direction, a distant focus in the construction of their plans. The more war is war in earnest, the more it is a venting of animosity and hostility, a mutual struggle to overpower, so much the more will all activities join deadly contest, and also the more prominent in importance becomes the battle. In general, when the object aimed at is of great and positive nature, one therefore in which the interests of the enemy are deeply concerned, the battle offers itself as the most natural means. It is therefore also the best, as we shall show more plainly hereafter, and as a rule, when it is evaded from aversion to the great decision, punishment follows. The positive object belongs to the offensive, and therefore the battle is also more particularly his means. But without examining the conception of offensive and defensive more minutely here, we must still observe that, even for the defender in most cases, there is no other effectual means with which to meet the exigencies of his situation, to solve the problems presented to him. The battle is the bloodiest way of solution. True, it is not merely reciprocal slaughter, and its effect is more a killing of the enemy's courage than of the enemy's soldiers, as we shall see more plainly in the next chapter, but still blood is always its price, and slaughter its character as well as name. From this the humanity in the General's mind recoils with horror. But the soul of the man trembles still more at the thought of the decision to be given with one single blow. In one point of space and time all action is here pressed together, and at such a moment there is stirred up within us a dim feeling, as if in this narrow space all our forces could not develop themselves and come into activity, as if we had already gained much by mere time, although this time owes us nothing at all. This is all mere illusion, but even as illusion it is something, and the same weakness which seizes upon the man in every other momentous decision may well be felt more powerfully by the General, when he must stake interests of such enormous weight upon one venture. Thus, then, statesmen and generals have at all times endeavoured to avoid the decisive battle, seeking either to attain their aim without it, or dropping that aim unperceived. Writers on history and theory have busied themselves to discover in some other feature in these campaigns not only an equivalent for the decision by battle which has been avoided, but even a higher art. In this way, in the present age, it came very near to this, that a battle in the economy of war was looked upon as an evil, rendered necessary through some error committed, a morbid paroxysm to which a regular, prudent system of war would never lead. Only those generals were to deserve laurels who knew how to carry on war without spilling blood, and the theory of war, a real business for Brahmins, was to be specially directed to teaching this. Contemporary history has destroyed this illusion, but no one can guarantee that it will not sooner or later reproduce itself, and lead those at the head of affairs to perversities which please man's weakness, and therefore have the greater affinity for his nature. Perhaps, by and by, Bonaparte's campaigns and battles will be looked upon as mere acts of barbarism and stupidity, and we shall once more turn with satisfaction and confidence to the dress sword of obsolete and musty institutions and forms. If theory gives a caution against this, then it renders a real service to those who listen to its warning voice. May we succeed in lending a hand to those who in our dear native land are called upon to speak with authority on these matters, that we may be their guide into this field of inquiry, and excite them to make a candid examination of the subject. Not only the conception of war, but experience, also leads us to look for a great decision only in a great battle. From time immemorial, only great victories have led to great successes on the offensive side in the absolute form. On the defensive side, in a manner more or less satisfactory. Even Bonaparte would not have seen the day of Ulm, unique in its kind, if he had shrunk from shedding blood. It is rather to be regarded as only a second crop from the victorious events in his preceding campaigns. It is not only bold, rash, and presumptuous generals who have sought to complete their work by the great venture of a decisive battle, but also fortunate ones as well, and we may rest satisfied with the answer which they have thus given to this vast question. Let us not hear of generals who conquer without bloodshed. If a bloody slaughter is a horrible sight, then that is a ground for paying more respect to war, but not for making the sword we wear blunter and blunter by degrees from feelings of humanity, until some one steps in with one that is sharp, and lops off the arm from our body. We look upon a great battle as a principal decision, but certainly not as the only one necessary for a war or a campaign. Instances of a great battle deciding a whole campaign have been frequent only in modern times. Those which have decided a whole war belong to a class of rare exceptions. A decision which is brought about by a great battle depends naturally not on the battle itself, that is, on the mass of combatants engaged in it, and on the intensity of the victory, but also on a number of other relations between the military forces opposed to each other, and between the states to which these forces belong. But at the same time, the principal mass of the force available is brought to the great duel. A great decision is also brought on, the extent of which may perhaps be foreseen in many respects, though not in all, and which, although not the only one, still is the first decision, and as such has an influence on those which succeed. Therefore a deliberately planned great battle, according to its relations, is more or less, but always in some degree, to be regarded as the leading means and central point of the whole system. The more a General takes to the field in the true spirit of war, as well as of every contest, with the feeling and the idea, that is, the conviction, that he must and will conquer, the more he will strive to throw every weight into the scale in the first battle, hope and strive to win everything by it. Bonaparte hardly ever entered upon a war without thinking of conquering his enemy at once in the first battle, and Frederick the Great, though in a more limited sphere, and with interests of less magnitude at stake, thought the same when, at the head of a small army, he sought to disengage his rear from the Russians or the Federal Imperial Army. The decision which is given by the great battle depends, we have said, partly on the battle itself, that is, on the number of troops engaged, and partly on the magnitude of the success. How the General may increase its importance in respect to the first point is evident in itself, and we shall merely observe that according to the importance of the great battle, the number of cases which are decided along with it increases, and therefore Generals who, confident in themselves, have been lovers of great decisions, have always managed to make use of the greater part of their troops in it, without neglecting on that account essential points elsewhere. As regards the consequences, or, speaking more correctly, the effectiveness of a victory, that depends chiefly on 4 points. 1. On the tactical form adopted as the order of battle. 2. On the nature of the country. 3. On the relative proportions of the 3 arms. 4. On the relative strength of the 2 armies. A battle with parallel fronts, and without any action against a flank, will seldom yield as great a success as one in which the defeated army has been turned, or compelled to change front, more or less. In a broken or hilly country, the successes are likewise smaller, because the power of the blow is everywhere less. If the cavalry of the vanquished is equal or superior to that of the victor, then the effects of the pursuit are diminished, and by that great part of the results of victory are lost. Finally, it's easy to understand that if superior numbers are on the side of the conqueror, and he uses his advantage in that respect to turn the flank of his adversary, or compel him to change front, greater results will follow than if the conqueror had been weaker in numbers than the vanquished. The Battle of Leuthen may certainly be quoted as a practical refutation of this principle, but we beg permission for once to say what we otherwise do not like: no rule without an exception. In all these ways, therefore, the Commander has the means of giving his battle a decisive character. Certainly he thus exposes himself to an increased amount of danger, but his whole line of action is subjected to that dynamic law of the moral world. There is then nothing in War which can be put in comparison with the great battle in point of importance, and the acme of strategic ability is displayed in the provision of means for this great event, in the skilful determination of place and time, and direction of troops, and it's the good use made of success. But it does not follow from the importance of these things that they must be of a very complicated and recondite nature. All is here rather simple, the art of combination by no means great, but there is great need of quickness in judging of circumstances, need of energy, steady resolution, a youthful spirit of enterprise, heroic qualities, to which we shall often have to refer. There is, therefore, but little wanted here of that which can be taught by books, and there is much that, if it can be taught at all, must come to the General through some other medium than the printer's type. The impulse towards a great battle, the voluntary sure progress to it, must proceed from a feeling of innate power and a clear sense of necessity. In other words, it must proceed from inborn courage, and from perceptions sharpened by contact with the higher interests of life. Great examples are the best teachers, but it is certainly a misfortune if a cloud of theoretical prejudices comes between, for even the sunbeam is refracted and tinted by the clouds. To destroy such prejudices, which many a time rise and spread themselves like a miasma, is an imperative duty of theory, for the misbegotten offspring of human reason can also be, in turn, destroyed by pure reason. Chapter 12. Strategic Means of Utilising Victory. The more difficult part, viz. that of perfectly preparing the victory, is a silent service of which the merit belongs to strategy, and yet for which it is hardly sufficiently commended. It appears brilliant and full of renown by turning to good account a victory gained. What may be the special object of a battle, how it is connected with the whole system of a war, whither the career of victory may lead according to the nature of circumstances, where its culminating point lies, all these are things which we shall not enter upon until hereafter. But under any conceivable circumstances, the fact holds good, that without a pursuit no victory can have a great effect, and that however short the career of a victory may be, it must always lead beyond the first steps in pursuit. And in order to avoid the frequent repetition of this, we shall now dwell for a moment on this necessary supplement of victory in general. The pursuit of a beaten army commences at the moment that army, giving up the combat, leaves its position. All previous movements in one direction and another belong, not to that, but to the progress of the battle itself. Usually victory at the moment here described, even if it is certain, is still as yet small and weak in its proportions, and would not rank as an event of any great positive advantage, if not completed by a pursuit on the first day. Then it is mostly, as we have before said, that the trophies which give substance to the victory begin to be gathered up. Of this pursuit we shall speak in the next place. Usually both sides come into action with their physical powers considerably deteriorated, for the movements immediately preceding have generally the character of very urgent circumstances. The efforts which the forging out of a great combat costs complete the exhaustion. From this it follows that the victorious party is very little less disorganised and out of his original formation than the vanquished, and therefore requires time to reform, to collect stragglers, and issue fresh ammunition to those who are without. All these things place the conqueror himself in the state of crisis, of which we have already spoken. If now the defeated force is only a detached portion of the enemy's army, or if it has otherwise to expect a considerable reinforcement, then the conqueror may easily run into the obvious danger of having to pay too dear for his victory, and this consideration, in such a case, very soon puts an end to pursuit, or at least restricts it materially. Even when a strong accession of force by the enemy is not to be feared, the conqueror finds in the above circumstances a powerful check to the vivacity of his pursuit. There is no reason to fear that the victory will be snatched away, but adverse combats are still possible, and may diminish the advantages which up to the present have been gained. Moreover, at this moment, the whole weight of all that is sensuous in an army, its wants and weaknesses, are dependent on the will of the commander. All the thousands under his command require rest and refreshment, and long to see a stop put to toil and danger for the present. Only a few, forming an exception, can see and feel beyond the present moment. It is only amongst this little number that there is sufficient mental vigour to think, after what is absolutely necessary at the moment has been done, upon those results which, at such a moment, only appear to the rest as mere embellishments of victory, as a luxury of triumph. But all these thousands have a voice in the council of the general, for through the various steps of the military hierarchy, these interests of the sensuous creature have their sure conductor into the heart of the commander. He himself, through mental and bodily fatigue, is more or less weakened in his natural activity, and thus it happens then that, mostly from these causes, purely incidental to human nature, less is done than might have been done, and that generally what is done is to be ascribed entirely to the thirst for glory, the energy indeed, also the hard-heartedness of the General-in-Chief. It is only thus we can explain the hesitating manner in which many generals follow up a victory which superior numbers have given them. The first pursuit of the enemy we limit in general to the extent of the first day, including the night following the victory. At the end of that period, the necessity of rest ourselves prescribes a halt in any case. This first pursuit has different natural degrees. The first is if cavalry alone are employed. In that case it amounts usually more to alarming and watching than to pressing the enemy in reality, because the smallest obstacle of ground is generally sufficient to check the pursuit. Useful as cavalry may be against single bodies of broken demoralised troops, still, when opposed to the bulk of the beaten army, it becomes again only the auxiliary arm, because the troops in retreat can employ fresh reserves to cover the movement, and therefore, at the next trifling obstacle of ground, by combining all arms, they can make a stand with success. The only exception to this is in the case of an army in actual flight, in a complete state of dissolution. The second degree is, if the pursuit is made by a strong advance guard composed of all arms, the greater part consisting naturally of cavalry. Such a pursuit generally drives the enemy as far as the nearest strong position for his rear guard, or the next position affording space for his army. Neither can usually be found at once, and therefore the pursuit can be carried further. Generally, however, it does not extend beyond the distance of one, or at most a couple of leagues, because otherwise the advanced guard would not feel itself sufficiently supported. The third and most vigorous degree is when the victorious army itself continues to advance as far as its physical powers can endure. In this case the beaten army will generally quit such ordinary positions as a country usually offers on the mere show of an attack, or of an intention to turn its flank, and then the rear guard will be still less likely to engage in an obstinate resistance. In all three cases the night, if it sets in before the conclusion of the whole act, usually puts an end to it, and the few instances in which this has not taken place and the pursuit has been continued throughout the night must be regarded as pursuits in an exceptionally vigorous form. If we reflect that in fighting by night everything must be more or less abandoned to chance, and that at the conclusion of a battle the regular cohesion and order of things in an army must inevitably be disturbed, we may easily conceive the reluctance of both generals to carry on their business under such disadvantageous conditions. If a complete dissolution of the vanquished army, or a rare superiority of the victorious army in military virtue, does not ensure success, everything would be in a manner given up to fate, which can never be for the interest of any one, even of the most foolhardy general. As a rule, therefore, night puts an end to pursuit, even when the battle has only been decided shortly before darkness sets in. This allows the conquered either time for rest and to rally immediately, or, if he retreats during the night, it gives him a march in advance. After this break the conquered is decidedly in a better condition, much of that which had been thrown into confusion has been brought again into order, ammunition has been renewed, the whole has been put in a fresh formation. Whatever further encounter now takes place with the enemy is a new battle, not a continuation of the old, and although it may be far from promising absolute success, still it is a fresh combat, and not merely a gathering up of the debris by the victor. When, therefore, the conqueror can continue the pursuit itself throughout the night, if only with a strong advance guard composed of all arms of the service, the effect of the victory is immensely increased. Of this the battles of Leuthen and La Belle Alliance are examples. The whole action of this pursuit is mainly tactical, and we only dwell upon it here in order to make plain the difference which through it may be produced in the effect of a victory. This first pursuit, as far as the nearest stopping point, belongs as a right to every conqueror, and is hardly in any way connected with his further plans and combinations. These may considerably diminish the positive results of a victory gained with the main body of the army, but they cannot make the first use of it impossible. At least cases of this kind, if conceivable at all, must be so uncommon that they should have no appreciable influence on theory, and here certainly we must say that the example afforded by modern wars opens up quite a new field for energy. In preceding wars, resting on a narrower basis and altogether more circumscribed in their scope, there were many unnecessary conventional restrictions in various ways, but particularly in this point. The conception honour of victory seems to generals so much by far the chief thing, that they thought the less of the complete destruction of the enemy's military force, as in point of fact that destruction of force appeared to them only as one of the many means in war, not by any means as the principal, much less as the only means, so that they more readily put the sword into the sheath the moment the enemy had lowered his. Nothing seemed more natural to them than to stop the combat as soon as the decision was obtained, and to regard all further carnage as unnecessary cruelty. Even if this false philosophy did not determine their resolutions entirely, still it was a point of view which, by representations of the exhaustion of all powers, and physical impossibility of continuing the struggle, obtained readier evidence and greater weight. Certainly the sparing of one's own instrument of victory is a vital question, if we only possess this one, and foresee that soon the time may arrive when it will not be sufficient for all that remains to be done, for every continuation of the offensive must lead ultimately to complete exhaustion. But this calculation was still so far false, as the further loss of forces by a continuance of the pursuit could bear no proportion to that which the enemy must suffer. That view, therefore, again could only exist because the military forces were not considered the vital factor. And so we find that in former wars, real heroes only, such as Charles XII, Marlborough, Eugene, Frederick the Great, added a vigorous pursuit to their victories when they were decisive enough, and that other generals usually contented themselves with the possession of the field of battle. In modern times, the greater energy infused into the conduct of wars, through the greater importance of the circumstances from which they have proceeded, has thrown down these conventional barriers. The pursuit has become an all-important business for the conqueror. Trophies have, on that account, multiplied in extent, and if there are cases also in modern warfare in which this has not been the case, still they belong to the list of exceptions, and are to be accounted for by peculiar circumstances. At Gorschen and Bautzen, nothing but the superiority of the Allied cavalry prevented a complete rout. At Grossbeeren and Dennewitz, the ill wind of Bernadotte, the Crown Prince of Sweden. At Laon, the enfeebled personal condition of Blücher, who was then 70 years old, and at the moment confined to a dark room, owing to an injury of his eyes. But Borodino is also an illustration to the point here, and we cannot resist saying a few more words about it, partly because we do not consider the circumstances are explained simply by attaching blame to Bonaparte, partly because it might appear as if this, and with it a great number of similar cases, belonged to that class which we have designated as so extremely rare, cases in which the general relations seize and fetter the General at the very beginning of the battle. French authors in particular, and great admirers of Bonaparte (Vaudancourt, Chambray, Ségur), have blamed him decidedly because he did not drive the Russian army completely off the field, and use his last reserves to scatter it, because then what was only a lost battle would have been a complete rout. We should be obliged to diverge too far to describe circumstantially the mutual situation of the two armies, but this much is evident, that when Bonaparte passed the Niemen with his army, the same corps, which afterwards fought at Borodino, numbered 300,000 men, of whom now only 120,000 remained. He might therefore well be apprehensive that he would not have enough left to march upon Moscow, the point on which everything seemed to depend. The victory which he had just gained gave him nearly a certainty of taking that capital, for that the Russians would be in a condition to fight a second battle within 8 days seemed in the highest degree improbable, and in Moscow he hoped to find peace. No doubt the complete dispersion of the Russian army would have made this peace much more certain, but still the first consideration was to get to Moscow. That is, to get there with a force with which he should appear dictator over the capital, and through that over the empire and the government. The force which he brought with him to Moscow was no longer sufficient for that, as shown in the sequel, but it would have been still less so if, in scattering the Russian army, he had scattered his own at the same time. Bonaparte was thoroughly alive to this, and in our eyes he stands completely justified. But on that account this case is still not to be reckoned amongst those in which, through the general relations, the General is interdicted from following up his victory, for there never was in his case any question of mere pursuit. The victory was decided at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but the Russians still occupied the greater part of the field of battle. They were not yet disposed to give up the ground, and if the attack had been renewed, they would still have offered a most determined resistance, which would undoubtedly have ended in their complete defeat, but which would have cost the conqueror much further bloodshed. We must therefore reckon the Battle of Borodino as amongst battles, like Bautzen, left unfinished. At Bautzen, the vanquished preferred to quit the field sooner. At Borodino, the conqueror preferred to content himself with a half victory, not because the decision appeared doubtful, but because he was not rich enough to pay for the whole. Returning now to our subject, the deduction from our reflections in relation to the first stage of the pursuit is that the energy thrown into it chiefly determines the value of the victory. That this pursuit is a second act of the victory, in many cases more important also than the first, and that strategy, whilst here approaching tactics to receive from it the harvest of success, exercises the first act of her authority by demanding this completion of the victory. But further, the effects of victory are very seldom found to stop with this first pursuit. Now first begins the real career to which the victory lent velocity. This course is conditioned, as we have already said, by other relations of which it is not yet time to speak, but we must here mention what there is of a general character in the pursuit, in order to avoid repetition when the subject occurs again. In the further stages of pursuit, again, we can distinguish 3 degrees: the simple pursuit, a hard pursuit, and a parallel march to intercept. The simple following or pursuing causes the enemy to continue his retreat until he thinks he can risk another battle. It will, therefore, in its effect, suffice to exhaust the advantages gained, and besides that, all that the enemy cannot carry with him, sick, wounded, and disabled from fatigue, quantities of baggage, and carriages of all kinds, will fall into our hands. But this mere following does not tend to heighten the disorder in the enemy's army, an effect which is produced by the 2 following causes. If, for instance, instead of contenting ourselves with taking up every day the camp the enemy has just vacated, occupying just as much of the country as he chooses to abandon, we make our own arrangements so as every day to encroach further, and accordingly, with our advance guard organised for the purpose, attack his rear guard every time it attempts to halt, then such a course will hasten his retreat, and consequently tend to increase his disorganisation. This it will principally effect by the character of continuous flight, which his retreat will thus assume. Nothing has such a depressing influence on the soldier as the sound of the enemy's cannon afresh at the moment when, after a forced march, he seeks some rest. If this excitement is continued from day to day for some time, it may lead to a complete rout. There lies in it a constant admission of being obliged to obey the law of the enemy, and of being unfit for any resistance, and the consciousness of this cannot do otherwise than weaken the moral of an army in a high degree. The effect of pressing the enemy in this way attains a maximum when it drives the enemy to make night marches. If the conqueror scares away the discomfited opponent at sunset from a camp which has just been taken up, either for the main body of the army or for the rear guard, the conquered must either make a night march or alter his position in the night, retreating further away, which is much the same thing. The victorious party can, on the other hand, pass the night in quiet. The arrangement of marches and the choice of positions depend in this case also upon many other things, especially on the supply of the army, on strong natural obstacles in the country, on large towns, and such, that it would be ridiculous pedantry to attempt to show by a geometrical analysis how the pursuer, being able to impose his laws on the retreating enemy, can compel him to march at night while he takes his rest. But nevertheless it is true and practicable that marches in pursuit may be so planned as to have this tendency, and that the efficacy of the pursuit is very much enhanced thereby. If this is seldom attended to in the execution, it is because such a procedure is more difficult for the pursuing army than a regular adherence to ordinary marches in the daytime. To start in good time in the morning, to encamp at midday, to occupy the rest of the day in providing for the ordinary wants of the army, and to use the night for repose, is a much more convenient method than to regulate one's movements exactly according to those of the enemy, therefore to determine nothing till the last moment, to start on the march sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the evening, to be always for several hours in the presence of the enemy, and exchanging cannon shots with him, and keeping up skirmishing fire, to plan manoeuvres to turn him, in short, to make the whole outlay of tactical means which such a course renders necessary. All that naturally bears with a heavy weight on the pursuing army, and in war, where there are so many burdens to be borne, men are always inclined to strip off those which do not seem absolutely necessary. These observations are true, whether applied to a whole army, or, as in the more usual case, to a strong advance guard. For the reasons just mentioned, this second method of pursuit, this continued pressing of the enemy pursued, is rather a rare occurrence. Even Bonaparte, in his Russian campaign, 1812, practised it but little, for the reasons here apparent, that the difficulties and hardships of this campaign already threatened his army with destruction before it could reach its object. On the other hand, the French in their other campaigns have distinguished themselves by their energy in this point also. Lastly, the third and most effectual form of pursuit is the parallel march to the immediate object of the retreat. Every defeated army will naturally have behind it, at a greater or less distance, some point, the attainment of which is the first purpose in view, whether it be that, failing in this, its further retreat might be compromised, as in the case of a defile, or that it is important for the point itself to reach it before the enemy, as in the case of a great city, magazines, and such, or lastly that the army at this point will gain new powers of defence, such as a strong position, or junction with other corps. Now if the conqueror directs his march on this point by a lateral road, it is evident how that may quicken the retreat of the beaten army in a destructive manner, convert it into hurry, perhaps into flight. The conquered has only 3 ways to counteract this. The first is to throw himself in front of the enemy, in order by an unexpected attack to gain that probability of success which is lost to him in general from his position. This plainly supposes an enterprising, bold general, and an excellent army, beaten but not utterly defeated. Therefore it can only be employed by a beaten army in very few cases. The second way is hastening the retreat, but this is just what the conqueror wants, and it easily leads to immoderate efforts on the part of the troops, by which enormous losses are sustained in stragglers, broken guns, and carriages of all kinds. The third way is to make a detour, and get round the nearest point of interception, to march with more ease at a greater distance from the enemy, and thus to render the haste required less damaging. This last way is the worst of all. It generally turns out like a new debt contracted by an insolvent debtor, and leads to greater embarrassment. There are cases in which this course is advisable, others where there is nothing else left, also instances in which it has been successful, but upon the whole it is certainly true that its adoption is usually influenced less by a clear persuasion of its being the surest way of attaining the aim, than by another inadmissible motive. This motive is the dread of encountering the enemy. Woe to the commander who gives in to this! However much the moral of his army may have deteriorated, and however well founded may be his apprehension of being at a disadvantage in any conflict with the enemy, the evil will only be made worse by too anxiously avoiding every possible risk of collision. Bonaparte in 1813 would never have brought over the Rhine with him the 30,000 or 40,000 men who remained after the battle of Hanau, if he had avoided that battle and tried to pass the Rhine at Mannheim or Koblenz. It is just by means of small combats, carefully prepared and executed, and in which the defeated army being on the defensive has always the assistance of the ground, it is just by these that the moral strength of the army can first be resuscitated. The beneficial effect of the smallest successes is incredible, but with most generals the adoption of this plan implies great self-command. The other way, that of evading all encounter, appears at first so much easier, that there is a natural preference for its adoption. It is therefore usually just this system of evasion which best promotes the view of the pursuer, and often ends with the complete downfall of the pursued. We must, however, recollect here that we are speaking of a whole army, not of a single division, which, having been cut off, is seeking to join the main army by making a detour. In such a case circumstances are different, and success is not uncommon, but there is one condition requisite to the success of this race of two corps for an object, which is that the division of the pursuing army should follow by the same road which the pursued has taken, in order to pick up stragglers, and keep up the impression which the presence of the enemy never fails to make. Blücher neglected to do this in his, in other respects unexceptionable, pursuit after La Belle Alliance. Such marches tell upon the pursuer as well as the pursued, and they are not advisable if the enemy's army rallies itself upon another considerable one, if it has a distinguished general at its head, and if its destruction is not already well prepared. But when this means can be adopted, it acts also like a great mechanical power. The losses of the beaten army from sickness and fatigue are on such a disproportionate scale, the spirit of the army is so weakened and lowered by the constant solicitude about impending ruin, that at last anything like a well-organised stand is well out of the question. Every day thousands of prisoners fall into the enemy's hands without striking a blow. In such a season of complete good fortune, the conqueror need not hesitate about dividing his forces in order to draw into the vortex of destruction everything within the reach of his army, to cut off detachments, to take fortresses unprepared for defence, to occupy large towns, and such and such. He may do anything until a new state of things arises, and the more he ventures in this way, the longer will it be before that change will take place. There is no want of examples of brilliant results from grand decisive victories, and of great and vigorous pursuits in the wars of Bonaparte. We need only quote Jena 1806, Ratisbonne 1809, Leipzig 1813, and Belle Alliance 1815. End of Book 4, Chapter 12. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Book 4, Chapter 13 of On War. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, On War by Karl von Clausewitz. Translated by Colonel J. J. Graham. Book 4, Chapter 13. Retreat after a lost battle. In a lost battle the power of an army is broken, the moral to a greater degree than the physical. A second battle, unless fresh favourable circumstances come into play, would lead to a complete defeat, perhaps to destruction. This is a military axiom. According to the usual course, the retreat is continued up to that point where the equilibrium of forces is restored, either by reinforcements, or by the protection of strong fortresses, or by great defensive positions afforded by the country, or by a separation of the enemy's force. The magnitude of the losses sustained, the extent of the defeat, but still more the character of the enemy, will bring nearer, or put off the instant of this equilibrium. How many instances may be found of a beaten army rallied again at a short distance, without its circumstances having altered in any way since the battle? The cause of this may be traced to the moral weakness of the adversary, or to the preponderance gained in the battle not having been sufficient to make lasting impression. To profit by this weakness, or mistake, of the enemy, not to yield 1 inch breadth more than the pressure of circumstance demands, but, above all things, in order to keep up the moral forces to as advantageous a point as possible, a slow retreat, offering incessant resistance, and bold courageous counterstrokes, whenever the enemy seeks to gain any excessive advantages, are absolutely necessary. Retreats of great generals, and of armies inured to war, have always resembled the retreat of a wounded lion. Such is, undoubtedly, also the best theory. It is true that at the moment of quitting a dangerous position, we have often seen trifling formalities observed, which caused a waste of time, and were, therefore, attended with danger, whilst in such cases everything depends on getting out of the place speedily. Practised generals reckon this maxim a very important one. But such cases must not be confounded with a general retreat after a lost battle. Whoever then thinks by a few rapid marches to gain a start, and more easily to recover a firm standing, commits a great error. The first movements should be as small as possible, and it is a maxim in general not to suffer ourselves to be dictated to by the enemy. This maxim cannot be followed without bloody fighting with the enemy at our heels, but the gain is worth the sacrifice. Without it, we get into an accelerated pace, which soon turns into a headlong rush, and costs merely in stragglers more men than rearguard combats, and besides that extinguishes the last remnants of the spirit of resistance. A strong rearguard, composed of picked troops, commanded by the bravest general, and supported by the whole army at critical moments, a careful utilisation of ground, strong ambuscades, wherever the boldness of the enemy's advance guard and the ground afford opportunity, in short, the preparation and system of regular small battles, these are the means of following this principle. The difficulties of a retreat are naturally greater or less according as the battle has been fought under more or less favourable circumstances, and according as it has been more or less obstinately contested. The battle of Jena and La Belle Alliance show how impossible anything like a regular retreat may become, if the last man is used up against a powerful enemy. Now and again it has been suggested to divide for the purpose of retreating, therefore to retreat in separate divisions, or even eccentrically. Such a separation as is made merely for convenience, and along with which concentrated action continues possible, and is kept in view, is not what we now refer to. Any other kind is extremely dangerous, contrary to the nature of the thing, and therefore a great error. Every lost battle is a principle of weakness and disorganisation, and the first and immediate desideratum is to concentrate, and in concentration to recover order, courage, and confidence. The idea of harassing the enemy by separate corps on both flanks, at the moment when he is following up his victory, is a perfect anomaly. A faint-hearted pedant might be overawed by his enemy in that manner, and for such a case it may answer. But where we are not sure of this failing in our opponent, it is better let alone. If the strategic relations after a battle require that we should cover ourselves right and left by detachments, so much must be done as from circumstances is unavoidable. But this fractioning must always be regarded as an evil, and we are seldom in a state to commence it the day after the battle itself. If Frederick the Great, after the Battle of Kollin and the raising of the siege at Prague, retreated in 3 columns, that was not done out of choice, but because the position of his forces and the necessity of covering Saxony left him no alternative. Bonaparte, after the Battle of Brienne, sent Marmont back to the Aube, whilst he himself passed the Seine and turned toward Troyes. But that this did not end in disaster was solely owing to the circumstance that the Allies, instead of pursuing, divided their forces in like manner, turning with the one part, Blucher, toward the Marne, while with the other, Schwarzenberg, from fear of being too weak, they advanced with exaggerated caution. Chapter 14. Night Fighting. The manner of conducting a combat at night, and what concerns the details of its course, is a tactical subject. We only examine it here so far as in its totality it appears as a special strategic means. Fundamentally, every night attack is only a more vehement form of surprise. Now, at the first look of the thing, such an attack appears quite pre-eminently advantageous, for we suppose the enemy to be taken by surprise, the assailant naturally to be prepared for everything which can happen. What an inequality! Imagination paints to itself a picture of the most complete confusion on the one side, and on the other side the assailant only occupied in reaping the fruits of his advantage. Hence the constant creation of schemes for night attacks, by those who have not led them, and have no responsibility, seldom take place in reality. These ideal schemes are all based on the hypothesis that the assailant knows the arrangements of the defender, because they have been made and announced beforehand, and could not escape notice in his reconnaissances and inquiries; that, on the other hand, the measures of the assailant, being only taken at the moment of execution, cannot be known to the enemy. But the last of these is not always quite the case, and still less is the first. If we are not so near the enemy as to have him completely under our eye, as the Austrians had Frederick the Great before the Battle of Hochkirch, then all that we know of his position must always be imperfect, as it is obtained by reconnaissances, patrols, information from prisoners, and spies, sources on which no firm reliance can be placed, because intelligence thus obtained is always more or less of an old date, and the position of the enemy may have been altered in the meantime. Moreover, with the tactics and mode of encampment of former times, it was much easier than it is now to examine the position of the enemy. A line of tents is much easier to distinguish than a line of huts or a bivouac, and an encampment on a line of front, fully and irregularly drawn out, also easier than one of divisions formed in columns, the mode often used at present. We may have the ground on which a division bivouacs in that manner completely under our eye, and yet not be able to arrive at any accurate idea. But the position again is not all that we want to know. The measures which the defender may take in the course of the combat are just as important, and do not by any means consist in mere random shots. These measures also make night attacks more difficult in modern wars than formerly, because they have in these campaigns an advantage over those already taken. In our combats the position of the defender is more temporary than definitive, and on that account the defender is better able to surprise his adversary with unexpected blows than he could formerly. Therefore, what the assailant knows of the defensive previous to a night attack is seldom or never sufficient to supply the want of direct observation. But the defender has on his side another small advantage as well, which is that he is more at home than the assailant on the ground which forms his position, and therefore, like the inhabitant of a room, will find his way about in the dark with more ease than a stranger. He knows better where to find each part of his force, and therefore can more readily get at it than is the case with his adversary. From this it follows that the assailant in a combat at night feels the want of his eyes just as much as the defender, and that therefore only particular reasons can make a night attack advisable. Now these reasons arise mostly in connection with subordinate parts of an army, rarely with the army itself. It follows that a night attack also as a rule can only take place with secondary combats, and seldom with great battles. We may attack a portion of the enemy's army with a very superior force, consequently enveloping it with a view either to take the whole, or to inflict very severe loss on it by an unequal combat, provided that other circumstances are in our favour. But such a scheme can never succeed except by a great surprise, because no fractional part of the enemy's army could engage in such an unequal combat, but would retire instead. But a surprise on an important scale, except in the rare instances in a very close country, can only be effected at night. Therefore, if we wish to gain such an advantage as this from the faulty disposition of a portion of the enemy's army, then we must make use of the night, at all events to finish the preliminary part, even if the combat itself should not open till towards daybreak. This is therefore what takes place in all the little enterprises by night against outposts and other small bodies, the main point being invariably through superior numbers, and getting round his position, to engage him unexpectedly in such a disadvantageous combat that he cannot disengage himself without great loss. The larger the body attacked, the more difficult the undertaking, because a strong force has greater resources within itself to maintain the fight long enough for help to arrive. On that account the whole of the enemy's army can never, in ordinary cases, be the object of such an attack, for although it has no assistance to expect from any quarter outside itself, still it contains within itself sufficient means of repelling attacks from several sides, particularly in our day, when every one from the commencement is prepared for this very usual form of attack. Whether the enemy can attack us on several sides with success depends generally on conditions quite different from that of its being done unexpectedly. Without entering here into the nature of these conditions, we confine ourselves to observing that with turning an enemy great results as well as great dangers are connected; that therefore if we set aside special circumstances, nothing justifies it but a great superiority, just such as we should use against a fractional part of the enemy's army. But the turning and surrounding of a small fraction of the enemy, and particularly in the darkness of night, is also more practicable for this reason, that whatever we stake upon it, and however superior the force used may be, still probably it constitutes only a limited portion of our army, and we can sooner stake that than the whole on the risk of a great venture. Besides, the greater part, or perhaps the whole, serves as a support and rallying point for the portion risked, which again very much diminishes the danger of the enterprise. Not only the risk, but the difficulty of execution as well confines night enterprises to small bodies. As surprise is the real essence of them, so also stealthy approach is the chief condition of execution, but this is more easily done with small bodies than with large, and for the columns of a whole army it is seldom practicable. For this reason, such enterprises are in general only directed against single outposts, and can only be feasible against greater bodies if they are without sufficient outposts, like Frederick the Great at Hochkirch. This will happen seldomer in future to armies themselves than to minor divisions. In recent times, when war has been carried on with so much more rapidity and vigour, it has in consequence often happened that armies have encamped very close to each other, without having a very strong system of outposts, because these circumstances have generally occurred just at the crisis which precedes a great decision. But then at such times the readiness for battle on both sides is also more perfect. On the other hand, in former wars, it was a frequent practice for armies to take up camps in sight of each other, when they had no other object but that of mutually holding each other in check, consequently for a longer period. How often Frederick the Great stood for weeks so near to the Austrians that the two might have exchanged cannon shots with each other. But these practices, certainly more favourable to night attacks, have been discontinued in latter days, and armies, being now no longer, in regard to subsistence and requirements for encampment, such independent bodies complete in themselves, find it necessary to keep usually a day's march between themselves and the enemy. If we now keep in view especially the night attack of an army, it follows that sufficient motives for it can seldom occur, and that they fall under one or other of the following classes: 1. An unusual degree of carelessness or audacity, which very rarely occurs, and when it does is compensated for by a great superiority in moral force. 2. A panic in the enemy's army, or generally such a degree of superiority in moral force on our side that it is sufficient to supply the place of guidance in action. 3. Cutting through an enemy's army of superior force, which keeps us enveloped, because in this all depends on surprise, and the object of merely making a passage by force also allows a much greater concentration of forces. 4. Finally, in desperate cases, when our forces have such a disproportion to the enemy's that we see no possibility of success, except through extraordinary daring. But in all these cases there is still the condition that the enemy's army is under our eyes, and protected by no advance guard. As for the rest, most night combats are so conducted as to end with daylight, so that only the approach and the first attack are made under cover of darkness, because the assailant in that manner can better profit by the consequences of the state of confusion into which he throws his adversary; and combats of this description, which do not commence until daybreak, in which the night therefore is only made use of to approach, are not to be counted as night combats. Chapter 14. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. On War by Carl von Clausewitz, translated by Colonel J. J. Graham.